חבר'ה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים. הגלובל צ'אמפיון הגיע אלינו. חבר'ה, מתחילים עכשיו. אוקיי, שלום לכולם חבר'ה, שלום לכולם, שלום לכולם. שלום לכולם חברים יקרים. היום אנחנו הולכים לצפות בגמר של הגלובל, לא הגמר, זה בעצם החצי גמר, זה לא חצי גמר, זה הגמר, אבל זה החלק הראשון. מחר זה החלק השני. חבר'ה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים לזה. מזל טוב עמית ימלך. חבר'ה, תתכוננו להיום. אימא'לה. חבר'ה, אני רוצה נגד. חבר'ה, אני רוצה נגד בצ'אט היום.
Please do not count these guys out because when it comes to the big stage, when it comes to the bright lights,
חבר'ה, אני רוצה אנרגיות היום. אני רוצה אנרגיות היום. זה הגלובל צ'אמפיון.
always have some great stress cooking. So no matter what they've done this year, throw that out the window. It's time. Their time is now.
And we've already seen them evolve over this season. We know them to be low ground kings, but over the cash cup.
מתי התחרות תחפושות? אני מתכנן כבר בשבוע הבא ביום שישי לעשות לכם תחרות תחפושות.
How prepared they are, and I'm wondering if they can do it again.
אימא'לה חבר'ה. מה המצב סוסי? מה המצב המלך? חבר'ה, צריך לעלות עכשיו הכל לאינסטגרם, לסטורי, הכל. חבר'ה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים לזה. ואני מחלק לאחד מהצופים את הפיק של FNCS במהלך השידור, אז תתכוננו לזה חבר'ה.
Tournament jitters are a real thing. You'll see players that are very comfortable in their own home, playing on their own setup, and here they are in a foreign setting around a bunch of...
כמובן שכדי לזכות בפיקאקס של FNCS אתם חייבים להירשם לערוץ, לפרגן בלייק, לעקוב אחרי באינסטגרם ולשים לייק לשידור, ובמהלך הלייב אני אגריא לאחד מכם את הפיקאקס של FNCS.
They can really evolve and kind of get more comfortable with the setting that they're in.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see because I think around a third of our players competing today are actually making their first international LAN appearance. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys do, how they handle the pressure. I mean,
חבר'ה, מה נשמע? מקווה שעברה לכם שבת אגדית. חבר'ה, אז היום אנחנו בעצם בשידור של גמר FNCS גלובל צ'אמפיון. היום אנחנו ביום הראשון, ואחד מכם הולך לזכות בפיקאקס FNCS. אז חבר'ה, קדימה, בואו תגיעו לשידור, וכן, בואו. ומאוד, עכשיו נעבור לוואטסאפ, ככה נעדכן שאנחנו בלייב. חברים יקרים, עלינו לשידור חי, אחד מכם זוכר בפיקאקס FNCS, כמובן שאנחנו בגלובל צ'מפיונשיפ עכשיו, אז חבר'ה, קדימה להגיע. יאללה חבר'ה, מקווה שכל מי שבוגע עוקב בוואטסאפ, כן? זה אחד על השלבים גם. יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה, קדימה. בואו נעביר את הצ'אט. חבר'ה, צילמתי לכם היום סרטון ראשון לערוץ השני. היום צילמתי סרטון ראשון לערוץ השני, מקווה שילך טוב. אם ילך טוב, זה יהיה פסיכי.
much stress and so much nerves that can come from being in this in-person environment. You can't forget the fundamentals. You can't forget to make sure you hit your shots, getting those thermal scopes on those burst assault rifles, making sure you can get there. And then when it comes to mobility, I think it's those underworld dashes. They're going to be crucial this weekend. I think teams that are landing either at a POI that's in
יאללה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים. מתי התחרות תחפושות? אמרתי, יש שבוע הבא כנראה. יש גם סרטון שצילמתי שאני צריך לערוך לכם של תחרות תחפושות.
There's also certain teams that are around those static launch pads like Quezy and
יאללה חבר'ה, וואי תקשיבו, אני באמת מתרגש, זה הולכת מרגש בטירוף. הנה ודיל וריזון.
environmental mobility around them that they can
ואתה מתחיל בקרוב מאוד תכלס, זה היה אמור להתחיל נראה לי ב7, וזה נדחה בשעה כמעט. או שזה כבר התחיל משחק אחד, אני לא שמתי לב. מיסטר סאביג' מה מונגרל עושה? גם הם צופים בזה, ברור.
I think so. Honestly, I think that they've had a lot of practice. Quezy has already proven himself on the land setting, getting second
זה
place.
היום הראשון, חבר'ה.
Close to first, and of course, I love that moment. Quezy and Veno dropping on Cammy and Seti. Really, a lot of people still regard that as one of the best FNCS land moments to date. And I think that it is possible that we see Quezy bring out another strat like that. They do not want to get second place again.
הנה תומאס HD וקוויזי, חבר'ה מי שמכיר אותם. הם שחקנים ברמה פסיכית.
Does that affect you? Does that sort of linger and be like,
הם מקומם את הספוטלייט של ה-FNCS?
It's been so long, I've played for this amount of time. And he said, no, I don't really look at the performances, my past history like that. I look at every single FNCS, I take it as it comes and try and do the best that we can, which I really like. And that shows the experience of the players, right? They've been playing for so long. They've even played together all the way back in the days in squads and stuff like that. So they're no strangers to each other in this environment. So this is going to be a very experienced duo to look out for. A very experienced duo that seems to put themselves in the right position at all times. Quezy's really, really good at that. He's one of those players that is, of course,
כל אחד עם מצלמה, סטאפ מטורף. וורסי ואלכס!
And making sure they're in a good situation. We haven't seen them play height too much.
וורסי ואלכס נמצאים שם כרגע, של פאוור, חבר'ה, של פאוור. מי אני חושב שנצח? הנה קופר. אין לי מושג את האמת. זה מאוד מאוד מאוד... וואו, זה מעניין. זה מעניין מאוד את האמת, מה שיהיה פה אבל היום.
He's gotten second place 3 times and then third place 4 times. Wow. I mean, when you're talking about consistency, there's a reason that Thomas H. is considered one of the best aimers in the game.
וואלה, שטוב יותר לנצח, חבר'ה, אין לי משהו לומר, שהטוב יותר לנצח, וגם האישיו שיש היום בפורטנייט, מי שיודע לא יודע, בתחרותי, אין מובמנט. אין מובמנט. זה מטורף, כאילו. המובמנט היחידי שיש זה פיז.
We're just dropping 1,000 points. No big deal in a season, but for someone like Thomas H. with that experience, that's crazy to think about.
I mean, if you want to talk about world records, Quezy and Veno getting 6 victory royales out of 12 last year. I mean, these guys just pull out these crazy strats, are able to pull out crazy plays, and I want to see it on the big stage this weekend. I know that it's going to be probably a little slow in game 1, but
חבר'ה, גם כמובן שווינו וקליקס נמצאים פה, חבר'ה.
because they have some strats in their back pocket.
Yeah, that seems to be the common theme when we're trying to talk to players. Like, oh, so what are you going to be doing and when that team contests you? What are you going to be? Where are you going to be rotating? They're like, you think I'm going to tell you? Like,
Oh my
you
God.
really think I'm going to tell you? And I can't.
מי שיודע מי כנראה... רגע, יש כבר מפה? יש כבר מפה שכל אחד יודע איפה הוא נוחת? כאילו יש בוודאות, אבל... מי שיודע איפה אפשר להשיג את זה? אני אחפש את זה רגע פה בצד.
Right, so it's going to be so interesting to see how they mesh together and how some of the fights go down early on and later on.
Yeah, that's a really scary thought, right? Because even think we've had a number of practice games leading into this, right? And some of these duos have said,
שט, קדימה, let's go. קדימה, שתפו לחברים, חבר'ה, תתכוננו, זה הולך להיות מטורף היום.
Someone like Bugha has been like, well, I could play, or I could just kind of keep everything in the back pocket. You will get nothing from me.
Yeah, watching these scrims and not having Bugha's name in it, it's been a little bit, not concerning necessarily, although I do think practice makes perfect. Getting any kind of practice in before the competition, but it's Bugha, it's World Cup Bugha. I'm sure whatever he has prepared is better than what I can think of.
I mean, I tell you who was looking good though in the practice scrims. They had like 16 eliminations in one of the games. They weren't backing down. They wanted to fight every single person, and just even, you know, maybe they're not bringing out the strats that they're going to use. Maybe they're not bringing out those rotations. Just their ability to sort of fight with each other. You can see glimpses of that in the practice games yesterday, so it seems like they're on top form. I'm excited to see what those guys can do as well.
But is that a bit of like painting a target on your back, right? If you're willing to go out that far and say, like, hey, we're willing to take the fight, dude, we're kind of willing to show you who we are. Think of someone like Peterbot, right? Just so confident, just willing to say, like, hey, wherever you are, if you want to come contest us, we'll be right here. So feel free to roll on over.
מתחיל עוד מההתחלה, מתחיל עוד רגע. יש כבר 100,000 צופים כרגע לפורטנייט.
Acorn and Cold and potentially contesting Peterbot and Pollo because they did try that in the Grand Gate era and immediately left because Peterbot and Pollo absolutely dominated the competition.
אני כרגע מחפש פה את האופציה שאני אגיד לכם איזה מילה נרשם בצ'אט, כדי ש... נדע מי מנצח בהגרלה.
Where they were splitting height by zone 10. I don't even understand how that's possible, how you can hold height from two different positions, just beaming down the rest of the lobby below. No one was even looking up. I think players, though, are going to be looking up today.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, they've held height for the longest amount of time out of any duo this chapter, so I expect to see those guys up on height. And to your point, Zeke, about how their confidence goes into this, I think they feed off of that so much. I think Peterbot has that aura about him where he wants to feel like he is the best player in this lobby. Nobody comes close. And I think the way that he talks about himself, the way he carries himself, I think really aids his gameplay. You can see that when he's walking out. He's just like, yeah, I belong here. I belong on the big stage. We've had second, first this year. This is our time. And I think that just plays into it. Some people will crumble under that pressure, but Peterbot's got so much experience now at winning. I think he believes in himself and having that undisputed, undeniable...
אם אני יכול לעשות סטאפ, אפשר להיחרב, אני די חושב על זה, קניתי בדיוק אני מחבר חדש. כפי שאתם יודעים, אני בשתי עכברים די פסיכיים כרגע. זה של המחשב השני, זה של המחשב הראשי. אז כאילו אני די לקראת סיום הסטאפ שלי, אפשר לומר. כמעט סיימתי את כל הסטאפ שלי.
There's a lot of high ground teams. And there's only one high ground. So how can we expect that to kind of unfold, especially like if we're all looking at high ground going, okay, are you going up, I'm going up, and then we're all thinking the same thing. We're looking for that perfect time.
בא להם להתחיל? מתי מתכננים להתחיל? אני רוצה... דקה, אני אחפש את זה בצד חבר'ה.
Popper fears, get the underworld dashes, save them to the end game. I think teams that land in that sort of area can definitely take height. And as you mentioned, it's...
כן, זה מטורף שכאילו כל מה שיש זה פיז ואנדרוולד דאש, כאילו זה המובמנט שיש במשחק.
When we have mobility in the game, we had various different mobility across the last few seasons and chapters. You can literally just look up, say, I don't think they're too confident up there, let's just dash our way up and we're on height. So I think now we're going to see teams like Cami and Seti that have taken height in the past, previously known as a low ground team, then sort of evolve their play style to take height when they need to. They're very structured at that. They're very, very good at it. They know how to get to that front side of zone and then make sure that they can claim height. So it's not necessarily you're going to be a high ground team or a low ground team. For some of these teams, like Cami and Seti, they have it all.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that like to take height, Quezy and Veno. Quezy, when he was playing with Epic Whale and Epic Whale, he was taking high ground way too early, around zone 9.
זה הווינו שם? טוב, זה הווינו? לא, איך הוא הסתפר? מה הוא מטורף?
Just a little bit. They did such a good job during Major 3, controlling high ground, especially in day 1.
Okay, yeah. Let's circle back. Quezy and Veno. Let's take a moment.
Quezy ואלכס.
Talk about this duo. How are they, Boris? You've touched on it a little bit. Can you maybe break down just a little more for me? What has Veno brought to Quezy, right? We've seen Quezy kind of pair up with a few different duos, and then obviously we had Quezy and Veno for so long. Yeah. And then you're suddenly like, okay, wait, Veno, you're leaving EU to go compete on NA. You're already used to competing in EU, and now we're going to change all of that up. And you're gonna go play with someone like Clicks?
אני לא מבין למה לא מוצא משהו.
Honestly, we've already talked about it, how well paired it is. It's honestly looking almost like a trio competition where you have the IGL, you have the Fragger, and then you have the support player. Yep. But you just mesh IGL and Fragger together, and that's Veno. And Clicks plays the perfect support. Watching them play in Major 3 was like watching a dance. Constantly in Veno's shadow, Clicks was ready to prepare for him. And watching some of these plays that they made in the end game, where Clicks would shoot towards a box, the team would get distracted in one direction, and then Veno would quickly rotate into the back and 1v2 them. It was so exciting to watch them play. They had their strategy down to a pat, but even when a Grinch was thrown into that, they were able to adjust. And I think even though they might potentially be contested here today, I don't think that's going to throw them off.
כל השיער שלו, מה אני רואה?
Major number 3, their debut season, they were looking strong to win the entire major. I think it was the last 3 games where things didn't quite go too well for them. I think for Veno, he didn't have a very good start in terms of EU's performance with Tayson. He of course played Major 1 and Major 2 with Tayson. You imagine this is like a Titan duo. I mean, you can see on the screen right now. He is ready and raring to go.
יאללה, וינו וקליקס. וואי, אם וינו וקליקס מביאים את זה, זה מטורף. אני לא מאמין שזה יקרה, אבל זה די פסיכי.
not really any players that sort of suit me here. This is not, I don't want to be going into Major 3 not 100% comfortable, and I think that's why we saw him move over to NA, and as I mentioned earlier, click.
חבר'ה, כל מי שרוצה כנסו ברגע לשרת דיסקורד ואני אדבר עם אחד מכם. כנסו לחדרים נפרדים בחדרי דיבור, אזורי משחק, ואני אכנס לדבר איתכם, חבר'ה.
As you mentioned, making little strategies, little plays in endgame. It's so good to watch, and they're really exciting team in endgame. When they're playing those mid-ground layers, it's so good.
We also have to give a shout out to their coach. Blood Eggs has just done such a good job making sure that they are ready to go, making sure that they are focused, because they are pretty emotional players. When they start getting hype, they are on a tear.
יאללה חבר'ה, תתכוננו.
It's a little rough for them, but they have been able to work on that, evolve from that. And personally, I saw a lot of growth from Clix during Major 3, where Veno was down, he was feeling out, and Clix just
מה מצב ארזי מייט?
no, we got this, we're doing great. And Veno would kind
יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה, מוכנים?
start smiling on stream, and you
בוא נראה מה
know
יש שייכנס
Clix
אליי.
is locked in.
הלו.
סוסני.
מה איתך אחי?
בסדר, איך אתה?
וואלה, אני איתי אחי, אתה מתרגש לראות את הגלובל צ'מפיון?
כן, טיפה.
מה, מי אתה חושב לנצח?
אני חושב סאביג' קל.
תראה. אני קצת חושב שאתה טועה, אבל בסדר. אני לא חושב, אני בטוח, אבל בסדר. איי.
יש לי שאלה, זה למבטי.
יש לך שאלה? אוקיי, תשאל. כל עוד, כן.
מי עורך את הסרטונים?
אני.
אתה. איפה אתה עורך?
בפרימייר. טוב, נראה לי שנעבור לבן אדם הבא אחי. יאללה.
אחלה פרימייר, אבל רק אפטר.
גם אופציה, יאללה ביי אחי.
ביי.
בוקסי!
זוכר אותי?
מה נשמע אחי? כן ברור אחי, הבאת לי מדליות.
בסדר.
צ'אט חבר'ה, יש למישהו פה תמונה של הלנדינג ספוט של כל דואו ולשלוח בחדר מדיה. מה נשמע אחי? יש לך שאלה? יש לך מה שאתה רוצה לומר לצ'אט? עוד רגע מתחילים אחי.
כן.
מה?
מי אתה חושב שנצח ב-FNC?
מי אני חושב שנצח? אני אגיד את האמת שאין לי מושג, כי זו עונה ראשונה שאין משהו שבור מספיק בשביל לגרום למישהו לנצח. באמת שאין לי מושג, זה באמת אחת העונות היחידות שאני אומר אין לי מישהו לדעת, באמת זה כל כך הולך להיות מישהו רנדומלי לפי דעתי. זה יהיה מישהו רנדומלי לפי דעתי.
אני מתכונן לתחרות תחפושות.
אתה מתכונן לתחרות תחפושות?
כן, לי יש את הפיקאקס FNCS, אבל אני רוצה להביא לחבר שלי.
אז כן, אם אתה זוכה אתה בסופו של דבר גם יכול להביא למי שאתה רוצה. טוב, אז טוב אחי, אנחנו נחזור עכשיו לשידור, תודה רבה לך ויאללה ביי, תתח.
ביי.
חבר'ה, אנחנו מתחילים עוד רגע. וואי. יאללה חבר'ה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים. כמובן כל מי שפה ורוצה להשתתף בהגרלה של הפיקאקס ובהגרלה של כל דבר שהוא, או בכלל שאתם אוהבים את הערוץ ותומכים בערוץ חבר'ה, לא לשכוח לשים קוד סקירט בחנות של הפורטנייט. חבר'ה, בואו ניכנס כרגע להראות לכם מה זה קוד סקירט. כל מי שפה ואוהב את הערוץ מוזמן לתמוך עם קוד סקירט, זה הקוד שלי בחנות. תודה רבה לכל מי שאוהב את הערוץ, וכן, זה הקוד, אתם מוזמנים לשים אותו בחנות של הפורטנייט, וכן, בהגרלה של הפיקאקס אתם די חייבים. יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה, אני רגע בודק שנייה איך אני עושה פה משהו.
Are you more nervous for that in the game? And he said, yeah, I'm more nervous for the media day questions and stuff than the actual...
חבר'ה, קדימה, אימא'לה.
Feeling confident as well, and I like the dynamic they have with each other. That helps so much, especially for someone like Victor, who is young, you know, he's new to this sort of in-person event. It's just going to help settle the nerves so much.
Yeah, you know, there's kind of this dialogue of how a lot of these duos, a lot of these players, when they do break up...
יאללה חבר'ה, בואו נראה, אולי ניכנס לעוד מישהו מכם? יש מישהו שרוצה שניכנס אליו? בואו נראה, חבר'ה, להתפצל, כולם להתפצל. תודה רבה לך ארזי מייט, שמעריך בטירוף אח שלי יקר.
And that's exactly what Paper did. He
אוקיי,
knew, he already read the strategy.
זה המפה. יש לנו פה, אוקיי.
Really worked out in his favor because here they are on the global stage.
אוקיי.
I mean, once again, we just want to continue to remind
אוקיי.
you guys just how much talent is on this stage, how many majors we've gone through, how many duos fought to the very
בטמן
end
בוגה.
to try and make it here to compete on
אוקיי,
this stage.
בטמן
And
בוגה
now
נוחת
they're gonna compete in front of all of
במקום לא רע
you
בכלל, אני שיטה את
for a
המקום, אני
title
במקום
to prove
מרסטאץ',
that they
אלכס
are the
ורוזי.
best. And now that we're kind of like
שתיהם
racing
נוחתים
races,
באמצע, אבל
it's
אלכס
like
ורוזי
they
כל פעם
win
נוחתים שם
races,
ומפסידים.
it's
כל
just
פעם
who's
שיש
got the
משהו.
title and who doesn't.
קופר וקנדה. פיטרבוט ופויו. זה היה ברור שהם ילכו כאילו למדליה הזאת, זה היה ברור. קוויזי ווניה. לינקס ווינו כמובן. אוקיי, אפיק ווייל. ריט. אוקיי. לא, די רגוע, אני אמרתי לך אבל שזה יהיה רגוע כאילו. פיטרבוט ופויו פה, וקליקס ווונו פה. רק אומר.
But FKS and Adapter, that one team to take away that one win from
מולי, חבר'ה, אני מתרגש.
So another incredible duo here that might be showing up all those
חבר'ה, קדימה, להירשם לערוץ. לא חבר'ה, עכשיו אין דאגות. באמת אני אומר לכם עכשיו בשיא הכנות אין דאגות. עכשיו זה יהיה טורניר חוקי. עכשיו אין צ'יטים, סתם, בחיים לא היה צ'יטים. אני כל הזמן צחקתי שאמרתי את זה חבר'ה. באמת שכל מה שפעם שאמרתי את זה באמת צחקתי איתכם. האם שלו מטורף, אין מה לעשות, אבל אתה לפעמים מקבל הבזקים של מה לעזאזל אני רואה. אבל ברור, אין צ'יטים חבר'ה. אף אחד פה לא משתמש בצ'יטים. אם מישהו פה משתמש בצ'יטים, היו עולים על זה הרבה לפני.
He's so cool, like he never shows any nerves, and you can see why. He is so good on Middle East. I believe he's got the highest amount of damage this entire chapter as well. So he is one of those players that can perform on LAN.
רגע, זה שני אלה ממידל איסט. הרייט FK, כן, אני מכיר אותם, צפיתי בהוא של ארצות ערב שעשה את הזה.
Okay, I want to circle back here. Bugha. Aiv. All right, let's talk about this guy for it. No, but yeah, you guys can. It's cheer. It's okay. It's okay. Allowed. Yeah, Bugha. I mean, dude, you know when we think about Fortnite, if you're someone who's like never heard of Fortnite at all, but someone says Bugha, you're like, yeah, I know. Right? I want to see this guy win a global championship. It just would cement him forever, right? He's already regarded as like this incredible player.
כמובן שמי שפה צריך רול תומך בחנות בדיסקורד כדי לזכור בפיקאקס, כן חבר'ה? בהגרלה של היום. רק לוודא שכאילו זה היה ברור. בגלל זה אמרתי שצריך לתמוך בחנות. בוגה, אביב. נראה חמוד, וואלה אביב נראה חמוד. צודק.
Of course came back together, and that's really difficult to do when you're a team that has
had
success before, split up, come back together. What are the vibes going to be like there, right? It's like, hang on a sec, you just dropped me and now you're coming back.
וואי, איך בא לי שילך טוב, אחי. שמשון, תודה רבה לך על חבר מועדון. מה איך בטירוף אח שלי יקר? מקווה שתהנה מהערוץ. או שאתה כבר נהנה, ובגלל זה שמת חבר מועדון. מאמין שזה... איך נכנסים להגרלה? כרגע מה שצריך לעשות זה להירשם לערוץ ולהיות עם רול תומך בדיסקורד, רול תומך בחנות. לשלוח תמונה שאתם תומכים בחנות ואתם מקבלים רול תומך בחנות, זה הכל. תודה רבה לך אחי, מעריך בטירוף. לא מובן מאליו בכלל, חבר מועדון. בוגה אחי, נהיה גדול. בוגה נהיה גדול חבר'ה, רציני.
a cute little caveat for the moments that we got to see in the Cash Cups, where he saw Peterbot and Pollo. Bugha and Aiv were currently in first place after game number 5 from the recent with Cash Cups, but Peterbot and Pollo, you know that they want that win, the win before the global championships, and so they literally left the forecast tower, the only time that Quezy and Veno got that forecast tower, and wanted to chase Bugha and Aiv, and Bugha and Aiv saw the token, saw that little glowing around, they knew that that was where the coin was, and ran away. But again, it worked out in their favor because Bugha and Aiv came out on top.
היה לכם בקדימה ברגע שמתחילים אני אוציא את זה, אבל כרגע אתם יכולים לרשום ולראות את עצמכם.
It is almost that time. Acorn and Cold though, we have to mention these guys, right? We got a little taste of these duos.
חבר'ה, הערה חשובה, אני אתחיל לשדר בקרוב, ויש לנו כמה מפות בקריאטיב שלנו לצד למשחק. אני אתחיל לשדר יותר בקרוב, ויהיה לנו כמה מפות קריאטיב די פסיכיות, אז תתכוננו.
So, before Major One, before they won...
עכשיו מישהו יכול לרשום הודעה מוצמנת לגבי ההגרלה ולזה שצריך לרשום... כאילו להוסיף שאתם תומכים בחנות. מישהו ירשום הודעה ואני אצמיד אותה הודעה. כן, הם די חולקים, כן מה לעשות, זה פורטנייט חבר'ה. טוב, שימו לייק, בוא נגיע ל-150 לייקים.
Just the way that they synergize together, the IGLing, the fragging, it is perfection.
Yeah, it is. I think it's all about that off-spawn battle for me down there.
אין מצב שניק עדיין... ניק, אחי! יש עכשיו גלובל צ'מפיון, אין מצב שאתה לא עומד לצעוד בזה, אחי. אין שחקן, טוב! אחלה ניק.
Good as well. He's one of those players that lots of people have got their eyes on, sort of up-and-coming talent in the EU scene. And I think this is a team that, yeah, they're probably going to try and play a little bit slower off spawn. They're not necessarily going to try and finish the fight too quickly. As I mentioned earlier, they might try and dip on out. I'm not too sure how splittable Brutal Beachhead is, so if both teams decide to try and stay, there might be a little bit of an engagement there, but I think both teams will just dip out.
I think you're right. I think Sato's going to grab a few chests and dip.
Okay, all right, I like it. We just got word. We're gonna check out the Creator Lounge. We've got a little interview lined up with Blake in Somerset.
I told you guys earlier, the Creator Lounge was all about getting in contact with some of the influencers around Fortnite, and we're joined by the awesome Somerset and the awesome Blake. Thank you guys so much for joining us. First and foremost, how's the event so far?
It's been amazing. Meeting the fans, a surreal experience. I couldn't expect anything more.
Blake? It's been crazy. We walked in.
חזרתי לכם חבר'ה, והביאו לי גם אוכל. הביאו לי קצת אוכל, בוא נראה מה זה, אין לי מושג מה הביאו לי. הביאו לי פוש. מי זה הענק הזה? נבלתי מהקול שלו. הביאו לי שיפקה. חבר'ה, יכול לך משפט עם השיפקה? אני רוצה לראות כולם מוספים מזה בצ'אט. יכול לך משפט עם השיפקה? חבר'ה. נו חבר'ה, קדימה. מה, אף אחד לא יודע מה המשפט של השיפקה?
Stressed, happy, sad, I don't know, everything.
שיפקה קטנה לפתיחת התיאבון.
You know.
Awesome to get that insight though from a competitor's standpoint because we got all those competitors out on the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the venue so far, people packing in, do you yourself even, remember back when you used to play a lot and get nervous about, just how many fans are there waiting for you? Like, how does the nerves factor in when you're up there on that stage?
I mean, I feel like most of these
זה טעים, מה זה? מה יש פה?
are experienced, and I don't think the nerves are really
וואו, שיפקה סתם מעולה.
And for the new timers, like the one-time land qualifiers, like they're gonna feel it game one dropping in. Once they land on that map, they're gonna be good. The nerves are gone, they're locked in, they're ready to win. And obviously you both are just awesome content creators.
יש תמונה חדשה?
Coming from you guys from the event, and if so, let everybody know where you guys can or where they can check them out.
מי? לא אלכס ווורפי, נכון? לא הם.
We'll be doing a meet and greet in the main lobby at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. I'll be
תגיד לי שלא הם.
at twitch.tv/Blake. Awesome stuff there, guys. Thank you guys for joining us. And for now, we got more coming your guys' way.
לא הם, ברור שלא הם. יש לנו 10 דקות למשחק חבר'ה, אתם יודעים מה זה אומר? מה זה אומר? אתם יודעים מה זה אומר? חבר'ה, כל מי שבאו להיכנס לפורטנייט, עכשיו. דקה. אוקיי חבר'ה, כנסו לפורטנייט כולם, אנחנו נעשה כמה דברים ביחד עכשיו איתכם. דבר ראשון אנחנו נעשה עכשיו יש מוד שאפשר לצפות בזה עם 70,000 אנשים כרגע? או שאני מדמיין? טוב חבר'ה, אנחנו פשוט נעשה עכשיו מה נעשה? צ'אט, מה אתם אומרים? שרת פרטי או שנעשה... סגור, אני מוסיף אותך רגע. שרת פרטי או שנעשה... גן גיים? לא חבר'ה, אין זמן לתחרות תחפושות, יש לנו 10 דקות. אין לי קוד בחנות פה חבר'ה, אתם יודעים את זה כבר. רק אני שואלים את שרת פרטי. חבר'ה, כנסו לגן גיים עכשיו, כנסו למפה שלנו, של הגן גיים, one shot גן גיים. הקוד עכשיו מופיע לכם פה על המסך, 2048-4006-6150. חבר'ה, כנסו, זה הקוד, זה נמצא בתוך המפה סקירט. זה one shot של קריסמס, אנחנו עכשיו נשחק אותו ביחד. יהיה נדיר חבר'ה. יא מלך אחי, שמעתי תודה. נדיר, חבר'ה, אני נכנס ביחד איתכם, קדימה. אוקיי. אמרתי לך מקודם שאני אוסיף אותך וזהו, אמרת לי לא. דקה. שלח לי את השם שלך, ג'מבו, במשחק.
אחי, אני בשוק שיצאתי איתך, לירון.
יאללה חבר'ה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים. עוד רגע מתחילים. שלחתי פה בצ'אט, אוקיי? קופי והופה. יאללה חבר'ה, אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים, אנחנו מתחילים עכשיו. לא מצא. לא מצא ג'מבו. ג'מבו זה לא מצא אחי. למה אתם לא רואים את המשחק? מה קורה פה? מסך שחור. אוקיי. זהו, עובד, אוקיי. ג'מבו זה לא עובד, שתדע. אוקיי, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm cooking here, I'm cooking. אני ירדתי להם, לא? זה איזה באג. Let's go. Let's go. מה? יש רק לי באג, נכון? כולם מתים, רק אני. מה זה הבאג הזה, אחי? או! טוב. צ'ל בלי סייף. לא, לא. נגע. הנה מצאתי ג'מבו, כך. אוקיי, הצלחתי. אוקיי, הורדתי אחד, איזשהו. Let's go. היה לכם בקדימה. לא, פשוט הרג אותי. יאללה, לכם בקדימה. אחד מת. שתיים מת. איך? מת. מת. אחי. חבר'ה, הטורניר אמור לחזור בערך עוד 5 דקות, אז תתכוננו. Let's go. Let's go. הוא בדיוק יצא, אחי. אני עליו! איך זה לא פוגע צ'אט? פגע. צריך את המשקפי כוח שלי, חבר'ה. זהו, עכשיו אנחנו נעשה את זה כמו שצריך. מה זה SMG הזה? למה אני לא מכיר אותו? אוקיי. הגעתי לשוטגנים, let's go. לא! הייתי רחוק בטירוף עם כולם. יאללה לכם בקדימה. Let's go. Let's go. מה? אני פגעתי בו צ'אט! Let's go. אחי! חבר'ה, כל מי שרוצה להיכנס למפה ולשחק איתי עכשיו ביחד איתי, מוזמן להיכנס, הקוד הוא מופיע כדי שתיכנסו, אתם צריכים לרשום סקרין בחיפוש ואתם נכנסים למפה, חבר'ה. זה היה קרוב. לא כזה חבר'ה, יש עוד 3 דקות בערך. אחי! לא, אחי, הוא בא אליי עם טקטיקה. Let's go. גייט. מת. קומבט. מת. כמעט עם פרזילנט מתי. Let's go, מת. דימר מת. בואו נבדוק כמה זמן חבר'ה.
every single land they come to, they come to much further than anyone. They're much faster this stage. They're just
זהו חבר'ה, מתחילים?
changing new metas on their own.
לא, לא מתחילים, יש עוד כמה דקות. הם פשוט שמו טריילר חבר'ה. עוד לא התחילו, יש עוד כמה דקות. אחי, אני חייב להרוג מישהו. אני חייב להרוג מישהו עם זה. אחד הנשקים שאני הכי לא אוהב. לא! יש! למה מישהו קרוב אליי כל כך, אחי? לא, לא, סתם אני מחלק בלייב, זה לא קשור למפה עכשיו. תיפגעו! תודה! תיפגעו כבר. וואי, זה לא סקופ! וואו! אתם ראיתם את השוט? איזה שוטים, אחי! אחי, הוא קרוב אליי, זה לא עופר. וואי, די אמר מיתיק, אחי, רציני, על אמת. Let's go. אני מעולה גל אח שלי יקר. למה יש מישהו כזה קרוב אליי עם נשק כזה טוב? זה לא פייר! Let's go! טוב, השתיק אותי צ'אט. אין לי מה לעשות, זה עם דיליי מטורף. נו תמות! אין לי מה לעשות, צ'אט! למה? אלוהי המשחק, תן לי לפגוע נורסקופ. זה היה כזה קרוב, אחי. לא יכולתם פשוט לתת לי לפגוע וזהו. Let's go! נו. מה? מה? מה קורה פה? וואו! הולי מולי! צ'אט, מה קרה פה עכשיו? הייתי ברצף מטורף. אוקיי, התפוצצתי. מישהו קצת פוצץ אותי. אחי, בוא, הוא קיבל לייזר. מה זה הכדור הזה צ'אט? דקה. הכדור גם צריך להתפוצץ, הוא לא מתפוצץ! הביצה לא מתפוצצת, תתפוצצי! אין, אבל אנשים קרובים אליי ואין לי מה לעשות. דיליי זה עוד רגע נגמר, כאילו ממש עוד רגע זה נגמר המשחקי צופים האלה. אז חבל שהגעת כזה מאוחר ללייב אח שלי יקר. אין לי מה לעשות, אין לי. לא אפשרי להרוג עם זה! יש! הרגתי! וואו! הולי מולי. או. תמות, לא, מה? למה הוא לא מת? הרגתי, let's go, let's go, let's go. מתי נתחיל המשחק עוד, זה אמור להתחיל בכל רגע אחר. אלוהי אלוהים, יותר לי. לא! So close, but so far. לא יצא לשמוע את סרט. בוא נראה אם זה מתחיל. עוד 4 דקות חבר'ה, עוד 4 דקות. איי איי איי. לא, לא, אני לא עושה לו את החיים קלים! הייתי תקוע על זה שעה. איך הנוסקופ לא עבד אחי? הנוסקופ היה עליו, עליו. מה? הוא פשוט הרחיק אותי, הוא אפילו לא הרג אותי. קצת ראיתם את זה? let's go. מה? מה אני אמור לעשות? אין לי מה לעשות אחי. אוקיי, אני מת. אני מת! ניסיתי לברוח מהבלתי פריח. איזה מיס. אולי, לא לי. let's go. מה? מה זה היה? באתי למשהו, ואני אפילו לא יודע למה זה היה. אוי בואי, אני נורא ביום. let's go. let's go. מה קורה פה? יש פה יותר מדי אנשים. אוקיי, קיבלתי משהו מיוחד. איזה מקום אני? 60, 61, 62, 66. אוי, בואי לי. let's go. לא, לא, לא. תיתן את זה, 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 תיתן את זה! ובטוח נקבל מאג'נט תמיד תכינות סקופ של החיים צ'אט. אולי אם אני אעשה ככה אני אגרם במשהו בסוף. נראה לי זה יותר יעיל אפילו. לא לי מה לעשות. אם ממש הייתי רוצה להרוג אותו לא הייתי יכול. מה? מה? אין לי כלום. אני לא יכול להרוג. תהרוג אותי אחי. Let's go. חבר'ה יאללה תחיל הטורניר. יאללה קדימה. יאללה חבר'ה קדימה 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 צאו מהמשחק קדימה. היינו עכשיו בווייב כיפי וזה מתחיל בעוד 15 שניות let's go. 10 שניות 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 לא, הם לא עשו את זה עכשיו. הם לא עשו את זה עכשיו. הם לא אני לא מאמין אחי. לא, חבר'ה קבלו סקופ עושים שירותים פרטיים. הכל טוב חבר'ה עושים שירותים פרטיים. דקה אני מתחבר לאפי גיימס שלי במשתמש השני ונעשה לכם שירותים פרטיים. הכל טוב חבר'ה, הכל טוב. Everything is all right חבר'ה. אין עליי חבר'ה, עליי. Don't worry. Be happy. אתם מבינים? אל תדאגו, תהיו שמחים. חבר'ה, זה החוק לחיים. Don't worry. Be happy. So don't worry. יאללה חבר'ה מוכנים? הנה אני בשבילכם. וואו, כמובן התחברתי למשתמש הזה. חבר'ה, קדימה כולם להיכנס לפורטנייט. קדימה כולם להיכנס לפורטנייט. יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה להיכנס, אנחנו עכשיו מתחילים, לצערי הרב אנחנו כל פעם מקבלים דחייה נוספת ודחייה נוספת, אני לא מבין מה עובר עליהם, אבל בסדר גמור חבר'ה, אין מה לעשות, זה קורה. תודה רבה לך על הגיפט, בלוק זי, מה יש בטירוף אח שלי? טוב חבר'ה, אז אנחנו עכשיו נעשה משהו, בואו נראה מה נעשה. אנחנו נוכל אותו למשתמש השני עכשיו. לא יכולים לתחפושות, אנחנו לא נספיק, אין מצב בחיים שאנחנו מספיקים תחפושות בחצי שעה, זה לא אפשרי. אבל, אני יכול לזרום איתכם על שרתים פרטיים. חבר'ה, כנסו כולם עכשיו לחדר שרתים פרטיים, עכשיו, כולם. אני רואה ששימשון שלנו כבר נמצא שם. יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה כולם להיכנס לשרתים פרטיים, כולם להיכנס לשרתים פרטיים. חבר'ה, כולם להיכנס לחדר שרתים פרטיים בדיסקורד ברגע זה. חבר'ה, שרתים פרטיים בדיסקורד, עכשיו כולם להיכנס, אני ממתין לכם. דיסקורד יקר, אני מעביר את המיקרופון למיקרופון הפחות טוב, כדי שאני אוכל לשוחח איתכם מבלי שהלייב ישמע. תקעו דקה, דיסקורד יקר. let's go. עכשיו הלייב שומע אותי מפה, הדיסקורד שומע אותי מפה, משמע אם אני עושה פאק עכשיו, שתיכם שומעים אותי גם הלייב וגם הדיסקורד. אז חבר'ה, כל מי שפה ולא תומך קוד סקריד בחנות עכשיו ברגע זה לתמוך. דבר שני זה עכשיו להיכנס לשרת הדיסקורד של הערוץ. וחבר'ה, בואו נתחיל. אנחנו נעשה עכשיו, אנחנו נתחיל בדבר רגוע. בואו נראה במה נתחיל. אנחנו נתחיל בשרת סולו רגיל, סגור חבר'ה, סולו רגיל. חבר'ה, הקוד שלנו הוא 2920, קדימה קדימה כולם להיכנס, קדימה כולם להיכנס, 2920, קדימה להיכנס עכשיו. בוא נראה מה דיסקורד נכנסים קודם, כמובן של דיסקורד יש הרבה יתרון על זה, אז אתם מוזמנים ברגע זה להיכנס דיסקורד. 2920. חבר'ה, כדי לקבל רול, כדי להשתתף בהגרלה, אתם חייבים לשלוח תמונה של מסך מלא, אתם לא יכולים לשלוח חצי מסך, רבע מסך, תמונה חצויה, אתם חייבים מסך מלא שיראו שזה המסך שלכם. חבר'ה, קדימה כולם להיכנס, קדימה כולם להיכנס. דקה צ'אט. צ'אט, דיסקורד, יוטיוב, יאללה חבר'ה, אנחנו עוד רגע מתחילים. איך אנחנו רק 26 יא מטורפים? חבר'ה, יש פה מלא אנשים שכרגע מחכים לגלובל צ'אמפיונס, אבל הוא לא קורה. חבר'ה, קדימה כנסו. יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה להיכנס. מה הקוד? הקוד הוא 2920. 2920. אם יש לך את הפיקאקס, אם אתה יכול משהו אחר, אחלס. אחלס כן. כמובן חבר'ה, קוד סקריד בחנות, כל מי שבא ולא תומך ברגע זה לתמוך חבר'ה. SKIRT, תודה רבה לכל מי שתומך ויאללה. יאללה חבר'ה, אנחנו מתחילים. שרת ראשון, לא חבר'ה, איזה, אתם נורמלים? אני אעשה לכם פה שרת, אני אעשה לכם פה הגרלה בזה, בלייב עצמו. סוסים, אתה חושב שזה דבר יעיל והוא יכול לעבוד, אז תעשה את זה אחי, בכיף. חבר'ה, כל מי שפה אני מקווה שרובכם בדיסקורד, כי כרגע אנחנו מתחילים בלנחות אך ורק חבר'ה, עכשיו בשרת הראשון אני רוצה שכל מי שפה ינחת בדום דאץ, והמטרה שלכם זה להיות הראשון שמשיג את המדליה. הראשון שמשיג את המדליה שיבוא אליי ויביא לי אותה. ואז אני אראה מה השם שלו. חבר'ה, דום דאץ, כולם ילכו בדום דאץ, והראשון שמביא לי מדליה מנצח את השרת. הראשון שמביא לי את המדליה מנצח את השרת. בהצלחה חבר'ה, אני כרגע עומד באיזשהו מקום ספציפי. המטרה שלכם זה להביא לי את המדליה. הראשון שמביא לי את המדליה מנצח את השרת. זה הכל. מה אתה נוחת החיים? מטורף. צ'אט. לא אחי, לא, לך למקום, תציג את המדליה. לך למקום ותציג את המדליה אחי, זה הכל. חבר'ה, להשיג את המדליה. אומייגאד, צ'אט. אף אחד לא עושה את המדליה של דום דאץ? באמת? אף אחד? עדיין? חבר'ה, מותר להרוג, מותר להילחם, פשוט תשיגו את המדליה של דום דאץ ותביאו לי אותה. הראשון שמביא לי אותה מנצח את השרת, זה הכל. מה שלא הבנתם את הקונספט, חבר'ה. הקונספט הוא פשוט הראשון שמביא לי מנצח. או, לא. זה למטה. זה הכספת. יש לנו פה מיני כספת. ויש מדליה למישהו. עכשיו מי יבוא אליי עם המדליה, כי כנראה כולם ירדפו לו אחרי הצורה. בוא נראה מי הראשון שיגיע אליי עם המדליה. מישהו עושה את המדליה והוא פשוט נראה לי מתקשר של החיים לצאת משם. שיהיה לו בהצלחה אחי. אין בעיה שצריך את המדליה. היי. אתה לא עם המדליה אח שלי. מה אתה עושה פה? זה הסתרח שלי כאן. אוי, נוסיף ככה ויקח את זה. מישהו עם אוטו בדרך אליי. וזה לא הבחור של המדליה. כן אחי, תחזור למפה שם, מקום שמנו באת. טוב, אני כרגע מסתובב לי, ממתין לרגע שמישהו יחליט להביא אליי את המדליה. כרגע אין מנצח, נלחמים על החיים שלהם שם במדליה אחי. הם פשוט נלחמים על החיים. יש פה מלא אנשים אחי. איי. בוא לא יודע. טוב, הוא רחוק מדי. זה נדיר. חבר'ה, על מצב שאתם עדיין בפייטים שם כמו מטורפים. פשוט שמי שמביא לי את המדליה מנצח, לא צריך להישאר אחרון אפילו. יש פה אחד קטן כזה. אתה מדליה? הוא ניצח. מי ניצח? מי אתה? פאפו! פאפו, אתה מנצח של השרת. W פאפו! W פאפו צ'אט. W פאפו, ג'י פאפו, ג'י פאפו. וואלה, ג'י פאפו, צ'אט. ג'י אחי. יאללה חבר'ה, מוכנים למשימה הבאה שלכם? חבר'ה, קוד חדש, מוכנים? וואלה, בואו נראה אם יש פה מישהו שיעשה דאבל ווין. וואלה, זה מעניין מישהו שיעשה פה דאבל ווין. עזוב אחי, עזוב. נייס טריירס יא מייט. פאפו, שחקן אתה. חבר'ה, הקוד הוא 232323. קדימה ניכנס. חבר'ה, המטרה שלכם פה היא, אני אומר לכם להביא לי אייטם מסוים, והראשון שמביא לי את האייטם מסוים מנצח את השרת. פה הכל. יאללה חבר'ה, יש לכם עוד דקה להיכנס, כפי שאתם יודעים אני לא אוהב לחנוק את זה יותר מדי. חבר'ה, הקוד הוא 232323 ואנחנו מתחילים בעוד חצי דקה. שרת פרטי בסולו חבר'ה. יאללה חבר'ה, אנחנו מתחילים. חבר'ה, שיהיה בהצלחה לכולם. בואו נראה מי יהיה השחקן המפתח של המשחק של היום. של עכשיו. בואו נראה אם יהיה מישהו שיהיה שונה ובולט מכולם. וואלה, פאפו עשה את זה בקלילות, אני רואה אנשים נלחיים על החיים שם. נודוב, תודה רבה לך על חבר מועדון במתנה. חבר'ה, תספימו אחד אם בא לכם גם את החבר מועדון. חבר'ה, להספים אחד אם אתם גם רוצים את חבר מועדון. תודה רבה לך, נודוב. מי הרס את זה עכשיו? מי הרס את זה? לא, 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 מי הרס את זה עכשיו? מי הרס את זה עכשיו? אתה הרסת את זה? אתה הרסת את זה? אתה גם עושה לי קני בראש! אתה גם עושה לי קני בראש! בלי בושה! בלי בושה! טוב, אין בעיה. טוב חבר'ה, המטרה של עכשיו היא מי יהיה הראשון. אוי, זה יהיה ממש מעניין. זה יהיה ממש מעניין. אני ממליץ לכם לחכות עם הגליידר אפילו, או לעשות לוט, מה שבא לכם. אבל יש לכם משימה יחסית קשה עכשיו. משימה של עכשיו תהיה מי הראשון שמביא לי מפתח של בוס. מפתח של בוס זה אומר לא בוס שאתם מכירים במפה כמו מדליות. זה אומר כמו הבוסים שיש את אלה הענקיים באמצע המפה שמביאים לכם את הזון הבא. כאלה. הראשון שמביא לי מפתח מנצח. הראשון שמביא לי מפתח של בוס מנצח. וואי, זה יהיה קשוח, זה יהיה קשוח. יאללה חבר'ה, שיהיה בהצלחה לכולם. let's go. מעניין מי הראשון שהביא לי מפתח, זה מעניין, וואלה זה באמת מעניין אותי. אוי. טוב, שיהיה בהצלחה לכולם. איי, וואלה, קיוויתי. אין לי כסף, אין לי בכלל גולד, מה? יש לנו פה סקאמר, חבר'ה. יש לנו פה סקאמר שחושב שהוא מגניב. נו אחי, מה, פרצת אותי, לא? נו! באמא של זה, אחי. תודה אחי. לא אחי, חבר'ה, די. אין, זה מוגזם אחי. זה מוגזם צ'אט, זה מוגזם. זה באמת מוגזם, זה באמת הגזמת בפעם. ליל ברו, אחי, קיבלת בן. מה מתלהבים, אחי? קיבלת בן בבלוק, אחי, אתה לא זוכר בשום דבר יותר בערוץ הזה בחיים. אני מקווה שאתה שמח. ואתה לא יכול להיכנס לשרתים פרטיים יותר. מקווה שזה עשה אותך שמח. ואתם עושים פה, קבלו זכות. טימינג, אחי. טימינג זה גם לא בסדר, אחי. כל טוב חבר'ה, אני... שלום לך אדון אופק. מקווה שהיה לך יום בנימים, כי עכשיו אתה מקבל בן ובלוק. ותודה רבה לך שהיית חלק מהערוץ הזה ל5 דקות בדיוק. עכשיו אני יודע שאתה לא יכול לזכות בשום דבר בערוץ. אני מצטער, אנשים רוסים פשוט. זה קורה. לא סוסי בכלל לא, כלום. טוב, בוא נקווה שסיימנו עם זה עכשיו, כי אני עוד אוהב אנשים כאלה שהמטרה שלהם ביום זה לקום, לצחצח שיניים, ואז להרוץ לאנשים אחרים את החיים. זה כיף. בסדר, בוא נראה, אולי זה כבר סיים את זה, חבר'ה. ארבע דקות. חבר'ה. יאללה, 4 דקות, חבר'ה, קדימה. אוי! חבר'ה, יש לנו סרטון לצפות ביחד. חבר'ה, יש לנו סרטון לצפות ביחד. חבר'ה, יש לנו אשכרה סרטון אגדי לצפות ביחד. אני מקווה שאתם מוכנים לזה. אימאלה. אימאלה ואבאלה. מקווה שלא ציפיתם לזה, שלא חיכיתם לזה. חבר'ה, סייפר יעלה סרטון. האגדי, היוצא תוכן הכי גדול כרגע שיש של פורטנייט בעולם.
I hosted a $250,000 Fortnite tournament, the PlayStation Cypher PK Cup. And today's video will be a story of 3 characters whose journey through this one match will eventually end in one of the closest, nail-biting, and intense Fortnite moments I have ever seen. No freaking way! The only question is, which of these 3 is winning the tournament? Try to figure it out as you're watching, because the story begins as they all drop into their final match. And instantly, I start spectating our first character, Yasir. He won the last game and is currently in first place, and he's landing at the raft.
Okay.
Yasir showing a very dominant, very amazing Game 5 win in first place with 204. Yasir is a controller player from Mexico who's made a name for himself, especially in past PlayStation Cups. And in this lobby, he's one of the clear favorites to win. But he doesn't have a massive lead. If he chokes at any point, he won't secure first place. Yasir is contested with a ton of players around the raft, but manages to loot up without too much hassle. So I switch over to our second character, Link. He's landing at Red Line Rig, and after destroying... What is my cat doing? Alright, after destroying people there all tournament, he has an uncontested. Zinlink is a controller player who's been grinding Fortnite for a while, but just recently has seen huge success. You might have seen him in the most recent FNCS Grand Finals. And guys, I know these characters aren't Clicks, Bugha, or Peterbot, but trust me, the ending of this game will make your investment in these characters worth it. Right now, he's in second place, only 20 points behind Yasir. And basically, whoever does better will win this $250,000 tournament. That is, unless the third character has anything to say about it. Plasmify. 153 points. He's in third place right now.
כמה שזה היה מעניין, חבר'ה, אנחנו נצטרך לעבור לגמר ה-FNCS, חבר'ה. כמה שזה היה מעניין עכשיו, אנחנו נצטרך לעצור את זה ולהמשיך את זה אחר כך, חבר'ה. עוד דקה. יש לנו דקה, חבר'ה, יש לנו דקה להמשיך לצפות.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, out of all of these characters, this dude is basically a nobody. Bro's Twitter profile picture is literally just a default picture. He's landing Grimgate and a few players are circling around him. He's a controller player who mostly plays on console, and he has around $4,000 in earnings just from PlayStation Cups. He's in third place going into the final game, but the thing is, he's never won a major tournament. And getting first place here could really put his name on the map and set his flag down. Who knows? This unknown console player might really make a name for himself. He's still not out of the picture. It's just a tough scene for him. And every placement matters here. I want to remind you guys, first place gets $5,000. So the difference between third and second is $600. The placements matter. And by the way, his in-game name is Peacemify. So sometimes I call him that in this video. Anyways, he's got someone landing at his POI that he needs to deal with. Your skulls can be seen. I promise you they can be seen around that corner. Here we go.
Assist.
Couple tags. No, just one tag. All right, so now the story is set, and we have our
יפה מאוד חבר'ה, התחלנו. חבר'ה, התחלנו, קדימה.
At the end of the day, we're here to see some Fortnite, and that's what we're going to see. As we prepare, though, as the players start to come in and whatnot, we're going to take a couple moments just to highlight just a few duos. Wanted to highlight here Reason and Vidil, a duo that we are very excited to see compete here on stage. There's some Reason fans out there.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Yeah, that's the joke. There's a lot of me included.
I mean, there's a reason to like Reason, and when you look at the run that they've had this year, getting 7th, 4th, and 5th from Majors 1, 2, and 3 respectively. I mean, it's crazy talking about the consistency that all these duos have brought here today, and to see them competing together. I am so excited to watch Reason and Vidil.
Yeah, really interested to see how these guys can do. Of course, they're landing at the Doom's Castle towards the northeast side of the map. They have a couple of teams there as well, so they're not going to be uncontested there. But this is a team throughout the whole year have performed really well. As you mentioned it, Kelly, they had a really nice year with a 7th, 4th, and a 6th. Really, really consistent placements, and they're able just to find really solid games when it matters. They're able to get into that situation of endgame, finding eliminations. It just seems like whenever you look at the leaderboard at the end of a tournament, it's like, oh yeah, Reason and Vidil, they're in 5th. How did they get there? We haven't really seen too much of them, but they
being contested. Although the north side of Doom Castle, they're not necessarily contested. They kind of have that north side to themselves. They're going to have that siphon coin to themselves. They do have 2 sets of duos that are contesting to the south and to the north, which honestly sounds like the perfect storm for them to third-party these other duos, especially that duo that's landing north of them, which there isn't much to go for there. I can imagine Reason and Vidil focusing that duo to get some of those Storm Surge tags. Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier as well, Bugha coming in from that west side, they could have to deal with that situation as well. I mean, that drop spot is it's such a big drop spot, so many different little nooks and crannies where you can sort of hide and try and sneak around. I think we expect to see a little bit more of elongated fights happening there from teams that are coming on in, and I love that. I mean, this is the star of the show right here. This Peely, we've been looking at him. I love it. I love it. He's been doing some emos randomly. I don't know if he's doing it for anyone or he just naturally does them. He's just pulling out emos. He's doing it for everyone.
He's doing it for everyone in the arena,
right? Peely right now. This Peely is giving us all the energy we have, and hopefully the energy to the players as well. As you can see, they are starting to come back into the stage, get onto their setups, and as we get ready to get into game number 1.
That's right. We are just so thankful for you guys, the fans. We really do appreciate your patience. We are sorry about that, but we'll be getting back into game very, very shortly. I wanted to also talk about Bryce and Boltz. When the players came out and Bryce and Boltz came out, the arena went kind of crazy, and it's unexpected, because I don't want to say like, hey, there's duos here that don't have fans. It's just like sometimes the arena will be like, Bryce and Boltz are like, rah! I'm like, yo, you guys are, what's going on? I'm down.
I mean, they've had this interesting dialogue all year long where they're like, oh, who's the underdogs? A lot of people ask. And a lot of people say Bryce and Boltz, but again, they aren't necessarily underdogs. In Major 2, they got 6th place. In Major 3, they got 8th place. And similar to what we saw from Batman, Bugha, and Rapid, they got 8th place. 11 out of 12 games. Who knows where they would have been if they had all 12 games?
I remember last year Globals as well, Bryce and Chubbs, they were a team that took us by surprise. They did so well. I think they won a couple of games as well on the Grand Finals day. It was one of those where it's like, where did these guys come from? That's what this global championship stage can do. It can put you on a little pedestal. It can be like, look at me, I am a professional, and I'm a very good professional player at that. And I think that's what I look at when I'm looking at this duo. This is a duo that have that experience of doing well, Bryce in particular. So I'm intrigued as to what they can do, particularly with their drop spot now. They're wanting that forecast tower. We broke it down earlier. I'm trying to not let them have it, but they're more landing towards the forecast tower. So what we've seen, some teams like basing up on that hill, trying to stop Vico and Flixie trying to come over. Have too many problems going for that. So I'm intrigued.
על דבר כזה לא טוב עם כסף איך שנקרא. מצטער, אבל לא אחי. לא תוכל לקבל גיף. נייס גאי, לא אחי.
That's what we need, right? Is another fight for another forecast tower.
יאללה חבר'ה, וואי, אני מתרגש כבר שהתחילו המשחקים. בא לי כבר להתחיל קריין, לראות, אימא לזה, כזה מרגש, אני מת על זה.
Another duo here to highlight is Janice.
זה אוהב את זה.
Another EU duo And of course, I mean, Giannis, I mean, come on.
יאללה חבר'ה, אני רוצה עכשיו נגד חיוביות, קדימה, אני רוצה נגד חיוביות בלייב עכשיו.
I mean, going all the way back to 2020, winning the solo invitational of Giannis, and then Pixie having a
חבר'ה, זה יוטיוב אי אפשר לעשות ריפאונד. זה ידוע.
Yeah, really great. I mean, that was a duo where we were like another one of those teams where these guys just came out of nowhere. It seemed like they'd been performing well going up to that, but now Pixie was one of those players that was kind of a hot commodity, if you like, going into this last
זה לא אפשרי, חבר'ה, יוטיוב זה ישר מגיע לתוך היוטיוב ואין אופציה להחזיר את זה, זה לא פייפל או משהו.
So many different players in EU, very veteran players as well. We're looking at Pixie and thinking this could be potentially a good duo partner for me, an up-and-coming player, picked up now, of course, by Giannis. Uncontested red line rig. Interested to see what they can do. I think this is another team where, yes, it says they're uncontested. If you're one of those teams, Quezy and Aspect, for example, maybe they might look to land on them. But the experience of Giannis and, of course, Pixie being such an important player within this duo, they performed very well in Major number 3 where they got 8. So I'm interested to see what they can do.
חבר'ה, זה רק התחיל, איזה מי מנצח? זה היום הראשון רק.
You know, they kind of look out and go, hey, this is an opportunity. But that was kind of what this year of Fortnite was, right? Yeah. So much of the landscape changed after global championships last year, right? It was
לא אחרי אף אחד לא מבטיח שבוגה ינצח. בעונה הזאת זה מאוד שונה, בעונה הזאת זה מאוד על פי באמת סקיל. אני אומר את סקנד, כאילו, העונה הזאת עובדת על סקיל. ולא על מזל, ולא על אייטם נדיר, ולא על משהו מטורף.
It's been a crazy year.
I mean, I always say that there is only one thing you can predict in Fortnite is that it is unpredictable, regardless of if that's the map changing, the meta changing, duos literally changing between qualifiers and semifinals. We really don't know what's going to happen until the game start.
לא, קליקס ובנו לפי דעתי לא ינצחו את זה, אני אהיה איתכם סופר כנה. למרות שבגלל שאין משהו כזה שבור, יש להם באמת סיכוי לנצח, כי הם עדיין נוחתים באותו מקום.
That's right. We've got another dude here to talk about Epic Whale and Muzz. I mean, you kind of highlighted them at the start of the show there. Muzz being one of the first
Epic Whale
to win in multiple regions, and Epic Whale. I mean, when
Epic Whale אבל עם ריט, מה?
He just couldn't stop winning. He didn't know how to like stop winning.
Yeah, it's funny because I was literally just talking about how duos will split up between qualifiers and semifinals, and I literally was referencing Muzz and Epic Whale right there. They actually had different duos getting into the qualifiers, and then once we hit the semifinals, because both of them did qualify, they were able to switch duos because there was a little caveat in the rules there, and obviously it worked out well in their favor, finally punching their ticket into the global championships. And beyond Epic Whale being, you know, the 5X, however many X's he has in his name, regardless of the back-to-back-to-back,
Epic Whale לא היה עם... מה? אפיק וויל אבל היה עם ריץ? מה קרה?
And then of course Muzz, the powerhouse from OCE, now representing
North
America. This is definitely a duo to look out for.
I love watching Muzz play. He's such an impressive player to watch. Some of the things that he can do, the mechanical ability of Muzz is...
יאללה חבר'ה, קדימה, עכשיו אתה מתחיל למשחק ראשון, קדימה.
In the hotel, I was saying, you know, you feeling confident? How's things with Epic Whale? He said, yeah, I'm absolutely confident in Epic Whale. It's all about me. Can I make sure that I'm going to play my best game? He's a little bit nervous that he might get awareness checked, but he said, if I don't get awareness checked, if I'm playing my game to my...
הם רוצים אולי להתקדם?
I think he's
נראה לי לא בא להם חבר'ה. לייסי.
Now what do we do with our lives?
לייסי פשוט צופה,
wrong. Oh, well, it was this duo that focused us. Oh, it was Greece over here. But players that can look inwardly and understand where they could have gone better. Not necessarily what went wrong, but what they could have done differently. That's what makes or breaks these champions.
Yeah, that's a mark of maturity, right? For someone like Muzz, again, like you said, to win multiple times, that's how he got that far, right? To be able to stop and go, okay, now what could have I done better? Because it's very easy to point fingers and go, yeah, well, my duo or this thing got removed or whatever. But to stop and go, no, what can I do to really minimize that like almost RNG we experience?
Yeah, and there is definitely a level of RNG. Obviously, the most notorious is where is that zone going to pull? And if we have some teams landing on the south and the zone pulls to the north, well, how are we going to handle that? What rotations are we going to be prioritizing? What teams can we potentially face against? Being able to it's what these Fortnite players are able to do with how much goes into it is honestly uncomparable even to some of the other bigger esports out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you mentioned the zones, particularly now in the low to no mobility meta, particularly that sort of 8 zone, those later stage zones, maybe not in endgame, but it's those rotations where you have a maximum pole zone. It's those teams that have the forecast.
אוי, מסכנים האנשים שיושבים שם. תחשבו, הם קנו כרטיס וזה כל פעם מתעכב ומתעכב ומתעכב ומתעכב.
And find the most success, but it's so difficult to do. It's so
easy.
It's easier said than done. Just be like, oh yeah, just go front side, go around teams, don't get shot, don't go into another team, don't box fight. But it's so difficult to do in practice because there's so many different things going on in your head. Oh, we need a bit of damage, let's hop in there. Maybe that's not the best decision to make. So the low mobility meta really shakes things up. I'm interested to see how the players
את האמת שלא בדקתי, כרטיס לא מלא.
the affection of that, I should say.
Yeah, I love that balance, right? Kind of striking, okay, we're starting the game, let's say we're uncontested, great. We know we have to hit 555 materials, right? Wood, brick, metal.
Yeah.
We have to go and we have to get our loot. What are we doing? What's our surge strategy? Now it's
וואלה צודק, רבי צ'ימי, וואלה צודק.
We are low on surge. Surge is on.
יפתח השיתוף אחי.
Oh no, someone's boxing on us. It's all just so dynamic moment to moment.
And what's been so exciting with this season is that usually when we see loadouts from major to major, it's the same weapons in everyone's loadout. But
גלובל
this
צ'מפיון
major between the
2024.
shotguns that we have, the ARs that we have, the pistols as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of variety actually.
Yeah, there is lots of different loadouts. He spoke about Thomas HD earlier on with that Monarch pistol, expecting some big damage coming out of him this weekend. There's just so many different varieties. Even the new shotguns, of course, you mentioned. Lots of different ways that teams can not necessarily just one best shotgun, not one best assault rifle. Lots of ways to express yourself in the game. Are you more of a close box-to-box player? Do you like to play a little bit further away when you're taking fights? And that's what I'm interested to see a lot of our teams doing. How can they show their identity this weekend, applying themselves in the new strategy and the new season?
הם רוצים להתחיל. FNCS זה אומר פורטנייט. שכחתי, רגע, פורטנייט צ'מפיון סיריוס. פורטנייט צ'מפיון סיריוס.
having to get those storm surge tags.
שכחתי רגע.
To get to the end game, you're going to go fighting box to box. You want to make sure that you have your favorite.
סתם דוגמה, רוקט ליג זה RLCS. בדיוק כמו זה. רוקט ליג צ'מפיון סיריוס.
Those things are absolutely crazy. I think a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking to pick those up towards the later stage of the game.
וואלה, נראה לי משלמים להם אקסטרה של החיים שם לחפור. חבר'ה, שניים ושמתחילים לא לשכוח. עוד סקיט בחנות. ואנחנו מתחילים.
Switch that up going into the late game.
Is there maybe a weapon or two or an item or anything that, you know, if these off-spawn situations don't happen, oh, you know what? Oh, guys, I'm getting word. I'm getting word. It is that time. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, we are so thankful for your patience. That's right. It's game time. Let's send it up to our casters for game number 1. When you see us, you want to see W's.
התחלנו!
Looks like the game is just about to kick off here. Let's jump into match number 1.
הנש של הפנתרה. זה בגלל המובמנט החריף שיש לזה.
All right, Fort Worth, here we have it. We are kicking things off here at the FNCS Global Championships. And of course, we know what is in store for us.
Already getting a close-up pay-per-view of what's taking place here with Quezy and Thomas. And you have to keep in mind, Duke's Sphinx, not too far from this location here at Research Rock. Brawler's Battleground, I think, providing a decent early clashing potential.
איזה צרחות, שמות הילד שם. מליבוקו ומרסטאץ' ורוסי ואלכס.
First tags are going to go to Carmichael.
מרסטאץ'.
Yeah, that was a big
מרסטאץ'.
there by Merstache. It's going to
יפה כמה שוטים לאלכס, פור אלכס.
well, just enough for him to be able to group with Malibuca. They've already found a Flowberry Fizz. They're getting the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be fast on these Avengers chests.
Yeah, and this is not the only contested team, right? There are going to be other fights happening here. Play close attention to what's going to go down, though. Power Alex and Worthy do have a little bit of a disadvantage here, playing the low ground as the standoff starts to develop. Meanwhile, a quad contested drop spot for Peterbot and Pollo, who have control of their side, where Trashy and Threat seem to be in a little bit of a head-to-head.
Well, hold that thought, though, because for a moment it seemed as if we were going to, you know, potentially be dealing with Quezy and Aspect here, but I don't see them anywhere in sight, NDF. I think right now, Swizzy, Yapko, they're just trying to do what they can to prevent themselves from being the victims of Trashy and Threats currently, but also keep in mind what Peterbot was saying earlier on. That is always going to be ours. Emma Frost, Medallion, and that
City
Mid-Mid first, that's everything that they're after.
פיטרבוט ופויו כבר לקחו את המדליה. מה אני רואה פה?
Teams landing here not to step center foot into their location.
It's only a matter of time though. As soon as that
הם אפילו ניסו לעצור אותם.
There's going to be 15 seconds that Swizzy, Yapko, Threats, Trashy, they're all going to be marked here at the raft. So escaping might not be the solution. They're going to have to fight their way out of this.
We've seen the interviews, we've seen, you know, Trashy and Threat's perspective on this. They already know that they're going to have a problem with Swizzy and Yapko, and that Peterbot and Pollo will just be waiting for their opportunity as the time continues to tick on. You can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments, but Veno and Clicks, y'all, are here, and they
כולם מתים על וינו וקליקס.
The moment these names lit up on screen, you can just hear the crowd going crazy. I mean, a clear fan favorite for good reason. And I think the most incredible part about it is just listening to Clicks talk about the fact, hey, we just found out a couple days ago, yeah, we are going to be contested. But for Damo and Resigns, you have to also factor in, this is familiarity for them. Sandy Steps has been their home as well.
Yeah, and this is a lot of respect coming from both sides. Clicks and Veno, of course, just feeling out the playing field right now, playing the outskirts, meaning that no team can, you know, rotate from behind them, whereas...
וואי, זה מטורף שקליקס קונטנט קריאטור ענק, וגם FNCS צ'מפיון, כאילו, אחי. לא FNCS צ'מפיון, אבל FNCS קונטסטד.
And CZB and Nathan, I think, definitely one of those teams that I think a lot of people would view as that potential underdog story. But the interesting aspect is knowing that they are going to be contested here at Grand Glacier. And what we're seeing a lot of
Grand Glacier contested, אחי. זה לא המקום הכי מת במפה כרגע, צ'אט?
And what kind of dominoes effect that might have after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get when there's this much money on the line, when you have this much time, right, to wait, sit, contemplate your strategy. What are you going to do when the call comes? You have to answer it. Chap and Tini here pushing the pressure, pushing the conversation right now. Ager's not looking good for him. He's going to be the first to fall, and that's one NA team down.
Bit of a tragic start there for Rise and Agers, but their downfall is Teeny and Chap's uprising. Bound to be super happy with the elimination damage that they just secured there. Surge tags are always going to be so crucial. And in a lobby like this, MDF, we know that we have so many heavy power hitter teams. That's going to be insane to think about.
תכלס, מה הנשק הכי טוב לדמג' כרגע, צ'אט?
Here's someone who's going to do just that. Thomas HD doing an excellent job holding his high ground. He's got the angle down on the teams there in the distance. I saw Gone and Quanti as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop spot, not for free, but again, that southern side is theirs at the moment. Quezy and Thomas HD are going to be happy with these tags, right? This is the bigger picture of hyper-competitive Fortnite. It just doesn't get more difficult than this.
Man City
we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Cammy and Seti. This is a team that is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is Vico and Flixie, some of Europe's strongest coming up, and I dare to say part of the new era.
Sparks already starting to fly though. Vico trying to see if he can get an overhead view onto Virgo and Shadow. A little bit of a wraparound. Virgo now trying to see if he can switch, but Shadow is too exposed. Vico, Flixie, they take the opportunity. They try to collapse. A nice connection, but at the same time, Shadow still standing. Virgo knows it's time to bail. And they're going to force themselves into a disengage, but Flixie, he's not interested in that. Flixie wants more.
Oh yeah, this is a storybook kind of conversation right here. This is something that we expect it to happen.
Oh my god, okay.
Against the likes of Flixie and Vico's pathing.
Oh my god.
Get out of the way or get ran down. And Virgo and Shadow are going to be another NA team to fall here to the hands of a European juggernaut.
הוריד אחד ככה בקליל, וגם קפץ על השני והוריד אותו בשנייה.
For Flixie and Vico.
There's a big reason why
גם את הפיסטול החדש, נכון.
always uncontested. You do not want to have to deal with some of those up close and personal box fights early on, but Paper, Victor B, they've also found themselves in a little bit of skirmish here. Clone, alongside Kremzu, trying to make sure, but they've got to be careful. Look at the stealth opportunity.
Quanti.
Gone and Quanti, absolute ninjas.
They're getting really close here. A lot of danger lurking nearby, and Brazil, of course, known for what they're capable of when it comes down to jumping in and playing aggressive, and they do just that, but no, the ambush was unsuccessful. Paper, so close, escapes by the skin of his teeth. Talk about Brazilian teams sneaking up. It's Person and Ed, also on the prowl right now.
Everybody just crouch walking up to all of the commotion that this box fight is
מה
bringing
אני
just
רואה?
outside northwest side of Mount Olympus here. And the most important aspect though, Paper, you gotta
איזה
respect that
מוגזם.
180 turnaround, throws up the middle.
איזה מוגזם. יש פה 1, 2, 3, 4 טימים. 4 טימים.
Cut short. Victor V, Paper, all these teams starting to congest here, and a surge base on top to boot.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Person Ed are recognizing we have to get in a fight. Like whether we want to or not, Storm Surge is going to become an issue. And if you're unfamiliar what that means, when there's a certain amount of players alive, the game is going to force you to fight other teams. Damage will start to rain in the visual of lightning bolts and take you out the game if you're not being active.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for Victor V and Paper is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker. Clone and Kremsu, though, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of for a time being, though. Just keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
תראו את הבייס שדפק שם למעלה, אחי. לדפוק זה...
Trying to see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper really
לא, צריך לדפוק טיקים למלא אנשים, אחי. וואי, סטורם סרג' פה הולך להיות מטורף. באמת, זה הולך להיות מספרים שלא ראינו, חבר'ה.
It's only going to be a matter of time before this starts to go super south. So if Paper and Victor V can't step up and finish this fight soon,
למרות שההבדל הפעם...
Yeah, but at this point they have to find closure. There's no opportunity to retreat. You are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, Kremsu, more than content to sit this one out though, because the weapon bunker is sounding, and they're going to have the advantage once it opens.
Yeah, if they get to jump down there first and of course secure the goods, there's going to be a lot of loot that's going to be given out to Clone here shortly, but Paper and Victor V don't want that to happen. You can see how much more urgency, right, is put behind these shots.
Wow, okay.
Clone, Kremsu, the opening has arrived here, but Victor V, Paper, they're still...
קנדה וקופר.
I don't want to call it hesitant, but definitely wary of what awaits them when they try to catch Clone and Kremsu exiting that bunker. Malabuka Mercedes, they've encountered some early difficulties like at Restored Reels. Last we checked in, they were getting a couple of decent tags onto Alex and Worthy, but now, knowing that Malabuka is in that solo position, it's going to be tough to make his way towards a reboot ban with this much traffic around him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Look at Kanata and Cooper, though, on the move right now, trying to continue to find their way not only to the new zone, but play for this high ground, right? Looking for tags off in the distance, and very different strategy for Kanata and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box-to-box fight, you know, very close quarter. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now.
אחד מהדברים הכי חשובים בטורניר, חבר'ה, זה לשים לב שיש לכם דאשים.
Because they've taken over a hill just northwest of Restored Reels, and they know all those duos that are far west on the map, far north, they're going to
חייבים.
through Cooper and Kanata. They're just
לא, אחי.
for setting up surge bases in positions where you have ample opportunity to deal some damage to other teams.
Oh, look at this. This is the clash we all expected. Veno and Clicks versus Oceania's Damo there, who just rotated by. They're going to be the first to get a couple of tags and start to get the lead here. You have to be really careful. Veno and Clicks are going to recognize that if they stay in the storm, what's going to happen, those other teams are going to have strong positions to give them even more of a problem later. But it seems like they want to continue to press the action here.
Kashoro, though, kind of could get caught in the mix here. Not sure if Quezy and Veno have spotted him out just yet, but Kashoro, the moment that he tries to break through, that's when Clicks sees small opportunity to try and pounce in here. But again, MDF, this is getting a little bit more drawn out than maybe what Quezy and Veno were after.
Yeah, because Andalix and Sato were still here. They thought it was just a solo, but now they walk into almost a spider's web here. Sato and Andalix do have heals as well, so they can kind of sustain themselves for quite some time, but I'm not sure how much Andalix has to work with. Meanwhile, the GOATs of the region, the kings of EU, the most consistent duo in the world when it comes to performances in the recent years are here.
Every view we pan over, it's like sharks in the water currently. The fact that Cammy and Seti have now decided to just stroll on, they recognize there's no real openings for us to taste this one just yet. let's prioritize our positioning and set because they can always set up.
Ooh!
Trying to do what he can to escape, but then
Let's go! Let's go! הוא קיבל רפרש טוב, וואו, הוא קיבל רפרש טוב באמת.
Veno's gonna be the first to claim it alongside Clicks here for a big elimination, and that's gonna set themselves off.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. זה היה חשוב, זה היה מאוד חשוב עכשיו. יופי, הם יכולים להיות רגועים יותר עכשיו.
Completely opposite situation now as we talked about them keeping their distance. Visual and Braids are gonna step up to the plate. Let's see if they can hit this swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Something important to consider though, Visuals and Braids, this is our duo that came in at the final hour. Just last night, they discovered that they were going to be participating on the global stage. What's their prep time look like in comparison to everyone else? But more importantly still, Braids,
פגע 30 אבל וואלה, החזיק את זה טוב. זה מעולה. איי, כאן אדם... כאן בקופר שלהם מלא בניות, מלא בניות.
Trying to forcibly create space.
And this is not just any backup duo here. This is a team that is very much tenured and familiar with one another. They in fact have duoed with each other throughout the year. So again, not your regular
מטל, אחי.
This is a very, very
כל מה שנשאר לו.
to be fighting right now, and a huge opportunity like this is not going to be
Poor
taken
guy.
for granted. And you can see the fact that they
Poor guy.
you know, these great players
יורים את מליבוקה.
walls tells a lot. Let's jump in with Merstash and Malibuka here, though, as the Storm Surge is effectively active now. Great place to be rotating through here at the Grim Gate, but I'm not too sure, even after being picked up, if Merstash is going to have a chance to really get back into the swing of things.
Peterbot and Pollo על האי.
Who's playing for it?
Peterbot and Pollo did not even wait a moment's notice. As soon as the Rift Island spawned in, these two were prepped and ready to go. Peterbot already taking advantage, putting some pressure onto teams that are just trying to rotate at the bottom.
כמה הם? כמה היה כדור שם הבב?
Some of those rifts along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like Peterbot and Pollo, and they're not the only
200, חשבתי שראיתי, עזבו. הייתי בשוק, חשבתי שראיתי הרבה.
Yeah, they're going to be able to scout them out in just a couple of moments here. So, Trashing and Threats will have a big, big problem here. The hold up, King and Phaser talk about problems, are pushing down.
Oh, Bobadil.
Now, there's something that we know about King is that he's not someone you want to face in a box fight. What he's managed to do all throughout this week is instill fear into every duo. He has challenged players in the practice rooms back to back and has been the most successful.
But the way that you're mentioning that, it's all about the solos, and this is a duo's game here, MDF. King trying to see if he can get damage onto Reason or Badil, but currently, Germans, they're the ones holding height, and King, he's going to have to start burning through some of these small shield potions, and the real issue is once those shields crack, Badil, Reason, more than close enough to hear it, but they also need the damage, so the key is inevitable.
Yeah, both sides are extremely aware that this is a fight for Surge right now, and should King's team get a tag, the Surge is gonna flip. They are the team quite literally above them, and it doesn't really get much closer than this, and this is the most opportunistic time for King to take down a duo here. But Reason, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Pressure starts to loom on them.
Craziest part to think about too is that they've still got to watch their backs because Rift Island just lurking in the distance, slightly higher elevation than themselves. Peterbot and Pollo, they were definitely trying to see if they could track down anybody for some additional tags, knocks, elims ideally, but one of these teams has got to get a go on here, MDF. They can't afford to just sit idle. It's either fight or get eliminated.
Here it comes. I'm seeing two shots.
91 above, 91 above.
On the other side doing an
טוב.
but a trade comes out. King's weak.
טוב.
The fall. Reason and Badial come out on top, and even then, it's just enough to stay alive for now.
Crazy though when you think
מה זה הברקים האלה? זה נקרא סטורם סרג' דמג'. ברגע שאתה לא עושה מספיק דמג' לשחקנים אחרים וכולם עשו, אתה תקבל דמג' עד שתמות. אלא אם כן תפגע במישהו מספיק פעמים כדי להיות מעל דמג' טנדרבולט. קינג מת, קינג מת. מה אתם רוצים? בואי נגד ודיל וריזן.
interested potentially, but instead it's just going to be heading to the top of Rift Island. Malibuka might get face though. He wants more damage.
Little does he know, though, there is Trashian threats up here.
איפה מרסטאץ'?
Exet right now, still lurking nearby. I'm very curious as to why they haven't gone yet. And we might just find out here soon if they end up opening the box and taking fire. But no, Malibuka takes flight first.
הוא מת לזון.
He's going to get pretty far off. Will it be enough, Taco? It's not looking like the math is going to math here. As Malibuka is going to be the first to fall. He tries to get as far as possible. Murstache will have to land on him and save him now.
The problem, though, is that we're looking at 2 tick zones currently. Monster, Murstache, he can try his best effort. But I fear he might meet a similar fate, because even if he makes it into this next edge of zone, he's still going to have to deal with all the teams that are already based up, situated, and ready to take advantage of the players that are late straggling in.
Take a look at this refresh from Veno in clicks now, as they manage to find themselves a little bit of a cachet from some leftover action between Casper and Prism. Prism now not being in this fight. And still, you have OCE's Demo and Resigns almost on this warpath with them.
וואלה, מסת ומלבוקה, אחי, נפילה, אחי. נפילה, צ'אט, נפילה. זה עם קליס וונו, וואלה, בינתיים מעולה. בינתיים מעולה. בינתיים מצב באמת טוב איתם.
Scary team to go against in the warm-up games yesterday, in the scrims, right, in our practice lobbies. They pulled off a incredible 16 eliminations just to show the lobby what they're capable of.
The real issue is just knowing that for Quezy and Veno, Quezy just needs some.
נייס, אגם.
And you're not going to get that
וואלה,
at this
מצחיק.
stage.
מרסטאץ' שרד?
Oh! Malibuka, though, have pulled off a miracle at this.
שתיהם שרדו?
And it does seem, even though they're a little bit worse for wear, they're battered.
רגע, מה?
They're still kicking, and that's all they need at this stage.
They do have big shields as well to work with. That headshot that he picks up right there is going to make a huge difference there as far as their survivability is concerned. Major
איך הם בחיים?
happening though as we're covering the action here. One of those, it's Peterbot and Pollo staying active here. Down goes Chief from the high ground there. And they are doing what we expect of them. Very healthy, extremely material capped, and now picking up points. That's a runaway train potentially starting to take form.
אומייגאד. גם נראה לי לא השאלה הכי טובה. נראה לי אתה רואה מה אנחנו עושים.
Just trying to see if they can find an angle. Yuma Rise under a little bit of duress here, but it's back to clicks. Veno trying to see if they can finagle their way out of this awkward position that they found themselves in, boxed up right next to Acorn and Cold. But again, Acorn and Cold, they've got decent amount of materials to work with. More importantly still, though, I think that they are certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for.
Oh yeah, yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem.
למה שתיהם אבל עם AR, אחי?
Teams that we've been kind of following the story, Victor V and Paper. Paper a little worse for wear. Seems like a bad peek's going to go ahead and put him on the backside of this engagement here. And Veno facing the struggles of taking a lot of damage here as well, and not being able to recover now as they don't have whites.
וואלה, הם ווייטס. עכשיו שאני רואה. נייס, עידו. let's go, אחי. ג'אמה, אתה רוצה להצטרף אלינו, אחי?
Got to be dealing with Epic Oil and Muzzle on. The fact that this dude already has 3 elims is rather impressive, but Malibuka as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a little bit of an angle to peak advantage, so Malibuka's going to look to try and see if he can find a more aggressive push from underneath. Meanwhile, Murstache, again, just trying to make sure he doesn't take another tick from the storm, but it's too little too late. Just barely makes it in. At least Malibuka can go for the revive.
You know, all things
תראו, הוא הולך לריבייב והוא מקבל יותר HP. איי, הם מקבלים גם טיקים מהזון.
Time lost. The surge is active. They need to find a couple tags. Into the box they go. Back behind him is another duo as well. And if he doesn't hit this shot, he's going to be sent back to the lobby. And he hits the one that matters.
Oh, baby, below. Above.
Flying their way out of this hole here.
הוא מת. תמשיך.
Malibuka is doing everything in his power, but here they have finally met their end. Zero business making it that far in the first place, though. But
oh my God!
That Malibuka Summer Stash can bring.
Well, here's a couple things to celebrate. Placement points has been reached. We are inside the top 25. Anyone alive now is going to start to be rewarded with more and more points. This is where things start to almost compound for you. So you want to stay up. Veno is down right now. Clix has a very important decision to make here. Do you save your best mate or let him get sent back to the lobby so you can just focus in now? Seems like he wants to go for the save. It's going to be the saving grace here for a moment, though. Instead, Veno makes the call. Leave me. Continue to play the game here.
Veno knew there was just way too much pressure coming from the other side of that wall. The fully intact duo.
Oh my God.
Duo being Quezy and Thomas HD. There's just no realistic opportunity for Clix to bring that one back. But Quezy, he's actually looking a little hurt here. He might have been desperate at that point, and Clix finds himself in a similar situation. Only has small shield potions to rely on.
100 בניות, אחי, 100 בניות.
He's got to make a move, and he's got to do it now. But I don't think anybody's giving him an opening.
Well, he's still inside the top 20 now. The more teams that fall, this would be excellent for Clix here. He just has to hold on.
Oh my God.
And he is doing just that. A little bit of a zone pull towards his side, more or less. But High Ground has Cammy and Seti looking from up above, and it has never looked better for this duo.
Kadu and Sia having already been eliminated. And again, reconvening with Clix's...
Oh my God.
Holy moly!
Just crazy. The fact that he managed to escape.
Still alive. He's clutching. Almost a top 15 now. And he's inside the top 15. Could he make a top 10?
Aye.
So close, and down he goes to the hand.
Peterbot.
He takes him down. Peterbot is also a solo.
It could have been
לא מאמין.
this circumstance, but of course it had to be Peterbot. But take a look at the high ground. Chapentini. And they're looking for even more still. 5 eliminations already built up here, Monster. And they've got a really strong grasp on this high ground.
What an incredible view for Chapentini. This is coming off the mountain here. Seti seems
Had
to
HP.
have lost his teammate now. Has to do this on his own here. But still, anything can happen. But Muzzen Epic Guerrero inside the box, inside the lane. He's throwing armored walls down. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Excellent plays here from Seti. No time to play with this storm, though. He just cannot afford it.
Said he's doing everything he can to try and scale his way up this mountain face, but things are just going to get all the more vicious the higher he climbs. The more pressure he might
מה זה בלי בניות? פיטרבוט. זה לא שהוא יצא מזה עכשיו. איך הוא חי! איך הוא חי! אחי! Oh my God! וואו! אני לא הבנתי איך הוא נשאר כזה הרבה זמן. וואי, אחי, הם בעי כל כך הרבה זמן.
Bryce and Yuma, who also has 7 eliminations. Yuma sends up against Acorn, finds a beautiful tag there. Loses his teammate though, finds another exchange. It's back and forth here. Anything can still happen.
All these teams scurrying in the low ground though, they're sabotaging each other.
What? What? אני לא מבין שאקרון לא הרג אותו. פלקון, אוקיי. Oh my God.
For the ages indeed here. 5 eliminations still for Teeny and Chap. Things are starting to rack up. Teeny, the first to go down. Chap's also weak. They jump in. The game. And game number 1. The victory royale will go to Chap and Teeny.
Could it be more deserved the way that they held down that
Wow.
MDF? You could tell that they were aiming exclusively.
וואו, לא היה להם משחק מעולה. הם החזיקו את העי כמו שצריך. היה להם בניות.
You have to keep in mind there's somebody on the ground that can help out even more so.
Wow.
Dallas, would you please give it up for your Game 1 winners? Chappatini, do you want to step up for me here, fellas? So everyone can see your glorious faces. Let's kick things off here. What a great start. I mean, you guys, obviously, game one, a lot of pressure, a bit of waiting around the beginning, but in front of these fans, to walk us through the...
שיחקו את זה מעולה, אין משום מילה רעה.
Good. We're the best players, so it's easy.
Best players, easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys worked to get Vico and Flixie in the last seconds there. You had the high ground. Is that what really counted there?
Of course, we're only playing for height, and that's how you win games. That's it.
Coming into this competition, obviously a lot of expectations, things that might happen. Did things pan out in that first game as you thought they might, or was it very different?
It was different. We took forecast, and then we just played out.
Those forecast towers are playing very pivotal in this as well. How important are those in the rest of this competition with 11 games left to go?
The most important thing, if you get that, you win the game. It's easy.
Would you please give it up one more time for your game one winners? Chappatini, everyone! Oh, things have started beautifully here. There is loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024. A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. There's loads more coming your way very, very soon.
אוי, 3 דקות למשחק הבא. בואו נראה חבר'ה. מקום ראשון, פיטרבוט, איפה קליקס וono? קליקס וono מקום 16, וורזי ואלכס מקום 17. אפיקוול ומאז מקום 7. טוב. צ'יפ ופלקון שהם מקוריאה, הם שחקנים מקוריאה. הם מאוד. לא, הוא מקוריאה. או שהוא סתם עושה את זה. אין לי מושג, אחי, אני מכיר אותו, לא מכיר אותו. אוקיי, אשכרה, כאילו, תראו, אני לא צור איתכם, כאילו. אין לי מושג מי מקום שני, אני איתכם בשיא הכנות, כאילו. איפה קליקס? קליקס מקום 16 ביחד עם ונו. והוא הקליש את מקום 16. הם היו אמורים פה באיזה טופ 20 כאילו, קל. הם לא אמורים לעבור את מקום 20 כאילו. על פיטרבוט ופויו אחי. זה מטורף שהם לקחו כאילו... איפה הם? פיטרבוט ופויו. הנה. הם לקחו מקום רביעי. אברג' עלים 8. 8 זה הכי הרבה. כל הטורניר זה 8. וואו, מאץ' 1, 0 נקודות. עצוב. בוא נראה מי הכי טוב שאנחנו מכירים שלא עשה כלום. בולטס אחי, שב-FNCS הוא לוקח הכי משהו מטורף כאילו. הוא לוקח ניצחון פעמיים. מקום 43 כרגע. טוב, התחלה רע. אביב ובוגה מקום 36. 0 נקודות. וואו. כן, אמרתי לכם, אני מההתחלה אמרתי לכם, אבל מה אמרתי לכם מההתחלה? מה אמרתי לכם שאת מההתחלה? בגלל שזו עונה שאין בה משהו אין בה שום דבר שהוא overpower, אז באמת פה אתם רואים עכשיו סקיל. פה אתם רואים נטו סקיל. קופר וקנדה 0 נקודות? גם הם 0 נקודות. ריט 14 נקודות. מלי בוקה ומרסטאץ' עם 16 נקודות בהקלצ'ה מטורפת כאילו. באמת, הם היו אמורים להיות פה, הם פה. באמת, הקלצ'ה מטורפת. אלכס וורזי, אני בשוק כאילו, והם לקחו את הפייט. אתם מבינים שהם לקחו את הפייט, כן? לא, ג'מבו, עכשיו אני אומר לך מה ההבדל פה. ההבדל פה מבין 95% מהמשחקים האחרים זה שזה... יש מזל, אבל זה גם הרבה מאוד סקיל בעונה הזאת. הרבה מאוד סקיל בעונה הזאת. תגיד מה שתגיד.
Yeah, they're kind of one of the best teams right now and showing up today and showing up early as well, eliminating Agers and Rise right off the bat.
Yeah, really interesting after this first game because we were sort of talking about it going into the first game. Where are these guys going to land? What's their strategy?
מבחינת הזון אני מסכים איתך, יש המון מזל מבחינת הזון, זה מכריע די הרבה מאוד דברים הזון, אבל זה הרבה מאוד סקיל, הרבה מאוד סקיל בעונה הזאת.
At the beginning of the show, they want that forecast out, and that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and
רק אומר כאילו שתראו את הלוט שלו. רק אומר שתראו את הלוט שלו שהוא לקח את השוטגן החדש ופיסטול לג'נדרי. רק אומר, חבר'ה.
From zone 9, once again the forecast tower
allowing
them to know where to move that height and use or save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there. Absolutely phenomenal. What a great way to start the competition.
Just again cold. They're just ice cold, chilling there. Yeah, we're the best. Not a big deal. Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game number 1. Just so many solo performances that all took place. I mean, we saw there for a moment even Rise and Yuma making a top 3. 8 eliminations? That's terrifying. We can't let that happen.
Yes, we can, and they did. And I want to see it happen again. Rise and Yuma representing Asia right now, showing
לא מסכים איתך, לא מסכים איתו בכלל. הפיסטול זה נראה לי הנשק הכי מכוון שיש כאילו במשחק. וגם הדמג' שלו מטורף.
Final few moments, the crowd erupted as soon as they got that final elimination. Wasn't quite enough to get into that first or second, but they've got to be happy with that start.
אני תמיד לוקח פיסטול, כאילו, פיסטול... הברסט כאילו מטורף, אני לא... אתה לא טועה, האג מטורף, אבל... וואי, פה זה המטורף.
And for Peterbot to take down Clicks in game number 1, you know that there was definitely some emotions going high right there. But Peterbot, if he is down into a solo, I mean, he's honestly a duo as a single player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these players have the ability to do this, solo clutches. And in big events like this, 12-game formats, these solo clutches are going to be so vital in getting these guys into a really nice position. I must say, this burst assault rifle ex Peterbot is a crazy combo. It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these endgame situations, taking out Seti there at that final few moments just to keep himself going. Of course, too little, too late towards the end.
I mean, their strategy is just so clean from the start. Landing rep, getting the coin, getting the mythic AR, going over to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit of height, a little bit more mats, and more importantly, getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw Pollo kind of modifying his weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were prepared for the end game.
I love seeing their third
place. פויו נראה כמו חייזר. הייתי חייב לומר את זה. פויו נראה כמו חייזר, אחי.
You've already done too much. You've already let them get too far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they started it off so strong as well, getting eliminations onto Shadow and Virgo by zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Another really solid performance of these guys. We've seen them do it previously. This is exactly what we expected. Low to mid ground, finding those eliminations.
לא, אני פשוט... לא, חבר'ה.
It was kind of like major 3.
אין מה לעשות, יש אנשים שנראים בדרך מסוים, אין לו שום דבר. כן, יש שתי פלופרים, איך ג'מבו אומר? לא רואים אור שמש.
They went towards the north side of their drop spot, so interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout the day, whether the forecast tower fight's going to affect that, but really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We could talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
Yeah, that was a very intense
game. מסכים איתך על זה אימייג'.
You know, I couldn't even believe it. I almost, you know, just threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still, of course, we have 2 EU teams duking it out to close off our first lobby here. And match 2 is ready to go.
יאללה, מאץ' 2, חבר'ה.
Match number 2 is here. What do we have in store for us this game? I mean, last one was surely a surprise with the Middle Eastern teams taking a top 10 position. One Asia team up there as well. And of course, those that you expect. The best from NA, some of the greats from EU.
Yeah, and Acorn and Cold, they haven't necessarily had an easy time about it either here at Brutal Beachhead. You know, you get like the soft contest coming out of Analyx and Sato, and this could prove to be very difficult, though, for Analyx and Sato, because you can tell the commitment is there, but if they want to take this fight to Acorn and Cold, it could be a really difficult one to actually close out in quick fashion.
We have to give all credit to not only Quezy and Veno for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Veno and Resigns who found even more placement points, ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game actually. When you start to do the math on that, that is almost unprecedented.
איזה לוט יש לו, מה הוא מטורף?
Resigns were trailing
Yeah.
Quezy and Veno the entire match, and if they hadn't actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo,
אני יכול להבין איפה...
things could have maybe gone a little differently there because that's what really got them tied up into a rough position.
כן, אני מכיר אותו, חבר טוב.
Hindsight's always 2020. Currently, we are focused on the now. Chap and Teeny lingering around the Nitrodrome, but Kanata and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know Kanata closer to Agers and Rise, who was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muzz, so pretty interesting, you know, zone dynamics are going to take shape here, and that's really part
אני לא הבנתי איפה לעזר קליקס, כאילו קליקס היה שם, אבל וינו לא היה שם, לא הבנתי מה זה היה, או שזה היה באג.
And it's about adjusting in the real time, but here's Seiyun, here's Keidu against Casper and Prism. Little stands off here, so it seems like this game, similar to match one, is going to kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, red line rig, make sure that he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to make a play for that reboot max. Like, didn't see anywhere near, so almost makes you wonder at the same time. It's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti. They have angles, they have a little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active right now just outside the Rebels' roost. What is happening here? They seem to be finding their groove right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these duos a really difficult time, making them all second guess whether or not they should be sticking around. You know, that's impressive.
Yeah, but this is also a really smart disengage from King and Phaser, recognizing the fact Sky Scroll still nearby as well. Rebels Roost just a little bit too poppin' for their interest at the moment, but even hanging around the underworld could pose some issues because they didn't stick around for the fight. Don't know how much surge damage they've actually been able to through at this stage.
אבל כולם משתמשים בפרק של FNCS. כולם.
Even some of the teams that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate to struggle with their surge damage having issues.
Very interesting. We get to catch up with Batman, Bugha, and Rapid the Grim Gate. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, coming out of Major 3, of course, with an excellent performance. You know, if you start looking at the paper trail of Rapid and Batman, Bugha,
אם הייתי שם הייתי עושה אני אגיד את האמת שהלנדינג ספוט שלי היה תלוי עם מי הייתי שם, אם הייתי עם חן הייתי קופץ מהאוטובוס וקופץ מאיזשהו הר, אם הייתי עם גרשון או ג'מבו אז הייתי היינו מנסים לעשות משהו. אחי, אני מת על חן, אבל חן, אחי, שחקן פיתה, אחי, שחקן פיתה. הוא יכול לנצח אותי בקריאטיב 1,000,001, כאילו, באמת. אבל ברגע שניגשים למשחק אמיתי, אי אפשר להשוות את הרמה ביני לבינו.
Yeah, something happened there, but Boltz and Bryce are in a fight right now. Little build-off happening here. This is a pretty intensive early game fight for... Given the situation, a Zone 1 Sky base going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset if it doesn't end fast. It's up again, Biko and Clixy. You know, obviously, our second place coming out of game 1.
הוא רוצה לבחור במי הוא נלחם, כי הוא רגע נלחם בבולטס, רגע נלחם בזה.
Bryce and Boltz are not going to fold here, though. The forecast tower, the weapons bunker that spawns nearby Dupenhazen, where Boltz and Bryce like to land. And this is something that they were willing to just read in ritual for when it was read in ritual at Reckless Railway. So now Biko, Flixie...
אבל גם אם לא תבקש סליחה מה שאמרנו מקודם, אז תקבל בן מעליי, אבל זה יגיד לך, איך לבקש סליחה, אחי. הם לא משחררים, אחי. אין מה לעשות, מי שמשיג את זה, משיג הישג מטורף, כאילו.
stuck because
קוד הבכיר,
Bryce and
קלטת
Boltz
את זה
either need to get eliminated or forced out here. Whoever controls the NPC is going to win.
It's pretty incredible. You got to talk with Vico. I got to talk with Boltz and Boltz's brother, and they had nothing but positive things to say and honestly confidence about the fact that this is their forecast tower, and he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this drop. Vico and Flixie seem to be the first, of course, boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the card, which means they have everything that they need here to go ahead and be the one to get the first dibs. But Boltz comes in, takes down Flixie from up above. Whose tower is it?
Vico might have that key card, but how long can he really hold on to it? He's trying to just get out of dodge at this point, creating as much space as possible. But you know Boltz and Bryce, now that they've isolated Vico by forcibly eliminating Flixie, they're going to chase him. They do not want to let him escape with that forecast key card.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone who holds the keys to every single storm for the remainder of this game. It is worth so much more than just a set of points. Both guys have long and hard, and they end up easing off for a second, but it's because Clone and Kramsu is waiting for them, and Bryce is going to be one of the first to
אחי, הוא פשוט זרק את זה. הוא זרק להם את זה.
Clone and Kramsu were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when Vico tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I just need to get Flixie back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later. Kramsu and Clone, dude, too slick with it.
That was just dirty right there to get boxed up. But look, Boltz has the card, so he actually ends up finding Vico potentially here, or no?
Vico dropped it.
He ends up dropping it just so that he doesn't, bring that heat with him. So very interesting turn of events here.
But sure, you might have forecast secured, but at what cost? Because realistically, if I'm Kramsu, I'm not letting you escape. And that's the thing. Vico knew that there was no reason for him to try to hold on. He did not have the materials to feasibly escape unless he gave up that key card.
I actually love that we got to see him drop the key card as well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it. And he plays for another day.
וואלה, קליפ אותו רצח, אחי.
What this tournament means, right? That's not an interaction you'll have in any regular game, right? There's just something so prestigious about the Fortnite Global Championship that even the players give respect to one another like that. It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently, though. Clicks, Veno, Acorn, Gold, Chap, Teeny, Gammy,
Oh my gosh.
I don't think we could ask for anything better at this stage, but fact of the matter is, all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it, it's opening up right now, and Quezy and Veno the first to fold as they recognize, hey, there are 4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some scraps, get their attachments, but first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby though, Janice and Pixie, so it looks like
לא, בוגה לא יכול להיות משהו ברמה, בוגה פשוט הוא צריך לפי דעתי כבר להפסיק לשחק עם אביב. כל אחד שחקן מטורף בפני עצמו, אבל ביחד הם לא טובים, כאילו הם באמת לא טובים. אני רואה רגעים שלהם כאילו, ואני רואה שהם לא משחקים את זה ביחד, הם לא משחקים את זה כמו שכולם משחקים.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career closely. He is a very, very scary player. Once he starts to get situated, game 1 jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virga have been nothing but successful as a duo here. But wait a second, Vico and Flixie, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly some of the strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's Dayanith and Tinka, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening.
צ'פטר 5 היה אחד הצ'פטרים הכי חשובים שלנו בתחום הקומפלטיב, חבר'ה. לכן שואלים אותי למה? תשאלו אותי, למה? או שמישהו מכם יודע, אני רוצה לדעת מישהו מכם יודע לענות לי.
they've been successful despite the fact that Vico was incredibly low on material count as well. He's
שואלים אותי למה? אתם לא יודעים חבר'ה? צ'פטר 5 זה הצ'פטר שבו הם החליטו להוסיף את הדבר הזה שנקרא ללכת ולשים מילים תוך כדי. הדבר הזה שינה לגמרי את כל העולם של האי-ספורט בפורטנייט. הוא מוסיף את זה בצ'פטר 5 ועונה 1 וזה מטורף. זה פשוט שינה גיימפליי שלם אפשר לומר.
He can possibly get involved. Teeny already sitting on the base for a moment there. You couldn't even tell.
I don't even know if it's Quezy that's in danger nearly as much as what it might be Thomas HD when he tries to work his way back towards the surge base he has with Quezy. You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he scouted it out. Managed to just in the nick of time. Quezy also on high alert now. But Chap, Teeny, they've made enough noise. Other teams in the distance actually trying to take side shots at them.
Gotta respect Thomas HD's ability to not only see them and react faster than they can land a shot on him, but also...
אני לא מאמין.
Before it was too late. And look,
לא חבר'ה, זה היה בצ'פטר 5.
Like, wait, that team, they want to fight? No, we don't need that. They give them the respect. They back off the restored reels. They play for center zone now. And this is a very, very good early rotate to go ahead and find a new position here, find some new real estate, if you will. Meanwhile, at the Grim Gate, we have another rise in Yuma coming out of Asia, representing here last game. Phenomenal performance, ending up towards the top. 8 eliminations as well. This game off to a hot start with 2. Look, we look away, we blink for a second, and the double headshot onto Phaser.
The lineup is just nasty.
צ'אבה!
You can just tell.
צ'אבה שהם דפקו אגדה בליידשוט.
And Quezy probably ecstatic about that loot llama they essentially just picked up from the knock.
Yeah, I don't even know if they want to...
צ'אבה שהם החזיקו...
At this point...
הם העלימו אותו, מה זה העלימו אותו? יואו.
Haven't stopped their pursuits onto different duos. I'm feeling like maybe they're not getting enough tags in these fights.
מחיקה.
It can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of
מחיקה.
They're just barreling down onto anybody.
איזה מחיקה אחי, לא, זה היה מוגזם.
Less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the process. All they want at the end of the day is the points from the eliminations and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain their smoothness.
אחי,
below, Chap and Teeny are currently boxed up, and they are not the only ones. Kremsu, Clone, lurking overhead. Persa, Ed as well. Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Chap and Teeny, 130 below. Just mention that they're not finding the tags, and it's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight.
אני מה לומר כאילו. וואי.
The best here, double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind Pixie now. The other duo, basically, that's there is Ed and Persa, who are also very, very weak. It's just not looking good for the Brazilian duos. Not looking too good for EU's Jonas.
I'm aggressive.
Chap's hurt. Back against the wall. He needs to find the one, and it's so close, but he's going to be the first to fall.
Pixie kind of reminding Chap, hey, we're familiar with each other for a reason, but Jonas and Pixie, they just had too much of an advantage knowing that the Storm Surge was trickling in, essentially. It just put too much pressure onto Chap and Teeny. They were just taking recklessly aggressive fights, not methodically calculated ones.
Reminder, Falcons, Teeny, and Chap were your first place team coming into match number 2. They are now down and out, effectively opening up the leaderboards for other teams to start to climb on up now.
Casper and Prism as well. I think that this is a duo that has really caught some pretty big attention given their recent performances in EU. Casper as well. FKS, that flashback moment, but Janice, Pixie especially is in a really rough position, trying to deal with Quanti at the same time as well, but these two know they've just got to disengage. They need an opportunity to get that mech hit off, so Pixie will find a moment here, but Quanti still good pose, pretty big threat. all depends on how Giannis and Pixie actually choose to leave from this current position.
Take a look at Epic Way on Muzz right now. Also, below the Storm Surge here, they just need a little tag. Bring your focus down to that bottom right, that map. We're in zone 5 out of 12, right? So we're getting into the late part of the game. Things are going to get to real
Epic Way ומאז כרגע אוכלים אותה.
And it's only going to become more and more difficult if you're one of those teams that don't have heals.
The problem is, when you're also a team like Muzz and Epic, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. And they'll look to try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island. Surprisingly enough, mostly undisturbed.
Little update there.
וינו וקליקס שם, אוקיי, ופיטרבוט ופולו גם שם.
10th place is out, first place is out. Cammy and Seti not looking too great right here. Below the damage threshold as well. Again, what that means is that lightning bolt is going to start coming down from the sky. They're going to start losing.
כי זה לא מול העובד המשאר, זה מוריד להם 25 כל פעם.
Periodically, it'll start to add up. Flixie and Vico. This is why they're fighting all the time.
ברגע שאתה בלואו בדמג' זה מה שקורה לך. אתה מקבל טיק של 25 כל בערך 3 שניות.
Meanwhile, Rise and Yuma jump into the mix here. This is our team in the lead here. Vico, though, is so good that he is putting up numbers up against every single region right now. It's still defending for his teammate.
He's just trying to make sure that he can throw Flixie into a safe position. Revive is clearly on his mind. Armored walls are going to be sent out. Yuma, Rise, they're hoping that they can try to collapse. But here the moment has left them. Vico doing
לא, אחי, גם הכל טוב, אחי.
when it mattered most
מה?
to hold his ground.
אחי, אין מצב שהוא יצא מזה בחיים.
Flixie has been brought back into this battle.
האמת שכן, נקרא ברזל באמת הוסיפו. הם הוסיפו הרבה יותר מהרסו. שזה אני בשוק שפורטנייט עשו את זה.
Second place teams basically to be going head to head, but let's jump in with Clone and Kramsu right now. Another team very, very desperate here to find a fight. Clicks and Epic Whale are the team not so desperate but ready to defend.
הם above 300. Oh! 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 וואו! איך הוא ראה את זה? תראו את זה! אורי טק טק! טק טק, ישר, אחי! בלי לחשוב!
kind of bounce back too that you would hope for, especially when you consider game number 1 probably got a little bit more messy than what they initially intended. So moments like that can really captivate a lot of momentum for players on the big stage.
You know, you make a great point. The first game was really difficult for them. They spend a little too much time inside the storm. So look, already micro adjustments starting to come in, but Muzz and Epic Whale here. Muzz is down. Or sorry, Epic Whale's down. Muzz is by himself. He finds the tags that he needs, doubles back to save his teammate as the Storm Surge was doing damage. And Vidil and Reason are recognizing, wait a second. Why did you stop pushing here? Something clearly went wrong. Muzz now has to...
Oh my god, אחי. Oh my god, shit.
And the development now for Muzz is that he is left by himself with nothing to...
אני אומר לכם, הם לא נורמליים, אחי. קליקס לא נורמלי.
At this point, if Vidil and Reason want to push.
At the same time, though, Muzz is definitely a bit of a solo mastermind. If anybody could look
אוי, מאז לבד בלי
the
HP, אחי.
real issue that I'm seeing right now, though, MDF
עם 5 פיז, אחי.
right behind where Muzz is currently fixated. And if he wants to press forward,
חייב למצוא לוט, חייב משהו.
on the other end of these walls, it's going to cost Muzz so much if he's able to escape this as far as his builds are concerned. He's already looking low on that material count.
Yeah, you saw him look through the wall. I was like, wait, what's left there? Nothing. And I think that was a mistake because now Varial and Reason can tell, wait, he's still pretty close and they definitely know he's a weakened solo. But hey, if Muzz can stay alive, he has the zone, he'll be okay for a little bit of time. Placement points are just moments away. Take a look from the other perspective, how the damage ended up racking up.
וואו, כמה דמג' הוא עשה לו, ואז הם הורידו אותו. לא מאמין, אחי.
Very, very close. Had you know, they not have that problem. They definitely
Pollo,
want to team ahead, but
Peterbot.
here's a team that hasn't really found their footing just yet. Peterbot and Pollo trying to figure it out in match number 2 right now.
Well, you say that, but Peterbot was kind of on a rampage in our first lobby. But this time, obviously, hoping that he can do it alongside his duo, Bifoli, Kyoto. They are met with an armored wall.
תראו, זה מטורף. אני לא אשקר שהארמור וולד מוסיפים למשחק מהרבה סיבות. וואו, הארמור וולד באמת מוסיפים מלא. חושבים על זה.
They kind of have to though, but no, Mapoli goes up to the box by himself. Bugha and Pars are some of the best to do it though, and they hit their tags. Literally granted a huge get comfortable and situated in this game now. Meanwhile, Quezy and Veno on a huge rotate here across the map. Talk about a night and day position to be in. Eland, material, and much more to work with right now. Quezy though has to buy some time, get a little healthy here. Starting to run out of shields to work with though, but still, they get time to regather themselves, to compose themselves for a moment.
The most important part was looking at both
אין movement, אין כלום, chat.
strong build count for them to work with, and they're going to need every bit of it, because when you look at titans like Thomas HD and Quezy,
ביחד איתי כאילו? אני ועוד אחד?
just trying to take advantageous shots at any of these teams that are starting to trickle their way in, trying to see if they can suppress as many duos as possible to those mid and low ground layers.
Well, here it is. It seems like they've been able to catch a little bit of extra information there. Now looking for teams nearby. Bryce and Boltz going to be one of the first to go ahead and be in the line of sights here. But the hasn't popped just yet. They know it's got to go north. They're working their way through this.
התשובה שלי תהיה... אין לי תשובה. אין לי תשובה, אחי. הכי טוב לדעתי בארץ.
Surely more placement points if they want to jump up to top 5 as those teams are still in this game. Meanwhile, Quezy still ramping his way across the high ground, right?
זה אני צריך לבחון מתישהו, אבל לא כרגע חבר'ה. כרגע אין לכם תשובה ממני.
They're going to try to hold on to hype for as long as possible, ideally the entire game if possible, like what we saw at Chapatini in the last match. But Acorn cold, very efficient, found a slight inside rotate despite so much
פיטרבוט הם פשוט רצים בלמטה.
Zone, but everybody's got to get a move on now. Pollo, Peterbot just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion as well, going to help them pinpoint some of these solos that might be running through these pre-existing builds.
Yeah, those extra layers right there. Look at this, Quezy and Veno catching up with a tear there.
הם השאירו אותו one shot. לא.
Effectively taking down some of that immediate competition, right? You want to start dropping those players that are up at the top of the standings if you want to jump over them. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very, very hard to do.
Wow,
they're doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And Pico Flixie, they didn't manage to find the victory royale the way that they would have hoped in match 1.
Ooh.
Now, staring down their own demise here. Flixie gonna get knocked. Pico not gonna have an opportunity either to recover this one. Just too much.
פיטרבוט עם 150 בניות. מוריד אחד. אקרון.
Making up for lost time there. And at the end of the day, the real winner here is Cold. He gets more placement points. He gets to heal up now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, Clix is still alive here, working his way through the game. Quezy and Thomas make their way up to the Rift Island. They are looking better than ever. There is so much material to farm back up here as well.
It's looking next to impossible for anybody to try and effectively challenge for high MDF, but we see happen. Clicks on the other hand, alongside of Veno, they're going to fall back to back. Trulex and Chicho now seeing they can try and finagle their way into their top leaderboard placements. But Deal's going to be the next one they knock. Reason forced to play this one out as a solo.
Game 2 already looking kind of crazy. Reason takes down Mustache there, and he gets to secure the medkit. That's a huge medallion pick up right there. The medallion as well to give him that little bit of extra push here. And look at that. Of all the players that came into this game inside the top 5, Chicho and Trulix are one of the only ones standing here now. With 8 eliminations, they have ran their way up the standings, and put themselves into this incredible conversation of a team to look out for right now.
וואו, אחי, אנשים מחכים פה.
It's a top 3, but it's just Pars and Bugha down here. Quezy and Thomas have all the time in the world.
Quezy and Thomas are sitting like kings right now at height, just watching all this catastrophe unfold underneath. Chicho, Trulex, they know they've got to deal with this team on high ground. All you see is the armored walls stacked in the sky. Trulex gonna opt for the medkit play instead, hope that he can outlast Bugha in the process. But again, at the end of the day,
תקשיבו, זה מוגזם. הארמורד וול האלה מבטיחים להם ניצחון, תראו. זהו, הם ניצחו בלי לרדת אפילו.
For Quezy and Thomas, they look up, who's trying to land on us? And of course, it's the one and only coming out the storm, Bugha there, who just went with a desperate play. Meanwhile, Trulex down low. If he starts to focus in here, he falls so fast. And Bugha has high ground now. This is a little scary, but the tag is so good for Quezy.
Thomas said. פיטרבוט מת ממש בתחילת האנד גיים.
Victory Royale, incredible stuff. I want to hear more for what Ada has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up for Thomas HD and Quezy?
לא רע בכלל, לא רע בכלל.
Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. Quezy, I mean, what is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got the eye of the tiger. He sees things that no one else sees.
I don't have to worry about Surge. I literally did like 200 damage that game and we were 600 above or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas, you've been there, you've got almost every single t-shirt but the FNCS Global Championships. That would be the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours.
כן, מחר שלכם מולדת אגם, מזל טוב אח שלי יקר. חבר'ה, מזל טוב לאגם בצ'אט. מזל טוב לאגם בצ'אט, חבר'ה.
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like, we only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah. I'm just happy and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well, Quezy. I mean, there's a lot of fans out here. Hey, you got cheering you guys' names all the time. Let them hear Fort Worth, Quezy and Thomas HD. Let them hear you. Come on. Right. How does it feel to compete as well in front of an audience like this as well? Obviously, there's 10 games left, but are you embracing every second of this alongside your partner?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got some important people in the audience that told me that I should go hide and not die, and that's what I did, and we won the game.
Okay, I'd love to see it. And one more time, would you please, Fort Worth, give it up your game 2 winners, Thomas and Quezy!
אוקיי. מקום ראשון זה עדיין... לא, זה לא עדיין. כן, זה לא עדיין.
Fantastic. A quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today. Don't go anywhere.
average ג'לים, average placement. average placement 5. מה אני רואה? טוב, תראו. זה המצב הנוכחי. בדמן בוגה הוא האחרון בתוך הליסט של 10 הראשונים כרגע. עוד 3 דקות מתחילים את הסבב הבא. כרגע המצב הנוכחי הוא שבטופ 10 נמצאים פיטרבוט ופויו, קולד ואקרון, תומאסד שרגע הם ניצחו את המשחק. כרגע הם ניצחו את המשחק. מצב לא רע, האמת קליקס הבאנו מקום 13, כרגע זה בסדר גמור, כרגע זה באמת בסדר, זה היה 2 משחקים בסך הכל. לא, אבל אתה יודע למה, כי אין להם את הנשק ה-OP הזה ושבור בטירוף עכשיו. גם המיטיק זה לא כזה שבור. גם המיטיק של הבוטית, עם המדליה של המיקומים. זה מטורף, זה מטורף לגמרי, נותן לך לדעת איפה אנשים דרך קירות והכל, זה ממש כמעט כמו שיש לו בבית, סתם. זה ממש כמו צ'יטים תכלס, אפשר לומר, יש לך וולאקס, אין מה לעשות. אבל זה לא אמבוט, אחי. זה לא ה-A הרשעה בעונה שעברה, זה לא המדליה של הדאשים שאתה מתמקם איפה שאתה רוצה במהלך המשחק. כן, אין לוט שבור העונה. משמע, אם מי שמנצח פה, הוא מנצח על סקיל, באמת הוא מנצח על סקיל, אני אגיד את זה בשיא הכנות. עוד 1:15. בקרוב אני מוציא 2 מפות חדשות, תתכוננו לגמרי, אני מוציא בקרוב 2 מפות חדשות. די כבר צ'אט, הוא לא משתמש בכלום. באמת, די, אתה מגזים צ'אט. בוא נעשה פובליק, נראה אולי נמצא מישהו מכם חבר'ה. עוד רגע הם מתחילים, אבל בסדר, בהתחלה תמיד משעמם, אז אני אומר בוא נעשה קצת איזה משהו איתכם, ב-1v1 שלנו. אני איתכם כנה כאילו צ'אט, חבר'ה, העונה הזאת היא באמת טובה. אני באמת אומר שמי שהעונה הזאת לא טובה, אז הוא טועה לגמרי. אל תשכחו שקיבלנו רק חלק מהדברים מהעונה הזאת, כן? חבר'ה, זה לא יכול להיות שיטר, הוא לא יכול להיות בלן הגדול, הוא לא יכול להיות פיזית שם במחשב הזה שהוא לא שלו, ולהשתמש בצ'יטים. תסמכו עליי שמסתכלים שנייה לפני, בודקים הכל, שהוא לא חיבר שום דבר, שהוא לא הביא איזה, לא יודע, איזשהו מתאם, שפתאום במתאם יש איזה צ'יטים, דתקו הכל בוודאות, חבר'ה. אני לא מבין למה זה לא מתחיל, ועכשיו אני מבין למה זה לא מתחיל, כי אני עם קוד. חבר'ה, זה המפה שלנו, 1v1, בואו נעשה קצת 1v1 שם. FNC, yes. אני גם המשתמש שני שלי עכשיו. מה הוא עושה אחי? לא לא לא, בלי ה-SMG, בלי ה-SMG, בלי ה-SMG המטרף. ניקח גייט. יאללה אחי, תן בראש. אוי. מי זה? ולמה הוא בונה טוב? מה? אני לא רואה אותו עולה בכלל, פתאום הוא נמצא מעליי. מה? מי אתה אחי? וואו, פיליט שחקן מטורף, מי זה? מי אתה? זה בוקסי. וואלה, בוקסי שחקן צ'אט. דקה, אני רוצה לקחת את היער הזה. היער של העונה. את היער של העונה, אני צריך עדיין להוציא לפה את העדכון. העדכון עדיין לא יצא לפה כבר מלא זמן, חבר'ה. משקים פה לא מעודכנים, וזו טעות חמורה. הולי מולי! אוקיי. נא, אחי! אתה לא יכול, אחי. לא, אחי, לא, איזה פלופר אני כזה פלופר לפעמים צ'אט. לא, 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 לא! הוא גם מוריד אותי בכל כדור! מי אתה, אחי? אוקיי. הולי מולי! הלו, אדיט? אין, לא טוב באדיט מהיר, אחי, אני לא טוב בדברים האלה, למה אני לא... Let's go, chat, let's go. איי, chat, איי. בא זה לטען? בא לזה לטען? פורטנייט? חבר'ה? מה קורה פה? דקה. הלייב רץ חלק, נכון? הכל טוב? רץ חלק הכל? יופי, אז מה קורה פה? היי. מה קורה פה צ'אט? אחי, מה קורה פה? אני מנסה לראות זה במקום אחר צ'אט, אבל... משהו קורה פה.
It's getting tossed out, but Mustache and Bugha manage to take this one over yet again. 2 eliminations in the bag, plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from Mustache's perspective there. He lands a great tag on towards it so fast. Then Bugha finishes off Alex, who's a little weak there. Almost finishes Bugha even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot, but just gonna come up short there. Meanwhile, Threats and Trashy have gone up against Peterbot and Pollo, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for Trashy at the moment, but Man City Threats, if it's one thing that we know, is that he's a veteran of North America. He's gonna stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
And a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but
oh my
it's
god.
It's going to take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly going to get sandwiched here if he's not careful. Peterbot Pollo still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The Yapko and Swizzy also on the wraparound here. They're going to choose to just try and work their way through Caron's Crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
Garrison Shari, center zone right now. Chasing down Phaser. Phaser gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not too exciting. And I mean, it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you can be. Kiros takes down Shari. They already took down King, and that's going to be quick wraps for that duo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quezy and Thomas HD right now, very much situated, coming off of the victory royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comm sounded like for Quezy and Thomas and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get away.
דרך היוטיוב זה לא אותה איכות, חבר'ה, דקה.
At least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height in the first place is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? How much depends and relies on Thomas HD, knowing that
רואים שהטוויץ' פי אלף יותר טוב, חבר'ה.
I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. Thomas HD, no stranger to hitting those shots when they matter. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico, they have to make up for that shortcoming in game number 2, falling in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's all going to pop off here yet again by the Forecast Tower. One that's situated in between Reckless Railway, Mount Olympus. Realistically, Bryce Boltz, you have to keep in mind, Ifanazen in their backyard, and that's exactly what they're after. They find Job and Michael trying to just sneak around the low ground, but it's not going to work this time as Boltz and Bryce find their first elimination. That's a nice surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the Forecast Tower in comparison to maybe Vico Flixie, depending on what their search tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with this surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little difficult for them. But Swizzy and Jobco, right, talking about coming over insurmountable difficulties just to make it this far. Swizzy finding his footing here. He's going to take down Ping and Walks. Just one of the 2 for now, but still, elimination starting to fall their way. These are critical points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, Quezy and Veno make it out of the drop. And now they're on their way to the north side of the zone here. Still cold, so dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold making sure to just use the natural terrain, keep himself as concealed as possible. But again, Quezy and Veno are more than aware of just how much attention the Forecast Tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems that they're more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, Kiros, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into play from Fold and Acorn, and Sherry probably a little bit happy about having some of that pressure alleviated temporarily.
I saw Veno saying, wait, is that a solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the cactus here. This map awareness from Quezy and Veno, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now. But Geras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them. Quezy and Veno here do not want to give this one up here, though. They have chased Michael into the storm, who Michael just wants to save his teammate job, but no. He's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryce and Boltz, now through Veno and Quezy, and just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. Vito's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment that they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. As Reet and Ritual, they're going to depend on each other here, trying to power through the likes of Toyota and Mipoli, but Ritual, he's lost his shield entirely, has more than enough to recover though, but what he needs is for Reet to continue to buy him time. So much pressure. Both Mipoli and Toyota choosing to take the same angle, at least for right now, but that could provide the wiggle room opportunity here for Reet and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
Really get to lock in right now. Asia has had quite the appearance so far. I'm looking at the standings on the side, but things are starting to get updated here. I'm seeing teams fall. Players and teams get eliminated as things continue to develop here. And talking about Asian teams in the distance, you have Zagu up close, you have Bobby getting closer and closer. So it's almost like Re and Ritual are just getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Bugha and Aiv are also kind of moseying their way over towards this action taking place by the weapon bunker, but Reet shredding through Mipoli's shield. Not enough to crack him just yet, but still forcing him back. It's clear that Reet and Ritual just want box control, take over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Okay, Yoda and Mipoli trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone, looking for any teams off in the distance. Chicho and Trulix, the surprise pop-up in that end game last round, really showing up for themselves there. Team Falcon and Valiant,
if he hits
proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man.
Ooh.
Okay, Chicho.
We
understand. The Monarch pistol, clearly one of your preferences for a reason, but still, I don't expect Chicho and Trulix to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions on their drops, and just funnel. Control the way that they're actually moving.
מה ראיתי עכשיו? הוא פגש שתי כדורים כמו מטורף.
Second place rise in Yuma now, down and out. Once again, opening things up for a second there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, Veno and Flixie continuing the story here. They have the bunker now.
Probably rather content as well.
לא, כי לפעמים זה לא מכבד, כי זה לפי דעתי לא מכבד פשוט, זה ממש בא לי. זה יודעת שאת מעריך.
To approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of Bugha and Pars. Outskirts of restored reels and a rather dangerous position, because keep in mind, Trulix, Chicho, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from Bugha and Pars. Smart disengage given that.
כן, אבל יש דברים שאני מאמין בהם, אבל פתאום עכשיו כזה ממש רציתי.
Bugha and Pars, honestly not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like Bugha, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to, you know, piecemeal something together, or their end game is it's going to crumble. It's going to crumble fast.
Part of the problem for Bugha and Pars, though, is that landing by the ship at station, their intent is to try and make a play for one of the forecast towers. We've seen them throughout the majors in the regular seasons, right? And they've tried to consistently make plays for forecast.
שבא משחק בסקין הזה, אחי.
Likes of Peterbot and Pollo, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for Bugha and Pars as well to just maintain their map position because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit the VODs and see what's going on with Batman, Bugha, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by Bugha and Pars. This is honestly a very, very good pickup here if they, of course, can get the loot. But elimination will be even better. Teeny gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out Bugha. Bugha down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already Chap and Teeny secure the center of course, what will be the cache, right? All the loot that's going to go in and spawn out of
מה עם בוגה? צברה חבר'ה.
Capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chap and Teeny as well. Bugha Pars recognize more than anything else, they need to try and rebuild their material count. Granted, Rift Island can definitely provide, at the very least, ample amounts of bricks, but that's only if they're not
נפלתי!
the process. And seems as if there are a couple more duos.
וואו, אתם לא רואים את זה, אני צריך להזיז את המצלמה על השידורים האלה.
Still hanging out inside of the storm. Comes as no surprise though, really, when you consider the fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're
וואו, אתם לא מבינים מה ראיתי, חבר'ה.
But they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside storm.
Vending machine makes a massive difference. Bunkers
וואו,
make
זה
a massive
מפחיד.
difference as well as far as having the heals to string together a strategy like this. Cammy and Seti clearly have
אם הייתם רואים את זה, הייתם
a
נבלים גם.
stronghold on their area. They're playing deep into the storm, and this is, again, a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like, we've seen it happen every single time. They almost welcome the storm, right? To stay away from
סגור, אחי.
other opponents there.
וואי, מליבוקה במסות 420 הבב.
The moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly even best, during these no mobility or low mobility metas. So comes as no surprise, really. They were able to find their surge damage, a little bit to work with at least, dead-side rotations, but Malabuka Mustache, jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Finds some decent shots, but more important aspect still is that Casper and Prism are under some heavy pressure. Those Storm Surge tags trickling in now might cost them all their splashes.
82 below. Pressure starting to rise here. Giannis gets pushed in, drops down to low ground, just letting the Storm Surge kind of do its thing here for now. But Casper doesn't stop. He eggs on solo here into the wall of Pixie and Giannis. We've seen what happened to duos before. It normally doesn't end well.
אני רוצה שהם ימשיכו את הלידרבורד עוד קצת. אני רוצה לראות את ההמשך של הלידרבורד.
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but 25 a tick, not to mention
רוסי ואלכס עושים רע.
shooting at you as well. Shield crack has gone out. That might be the go sign here for Giannis and Pixie. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for him. Mustache Malabuka instead gonna strike from behind.
ברור. מה אתם מנסים לעשות להם קונסט? מה אתם מנסים בכלל לרב איתם? עוד על HP, על לפגוע בהם ולברוח.
Yeah, now Mustache and Malabuka have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on likely getting to the new line of the storm here shortly. And they saw, like, you know, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, Pixie knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know.
מה ראיתי עכשיו?
Thinking this is what was left of the other team that was just there, and Giannis falls for being out of position now. Mustache and Malabuka really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by Mustache and Malabuka. They were able to separate Giannis and Pixie in that moment. Keep in mind, Pixie definitely still trying to do what he can, but yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of Malabuka and Mustache.
קליקס ווינו מקום 12, let's go, מתקדמים.
All the shots
wow.
coming in. Malibuka Mustache with yet another elimination. 807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
You see it from Mustache's perspective onto Casper. It's a huge shot there in the replay. Very well executed. Well, that's going to set themselves up for success. They have nothing to worry about other than get to Storm now. For Veno and Clicks, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in Clix's reservoir here. However, the damage will start to become a problem soon, but talk about problems here. Kanata's got a big one. He's got XS Trashy on the other side of the wall. And no teammate, Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with Kanata right now, is now found himself watching Kanata having to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the ship at station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but
אחי, הוא מבין שהוא עומד להם בבניות, כן?
at least at forcing Trashy.
מה אני רואה?
Trashy so low, Kanata not going to be able to get the outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can buy himself a little bit more time, and Kanata's got to be careful because Quezy and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know Quezy and Thomas have the confidence coming off that last game. Big rotate coming out on the other side, though. Agers and Rise who are on the move right now. Rise going to get the ball in this exchange here to the hands of Boltz, it seems. Boltz and Bryce to get the elimination credit here. And Boltz and Bryce are holding on just barely. And Bryce willing to stay in the storm. He needs these materials, trying to pick up what he can here to go in and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side of the storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And Bryce, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself on the disengage as well. Agers, though, might not find himself in a similar fashion. Still, the armored wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got to scale over this hillside as they approach the raft.
Well, time to make a decision. Agers goes for the fight. And now he's in the storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto Muzz and Epic Whale. The axe through the wall, but instead delivers the loot to the hands of Muzz and Epic Whale, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there on this back edge. And it's just one problem after another now since match 1 for Epic Whale and Muzz here. It's going to be difficult to ask Epic to do much more at this point, given the situation.
Epic just hoping that he can survive, but that is shut down instantaneously. Just down from a distance. And
wow, was that quick?
Left to do except sit and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now,
נשמע לכם הגיוני שאתם הייתם, היה לכם בעלים בקבוצת אי-ספורט והבעלים היה עושה יותר טוב מכם?
How long can that lead last when you have people like Peterbot and Pollo putting sights on you? And looking at that update there, Cold and Acorn are down. Yuma and Rise are also down. This match 3, almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has
קליקס ווינו מקום ממש סבבה, האמת, אני לא אשקר.
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An elimination, really?
Yet again, Dukes now forced to play this one out as a solo. His box going to get collapsed upon. Pico, though, loses Quixie. Another one of our teams in the top 5 wiped out.
That is actually going to be very, very important for everyone who's on the bubble now, looking to jump up into that top 5 spot. and even better for the likes of Peterbot and Pollo,
Thomas
who are
said.
very much there. Thomas, HD, and Quezy, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even need to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto True Legs. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. Malabuka, Mustache now trying to make their approach towards Quezy and Thomas. Meanwhile, Peterbot Pollo, they're currently sitting inside a top 3, third place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill.
וואלה, פתאום... או, איזה דינק, אחי.
Connecting onto Quezy, but the hill height is the real W here.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against Peterbot and Pollo right now.
Peterbot and Pollo למעלה, חבר'ה.
The natural elevation, the material count, and the base already set up. Meanwhile, Quezy finds himself in a bad rotate. They're taken down. No elims earn this game. No chance that Thomas can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble, the saving grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that Thomas can do from this current position. And first, he's going to play through Yapko, and Swizzy throws out the shield bubble. It's his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him, but unfortunately, he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next. Peterbot and Pollo, more than content to take
Peterbot and Pollo למעלה.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here. Other NA players still here, Reet and Ritual. But you have EU's Huddy on the front side with Kovacs there. Peterbot looking down, putting tact onto the roofs of these builds. Huddy and Kovacs have 7 eliminations, but very little material now. It's going to get super scrappy down here. They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a
כן, הוא די בצ'יל. הוא מסכים איתך לגמרי. וואו, אבל לבוקה ומרסטאץ' בא לי שהם יקחו את זה, בבקשה.
Situation here in the tournament, Mustache,
בבקשה.
they say no, Peterbot and Pollo are still there.
Huddy and Kovacs, they're actually going to opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're going to make their move, but they're so late on this rotate. Peterbot and Pollo are bound to catch wind of this. Immediately, the shots rain in. Kovacs trying to scurry around, but he won't escape. There's too much pressure. Peterbot too accurate as well. Another duo life getting flamed here in the mix. Mustache, Malabuka now. Caught wind of Reed.
בא לי שמרסטאץ' ומלבוקה יקחו את זה, בבקשה. ולא פיטרבוט ופויו. באמת פיטרבוט מטורף, אין לי מילה רעה עליו. הוא האימר הכי טוב בפאר. אבל מרסטאץ' ומלבוקה באירופה אחרת, ואנחנו באירופה ואני רוצה שהם יביאו את זה. אין לו אימולייר, זה טוב.
But they are looking primed to take over here in match 3. Unless Mustache and Malabuka have something to say about it, currently contesting Yapko and Swizzy. This could be a massive refresh for builds.
Swizzy and Yapko, 8 elims. What a monstrous game for them here. Top 3, breaking his way through the builds here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but Malabuka and Mustache put up such a strong defense there. A great tag onto Mustache to go and set things up, but he steps in now. It's time to throw it all down. It's all or nothing right hand. Here for Mustache to work well. Peterbot and Pollo jump down from the high ground to go and get in the mix. One of those goes to them. Mustache is down. Malabuka's down. 2v2. All they got to do now is find the last shot, and Pollo, hungrier than ever, is going to get one. They just need the second now.
Peterbot, Pollo, they're tracking him down. Swizzy staring just a layer above. Pollo's gonna fall though. This could be massive. Swizzy could actually take it, but Peterbot trying to shut that tree down. Peterbot, oh my God, is all he needs.
אני לא מאמין שהוא זרק את זה.
Peterbot and Pollo get taken down to the hands of Swizzy. Phenomenal job there in the end. Just when you thought it was over, just when you thought he didn't have a chance, they clutched it up. They pulled through.
I have to put a little bit more respect onto Swizzy's name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse player coming out of EU, but Adam, close on sight.
Thank you so much. Give it up for your Game 3 winners! Swizzy, wow. That was that one-on-one Peterbot there, right at the very end. You managed to start that perfectly, but walk us through the final stages, how that all went
מה
down.
אני ראיתי?
I don't know, like it was actually not that hard.
Not as hard, not as hard. Peterbot and Pollo have been very strong throughout the competition so far, but Yapka, you guys are looking very good too. Walk us through the first 3 games of this competition. How has it felt for you two as a duo? Is everything panning out as you expected?
Yeah, we just adapted very good, I think, and we're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Obviously, we've got a bit of a half-time break now. What do you guys do behind the scenes? Do you kind of go over tactics, strategy? How do things go now? Or do you just rest for a second?
Yeah, we're just gonna take some break, like relax and think about the next 3 games.
And I'm going to ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched Quezy in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just calling behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for Quezy and Yapka, everyone! Thank you very much, guys. Now, obviously, you know that I've got a voice of an angel, okay? No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
That's okay, Adam. You can blame me. Most people do. My gosh, Quezy here. You could tell in the moment that like Quezy's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking, and it's because he 1v2s Peterbot and Pollo. In that exact situation, you're literally just like, it's that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is it, the final moments of the game, and he answers the 1v2.
One of those games that you go ahead and you're like, yeah.
הוא עשה 1v2 אבל בלי בניות אחרי יקר.
Peterbot and Pollo, yeah, they got it, right? Up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like, yeah, they got it. And yeah, I don't know, Quezy just hitting incredible shots from the low ground. Peterbot just not having everything reloaded right there at the end makes all the difference.
We are in the Quezy era, man. I can't believe it's taken us so long to see this player on the big stage. And if this is what we've been missing out on, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy has been performing at the highest level of Fortnite for about a year now, right? We saw towards the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with Putrick. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified, they've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with Vanya, and we thought, oh my goodness. I mean, cool, we get to see him, but it's not going to be the full power duo we thought we would. But Quezy and Yapko been...
אחי, הוא פי 2 בגובה מהם!
Shining as always.
צ'אט!
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the
side,
we still have to give props to Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long. And those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duos remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, Quezy was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that Peterbot and Pollo pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate.
Wow.
The zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes. But the difference there was that Peterbot and Pollo, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate in the 9th zone, they used those dashes. They got ahead of Quezy and Thomas. They built up on the hill, and they had higher ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know just how tough they can be. But it's... We just talked the game before this about how, look, those games we saw earlier...
וואלה, הוא יכול לחצוב אותו, צ'אט. אני הייתי חוצב אותו. לא יודע איתכם, אני לא איתכם צ'אט, אני הייתי חוצב אותו. הייתי עושה לו פיקאקס ומנצח את ה-FNCS. מה שנקרא simple as that. למה זה זורם לי לעשות ככה בינתיים, עד שאנחנו מתחילים חבר'ה? איפה זה recent play? הופה. נמצא ככה איזה שחקן טוב. ונפציץ. עכשיו אני בוגה במצבים הנכונים, אתם מבינים? כשצריך להיות בוגה, אני בוגה. כשלא צריך להיות בוגה, אני לא בוגה. עכשיו תשאלו אותי, לירון, מה זה מצבים נכונים? תשאלו אותי, תשאלו אותי. בואו תראו מה זה, זה אומר שעכשיו מול הבן אדם הזה אני כאן הולך לשבור אותו, לקרוא אותו, לאכול אותו. בוא לפאור שלי. למה אני עם השוטגן הכושל הזה? איפה הגייט הכחול שלי? מולי, לא משנה! מולי, מול מי יצאתי? Holy moly! Holy! Who are you? Oh. אוקיי. אוליש. אולי מולי. אני מצטער, הוא 0 פינגר גם. בנוסף לכל גם 0 פינגר. בא זה לפתוח את האדיט. בא לזה לעשות את הרילוד. זה לא הגיוני אחי, אני מצטער. אני לא יודע מול מי אני, אבל... אחי, זה לא רמה רגילה. אחי, אני לא מול רמה רגילה, אני אומר את זה כבר מראש. אומייגאד, אחי. אומייגאד! Holy! אחי! תמצא חיים! עם אליט ג'ייד. אומייגאד, אני גרוע. וואי, אני מנסה! באמת שאני מנסה! וואו! שהוא פגע את זה! נו, סגור כבר! זה לא סוגר! מה? אחי מוגזם. לא, זרקתי. אתה משחק מעולה, אחי. אתה מעולה, אבל לא בשבילי, אחי. אתה מעולה, אבל לא בשבילי, אחי. הוא לא ברמה שלי בכלל, כאילו... הוא ממש לא ברמה שלי. יאללה, נחזור... אלק, באתי להתחיל אחד חדש, מה אני עושה? אחי, הוא לא משהו. שהבא שהוא נכנס את ההחלפה. עוד 20 שניות, רגע, מה? אוקיי, אז קלטתי טוב. גם תכננתי לעשות את הסרטון על דום, אתם לא מבינים כמה שעות הייתי על הדום הזה, אתם לא מבינים בכלל. אתם באמת לא מבינים. לא מבינים כמה שעות הייתי על לחפש את דום, אתם לא מבינים בכלל. לא, אחי. וואו, יש לי קטע להיות גרוע באדיט הזה. יש לי קטע להיות גרוע באדיט המהיר הזה. זה בשביל לעשות אותו מהיר. אם אני אעשה אותו רגע, אני אעשה אותו מעולה. אם אני אעשה אותו מהיר, אני אעשה אותו כל כך גרוע שזה נורא. אז זה אדם מה שאתה רוצה, אני אעשה מה שאני רוצה, אחי. כן, נפלתי על שחקן. יותר ממה שחשבתי. טוב, בואו פשוט תיקח פעם כחול ו-SMG. או, אני גרוע. וואו, אני מדבר הכי גרוע בארץ. רגע אחד אני דופק דאבל אדיט פול פיס, ורגע אחד אני לא יודע לבנות. וואו, בא לי לפגוע בעצמי, בבניות. או. וואו, דפק לי פול בוקס, אחי, זה מביך. צא לדרך, צא, מה אתה מפחד? צא! זה אפילו לא עושה לי את הפירמידה, יפה. וואו, אני הכי טוב באיו. וואו, אני כל כך גרוע באדיטים שזה מטורף. באמת, אני כזה גרוע באדיטים. זה לא הגיוני שאני כזה גרוע באדיטים.
It's been an unbelievable year thus far. Will they make it another win under their belts? With 3 games in so far, it's looking very, very good for Peterbot and Pollo. For now, it's back to the desk. These guys getting back to their seats. Game 4 is imminent.
עוד פעם, עוד פעם מתעכב?
I think one of my favorite things about Peterbot and Pollo, I'm going to say something and let me get the whole thought out, okay?
Okay.
I love that, obviously, they're amazing. They play so well. And I love that Peterbot talks so much because Pollo is like an amazing player. And he's just like, yeah, Peterbot, you just talk for the team. I'm just going to sit way over here, just way over here, talk for the team. Yeah, things are great, and they're amazing. I'm good. Okay, bye. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No,
I mean, but I think it really, really works for them, right? And that's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes in game as well.
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays with Peterbot is going to have to put their ego to the side. I mean, that guy's got enough ego for all three of us on the desk here. You know, he could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game. And it was interesting there, you know, how Adam sort of asked him, like, do you sort of let losing that 2v1 affect you? And I think it's good that it doesn't, right? And he talks about how it doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right, is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, saying, look, 12 elimination, Victor Royale, or second place, it isn't the Victor Royale. Now, if tomorrow, 1.5 times, you definitely want that Victor Royale. Those points are going to matter. But, bro, 12 eliminations and a second place, that's still a ton of points. Right. And as he called out, he eliminates the second through fifth teams. At that point, you're like, cool, I'm just creating a gap for me and Pollo.
Yeah, instantly looking towards the positives of the situations, not necessarily the negatives, which is really, really good. Now, we were kind of talking about something prior to the break, right? We were like, okay, now they have the opportunity to go ahead and converse amongst themselves with coaches, everything like that. What can we kind of expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything at all?
I mean, one thing I think I noticed throughout the first couple games already was there was a bunch of teams actually switching up their spots. I felt like we were seeing a bunch of different people in areas of the map in early game where they just shouldn't have been. Like King and Fazer were all the way in like the southeast of the map. I think Michael and Job was somewhere there as well. At one point we're like, I thought you guys were landing all the way on the other side. So clearly there's been big switch ups already, and I think we'll probably see a couple more.
Absolutely. You guys have kind of started talking about Acorn and Cold. I kind of wanted to circle back to that conversation. The duo, how are they performing? Are they performing the way, I guess, you kind of, in your mind, envision they would on land?
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were going to be in first place at the end of day number 1. Right now, after 3 games, you know, Peterbot's got quite a lead, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think they're performing very, very well, handling the all-spawn situation perfectly.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I think most people who know me know I'm a big Cold fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think we know with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day 1, but with the 1.5x, the comeback that they had to place as well as they did, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard these guys are, until we get to maybe game 11 tomorrow, right? They're going to be in this competition, and when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
That's right. We've seen their off-spawn situation. We actually have a list in from this last one, so let's see how this goes.
They're ahead of us, by the way.
Are they?
I see they're squad.
Should we swerve? We swerve?
I mean, yeah, but I swerve forward.
Swerving.
They're down in this middle here.
Okay. I'm like lurking around, okay? 100?
61 or 60 another.
Just take our time. Take our time. Take a minute. Take a minute. Right here. 34.
Don't be something. You got 3 builds. He has no mess.
Crack them.
He has no mess left. I'm on his own. 81. Let's
You're
go,
him.
baby.
My God, let's go, bro.
That's so much, bro. We're chilling. We're literally vibing.
You are the best, bro. Good work.
We love getting those listens in, right? Really getting to hone in on how are these duos communicating? What are they kind of calling out? And I just love these like little sneaky tactics, right? Really utilizing those third angles to kind of just sit underneath that little stair and go, yeah, I'm lurking, come around the corner. You're like, oh, it's just one person. Just kidding. Acorn's right over here. I just get shotgunned, I'm down, you're on your own.
Yeah, sounds like there was actually an adaptation. I mean, they're right. Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. So there was actually a different idea going into that game. But still, even though they had to go ahead and adapt, they still executed on whatever they have planned for when something goes wrong on the drop. And I mean, you saw the situation in terms of loot. Cold had almost nothing, no shield, and Analex and Tato were all geared up.
קיבלתי אזעקה, חבר'ה.
Still won.
Right, that was one of the things I actually spoke to
קיבלתי אזעקה לא, התראה, סליחה. קיבלתי התראה שמה שקרה זה שחשבו שיש לי מישהו צ'יטים. מה שקרה זה שחשבו שיש לי מישהו צ'יטים, אז היו צריכים לבדוק כמה דברים.
different options, right? And they feel comfortable regardless of which option they have to take.
That's right. Our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We were preparing to kind of talk about this micro adjustments. Levin, you called out something before we went to break here recently. The fact that Chapentini, they kind of the single decision they made.
הבאתי לי בגל עם גבינה לבנה.
Kind of tap into that and kind of
Let's go.
discuss how one decision could kind of change a whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off game one the effect on one of the teams nearby to the Nitro Drone. Rise and Angels, right? They get taken out, wiped out by Chapentini or Spawn. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them.
כן, מטר בגל.
For them, again, that ruins their momentum in the start of the competition. You look at Chapentini, their team that wants to have good loot, they're a hungry team. What they're going to do? They're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitro Drone. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? Quezy and Veno, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapentini is sitting on it, right? Again, now that affects their game plan. They go into the end game with a bit less loot than they probably would have had Chapentini not switch things up. So all the teams around them that don't even land that Nitrodrome are affected by the fact that Chapentini have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects, right? The loot, the bunker, those type of positions. But these zones so far have actually been pulling up slightly to the north. And whenever that happens, teams like Quezy and Veno, they actually spend so much time out in the storm. And that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, as kind of adding like or acting as like a blockade for some of those rotations, it can really throw all of those team strategies off, because when you are actually sitting in the storm taking all of that damage, sometimes those rotations are actually down to perfection, and those little adjustments like new teams landing in the area can make all the difference.
And I think too, when we kind of remind ourselves of previous majors, I feel like in those situations, a lot of the
בעזרת השם
kind
קליקס,
of have like a big ego, right?
אמן,
It's
לא
like,
יקרה.
I'm losing the situation, I've got
אמן,
to
אבל לא
get
יקרה.
eliminated, now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even Vika, right? The fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game, so interesting to me.
Yeah, that's one of those fights that keeps happening consistently, right? Vico, Flixie versus Bryce and Boltz. So much so that now it's a consistent thing that's happening. Other teams are like, whoa, this is happening over here. Let's get involved.
I mean, the big difference there, right? You know, for Vico and Flixie here versus on EU. On EU, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing. Yeah. Right? That's what happened when you... point where at, you know, major 3 teams weren't even landing on the forecast, they were just getting it for free. Here Bryce and Boltz aren't going to be pushed over. They've dealt with Reet and Ritual, they've dealt with top teams there before. They are going to fight and they will be successful at times. So how do Vico and Flixie adjust to that in their game plan?
Is it just like such an easy decision, right? Like, because you're saying on EU, we look at Vico Flixie, we go, just that's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone here on this land, they're just like, nah, we're going to let you have it.
It's just a combination of 2 regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the forecast tower, right? And typically if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team, you're winning. But now it's 2 players or 2 teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown, crazy, but it is
time
once again. We are ready for more action. Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away.
We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
אתם צריכים להבין משהו, חבר'ה. אם קליקס היה בלייב, הוא היה עכשיו 150,000 צופים, אוקיי? בפורטנייט היו בערך 20,000 צופים במקרה הטוב. בגלל שהוא לא בלייב, אין מחשב כמעט 100,000 צופים.
It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that though, right? More teams, more chances. But let's see it for match number 4.
יאללה, קדימה.
Game number 4. The pivotal moment, the critical moment in your tournament day for the first day of the FNCS Globals. And you might be asking, why is that? That's because after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, What have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest. And as far as Huddy is concerned, he's already out of the conversation. Sky and Scroll, though, a little bit beat up, but they might be able to still close this one out. Kovacs, though, understanding the dire situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for the revive. And he's done just enough to push back Sky and Scroll, even for a moment.
Now Kovacs and Huddy are in fourth place, but it's not looking good as they get taken out. The first team to fall now to Scroll in Sky, and it has to be a crushing loss there as Huddy and Scroll went head to head, and Huddy just didn't have a weapon.
Just didn't find enough damage when he needed it most, but again, that's part of the nature of those direct 50-50 splits. You can test at Rebels Roost inside that building. You know where the Portland spawns are going to be at, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pick up something worth going for in the first place. Malabuka, Merstash, on the other hand, restored reels. Saw that little flash by Merstash of the drop map. Love the printout, but Merstash, he's got his eyes set onto Alex's head right now, and that's going to be his first elimination here. Oceana, things are looking a little bit grim there at Restored Reels.
Up against EU, not so much up against NA, as honestly Resigns and Damo have managed to really hold their own up against Quezy and Veno, but you know, Quezy and Veno have played very passively, if you will. I think they are recognizing this opportunity before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter. And we actually love that because we've seen very different engagements go down when a team's contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this draw spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for Damo and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Quezy and Veno had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of Andalek Sato's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold's. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak going strong here at Brutal Beachhead. Andalek and Sato, they need to come up massive if they don't want to end off with a huge point differential for day two. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant gap between Andalex's capabilities and Sato's versus what Acorn and Cold have managed to do in this game. And this is why you're seeing them push up with such confidence. However, we do know these are all players that are very much qualified to be here, quite literally and figuratively. So you cannot let your guard down. One mistake and it'll be the end of your game, that's for sure. Even now, Cold and Acorn say, hey, you know what, you have the high ground, you defended well, we're gonna back off.
Sato and Andalex are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but at the very least, they do know that they'll still have that opportunity for VOD review, maybe consider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but Flixie and Vico already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're gonna have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
Gotta get that medal one way or another. For Thomas HD and Quezy, they do the same, scrapping every opportunity up here. And, Thomas HD and Quezy, we kind of talked about their draw spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a significant difference, I would say, between how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Bugha and Aiv, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation. Really, no one nearby. What is it that's missing there, right?
Yeah, they kind of have to forge their own path, create their own engagements.
פתאום עוד פה עם average עלים מוגזם, אחי.
To even bother with fighting back because
אלוהים ישמור.
circumstances now, we've seen teams just immediately
אלוהים
go
ישמור,
on the defensive, not necessarily looking to be as aggressive, and that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their surge. But Peterbot and Pollo revealed Medallion as well. plenty of ammunition as well inside of that striker burst assault rifle. So Peterbot and Pollo hoping to secure this forecast tower for themselves.
See what happened there though? They stepped to that forecast tower. Veno and Clix is like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, Peterbot was willing to call out Clix and Veno and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Rise and Yuma, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after the last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty battle here.
But for Yuma and Rise, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like Yuma would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead, Swizzy in the distance, but thinking Walks still behind. Yuma and Rise might find themselves unintentionally pincered here. Slurp Trek gonna buy them a little bit more time though. They'll at least be able to box up, hope for some safety net to come into play, but at least with the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight because at the very least they need the siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muzz and Epic Whale on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games. Really, really, really tough positions to be in as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but if they can just overcome that, see what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance, we'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
Something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muzz and Epic Well, they're kind of landing at that same drop as Reet and Ritual over by Doomstot, except Reet and Ritual, they are fully in control
Epic
of
Well
the
משקפיים,
and they like to collect that mythic sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So for Muzz and Epic Well, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that Reet and Ritual have essentially been hoarding all to themselves, but at the same time, that's not going to be an easy accomplishment. It seems as though Reet and Ritual got the advantage there.
It's not looking good right now. Teeny is here, Chop is here, and they take down Murstache and Malabuka, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems like there was another team. Is that Rise and Yuma that just stepped up out of nowhere? No, it's DT Rise and Cooper, the A players. Agers and Rise obviously playing with one another. Cooper and Kanata, they're in the distance, side by side.
This could be a big moment though for Rise and Agers. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and Kanata. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding it is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much attention having been drawn.
Take a look at this. The open edit Malabuka Murstache falls, so Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process, we're not even sure if he gets the reboot card, so we'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, Reet and Ritual have a big task in front of them, and that's currently escaping the grips of Asia's Yoda and Mipoli, who's hunting them down right now, all in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of Reet and Ritual. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Come qualifications and armored walls to secure the win here, forcing them into a bad
Oh my god.
Reet has to think twice about doing that again.
Reet just trying to make sure that he can actually escape, recognizing the fact Juice not worth the squeeze at this moment. Sharam, Zagu though, seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. Zagu already at the bottom of it. He's gonna make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize exactly all the little goodies he would prefer, but Reet, Ritual, they've had an opportunity to recuperate, feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with Sharam and Zagu, but they have to be careful. Reet fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor wall's gonna put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. Zagu and Sharam are really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible, terrible peaks, and they're winning every single trade here. The one downside, though, is that they're running halfway now on armored walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least for Sharom and Zagu and Reet and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of, you know, trickle effect damage towards Reet and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about Aiv and Bugha, they've taken now Reason, now looking to see if they can claim Vadil here, just aside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in, Vadil left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give the respect, and I'm sure Vadil's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes, and yet Vadil still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him, though, when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but Vico, Quixie, back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak, though, not going to be there just yet for Vico. Quixie instead, different approach altogether. He's on the same level as Ed and Persa, just putting immediate pressure onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so is so critical to your success. Vico gets just punished by Persa's shot there. Little reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for Vico when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly met his own downfall for it, but Persa,
חייב להגיד שהיחידי כרגע שכנראה מקבל את הפיקאקס זה ליאור עוברי. כנראה זה רק אתה, אחי. זה יומיים, כן, זה יומיים.
Solid damage lead now. Off they go. Meanwhile, Reet looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away.
איך ג'מבו אומר? איך ג'מבו אומר? אורנגוטן בצ'אט. אחי, כמה הוא עובד על האם שלו, זה מטורף.
It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's going to be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that Peterbot just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And Peterbot, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He's definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage from top of Rift Island. Other teams have really got to be wary of exactly how they're choosing to rotate, and I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for Peterbot and Pollo to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's good that he gets to show it off as well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. Reet is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. Reet and Ritual continue to find teams to fight. This time, even with a health at disadvantage, they have the height advantage.
Yeah, but Reet, he could get full HP whenever he wanted to. He's gonna go ahead and split a Mekid off with Ritual as well, and they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible. We even get an opportunity to hear direct how that elimination went down just now for Reet.
Got it.
140, 140!
Nice, I'm getting it.
I'm jumping in. I'm in.
Full box.
On me.
100 dead!
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
At the body?
The tone set up though. He's like, all right, chill now. Like, let's relax.
It's not get too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really peak up.
It's crazy. There's still that was a left side peek through the window edit, and Reed, the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get punished for that. Jumping into a Jonathan Pixie though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner rather than later. This is where strategy really comes into play here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189. It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janice, Pixie, fully aware of the fact that they've now got a duo right next to them. It's gonna be Andalex and Sato even. And Andalex, he knows he's got so much ground, so much time he needs to make up for. But Andalex immediately 180'd upon Pixie. Gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to Sato to keep his duo's hopes alive. And Sato comes through.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Andalex put down. Sato coming in to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the reigning and returning champion Cooper, who's here to fight. He's got a huge disadvantage on the HP, but he is still looking to tag, but no. Sato stride in the late half of the tournament after being fully up against Acorn and Cold. Come out of that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment of relief here for Sato, the fact that he managed to survive this whole exchange, unfortunately still, it's all an uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you are a solo now, trying to make your way out of the storm. Not sure how that's gonna pan out for him, but this is massive right now. Peterbot and Pollo, sure, they might have a little bit of a gap between themselves and everybody else on the leaderboard. 56 points to be exact, but at the same time, Peterbot, he's already a solo in the 6th zone.
Peterbot may have his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is going to be the resulting team of the reason Pollo is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for Peterbot, right? He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify a first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down basically the kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cole delivering a much-needed heat check to Peterbot.
אשכרה 212 נקודות מקום ראשון, לא נורמלי.
You might be first right now, but if you're not careful, we'll still look to take over. Granted, Acorn Cole currently sitting outside of the top 5 even. They know that they also need some very valuable eliminations and placement points. They want to make up the difference at this stage, but Rise still operating as a solo, doing what he can, but there is just so much that stands between him and his next movement.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and all things considering, with 100 damage below, he's got to do something big here. Now teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of him to move first just yet, but gotta hit these tags when the opportunities open up here. First one's a miss. No second reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clicks also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of Bobby on the backside of the zone there, and Larpex, and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clicks and Veno, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, be exact. And Veno already taking note, some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher.
מורידים הרבה אנשים ועדה. Nice.
Absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Bugha actually going to be the one credited for that takedown, but Veno, Clicks just chopping directly through the center. They've done a decent job as well of making sure to go unnoticed.
Clicks out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this duo in arguably the most important game right now. So all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain below the surge, is because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tag. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these exchanges here. Blueberry Fizz comes down. Great catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage,
nice.
And the body loot as well.
Very
Veno just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far as that surge damage is concerned. Veno clicks on a box momentarily, but Thomas HD from above. The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem for everybody else looking to rotate inwards.
The power of knowing where the zones are going, it almost feels like they just have it all locked in. Thomas HD and Quezy here continue to do these wonderful rotates. The first to take a stab at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already formulated in live action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. Peterbot as well, fighting his way through this lobby.
476 above. והוא סולו כבר רבע משחק. זה שחקן שנכנס לאלה ממנו.
Also barely managed to cling on to life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clicks and Veno at this stage.
I was gonna say barely holding on, but Veno was there still. Just Flowberry Fizz, the refreshes now, things are starting to come together. Peterbot's got his eyes on the prize here though. This is the villain arc for Peterbot right now, unfolding before our eyes here. He continues to swing his way through this crevice here, but no! Doesn't take the first shot as a warning, and that's a huge mistake now. The first mistake we have actually seen from Peterbot right there. He should have known better.
Clicks on the other hand, he's gonna get credit for Gadu.
Okay, קדימה, בינתיים הולך טוב לקליקס.
But at least for right now, Clicks, Veno, they're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. Plixie and Vika, though, they've taken note of the team across the way from their current position.
הם משחקים את זה מעולה, הם משחקים את זה פשוט רגוע כמו שצריך.
Plixie, in fact, even hoping that he continues to pull off. He's trying to cut off.
Oh!
Falling straight to the ground.
Quezy jumps up and just gets melted there. That's the problem with the Flowberry Fizz.
אחי, הוא בושל! אחי, הוא בושל 290 מעלות, אחי.
Straight to the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names live. Bugha, Aiv, Quanti, and Cone still standing. Ed is in this lobby. Acorn and Cold are still alive.
Wow.
And the save from Thomas HD onto Quezy, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now, they're going to opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over all this natural terrain provided by Castle Doom. But again, the high ground, it belongs to Vico and Felixi. They are seeking out full control of this fourth lobby.
No.
And everyone is folding underneath them. Flix down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity. But again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in all from every direction, and it's not going to be enough. He has been taken out.
He did find Bugha there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulex and Chicho once again in the end game. Just going for the heal off, looking for a top 10 solidified spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action. Thomas HD is almost figuratively and literally putting Quezy on his back this game right now, and Quezy gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so. We're seeing him really work for it. Acorn falls now. Bugha, Aiv still alive here. We couldn't have
Thomas HD, אחי, מטורף.
because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here, and now finding mats to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, Plixie and Vico jumping their way back up into this top 5.
Flexi and Veno from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. Bugha and Aiv functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost Quezy yet again, only this time no opportunity for the revive. In fact, he's down and out for the count as well. Scroll doing everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to Veno and Flexi to hold their ground. They're going to cut Scroll off in the process. Veno nearly gets credit for the knock, but instead
Veno finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting down the poles here, getting closer and closer to the roots. Give a look at it. 7 elims for Flexi and Veno. Bugha and Aiv not looking to jump up into the flames that are Veno and Flexi. Give it a second, though.
Wow.
No match. They have to continue to farm here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall comes in. At the very least, Bugha's trying to, you know, make this a war of attrition.
Holy moly.
Elimination. Another big one here. More points here. Veno and Flexi are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find Aiv on the backside there. Veno losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
Veno nearly getting trapped in the process there, but unfortunately for Aiv and Bugha, they're going to get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work their way through. Aiv barely has it, but Veno and Flexi just a little bit more HP to work with. They bring this one home.
And it's almost like they just keep doing it now. Veno and Flexi, a very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces is expression of pure excitement. They're ready to.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's Veno and Flexi! Come on up here, boys. Come on, enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment. Unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiley, so happy, and you must be very happy with the victory royale. Talk me through the moment there. We saw that taking the high ground, Quezy goes down because you're beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the goat right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key like forecast this game because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, you know, because we needed like a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play hide on that, and then yeah, they just counter sprayed, and Felix just said the spray, and yeah.
It was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really kind of like really tight go at things there. But eliminations are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. Flexi, what's it been like first 4 games into global championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and yeah.
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just like talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. Like we just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. You know, we're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of in the? What do you guys want to do these next 2 games?
I think if you're top 5 after the first day, you can easily win because it's 1.5 point. But I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, Veno, I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and Flexi. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for Veno and Flexi, everyone, please. How does that feel when you're the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't like be more happy about it. It's just like I feel the need to perform better, you know.
You just got a victory royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
Better. I can always do better, you know.
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it up for Veno and Flexi. Game 4 winners there. We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second's time.
שמענו עליכם, עלק אומרים לנו 3 דקות. 3 דקות בחיים לא. טוב חבר'ה, ורענון. פיטרבוט אנד פויו, וואי, פליקס וואי, 1 למקום ראשון. פליקס ונו מקום 6. וואו, חבר'ה. אביב ובוגה עלו למקום 13. אוקיי. בטמן בוגה 17, קוויזי 9, מרסטאץ' ומליבוקה 8, תומאס מקום שלישי, פליקסי שני ופיטרבוט ראשון. זהו חבר'ה. וואי, היה פה פסיכית האמת, המשחק הזה היה די פסיכי. ברו, הם מפרסמים רוקט רייסינג אחי בתוך טורניר פורטנייט. אני לא מבין אתכם. אשכרה פורטנייט הלכו על כל הקופה עם הדבר הזה של ה... לא מבין אותם באמת. וייפר, אתה לא יכול להגיע פתאום ולהגיד שמגיע לך פיקאקס, זה לא עובד ככה. לא מגיע ככה, זה לא עובד ככה וייפר. אחד זה למי שתומך בקוד בחנות בשרת הדיסקורד. שתיים, ליאור כל הדרך בלייב. כאילו זה שהוא מוד זה לא אומר שום דבר, אבל פשוט כל הלייב נמצא פה. אבל לא, זה לא בהכרח אומר שהוא יקבל את זה, פשוט אומר שהוא מאוד פוטנציאלית יכול לקבל את זה. ואנחנו נראה לי, זה לא דקה בחיים, כבר למדנו את פורטנייט שלנו. כמה שאנחנו אוהבים את פורטנייט. ארזי אמת שאתה גם אופציה אחי. זה גם בהחלט אופציה. בגלל זה אמרתי שהוא לא גרנטי, כאילו אמרתי שהוא יכול לקבל. אם אין לכם רול תומך בחנות בשרת דיסקורד, תוודאו שיהיה לכם, כאילו פשוט שימו... כל מי שפה כאילו חבר'ה, כן? נא. מה, אחי, תשחק, מה יש לך? די! ספקתי, האפס. אתה מנסה להרוג אותי. ממש אין טריינר. אשכרה ברו עם טריינר. איי. אתם לא יכולים לבוא ולרשום על דעת עצמכם שאתם הכי פעילים, זה לא עובד ככה. מי שפעיל אני יודע, מי שפעיל ולא רושם אני גם יודע. שבשו אמיתי. אחי המצב שהוא שחקן טוב. No way. הוא שלט. Nah, you copping. וואו! אתה לא טוב. אני לא יכול לפגוע בו. הוא גם לוקח לי סקאר, אחי. כאילו, אחי. יאללה, אחי, תן בראש. אין מצב. לא טוב. מה אתה עושה? מה אתה עושה? פשוט שחק כבר! פשוט שחק! לא, פשוט שחק! נא, אחי. נו, לך בוא. מה? אתה טיפש? יוי, אלוהים. יאללה, נו, מה שמת? תרם לך משהו? נו בוא! בוא כבר! נו! חי בסרט. אחי, אתה חי בסרט. גם לא משהו, אח שלי. צ'בשו נכנס לתא עכשיו. יואו, מעצבן אותי. יואו. אתה לא! די, אני כזה גרוע באליטים, אני לא מבין מה קורה לי. הבנייה שלו פשוט העיפה אותי הצידה. אתה גרוע, אח שלי. צא יא גרוע, צא יא גרוע. מחליף לי סקינים, מה אתה מחליף לי סקינים? אתה לא יודע לשחק בכלל, מה אתה מחליף סקינים? לא מבין אותם. כל הפלופרים האלה שפשוט מחליפים סקינים זה לא יעזור לכם, אתם לא תשתפרו. אתם לא תהיו בטר. בטח אכפת לכם שאני אהיה ככה כמה דקות עד שמתחילים. אורה. וואו, זה כל כך גרוע באליטים. וואו, אחי. פלופר. כמה שאני אוהב אותם. IRL פלופר. איזה שחקן נינטנדו, לא הייתי נותן לו הכי לגעת בשלט של אקסבוקס, אתה מדבר איתי על נינטנדו? לא יודע, בדרך כלל יש פה שחקנים טובים. או. וואו, הוא לא חסם אותי שם וזה היה ממש טיפשי כאילו. או! או! שלא. הוא אוכל אותי. למה נלחם נגד אביב? קרס לי פשוט המחשב לשנייה. טינדור שהוא לא שחקן טופ אחי, פינג, הכי קצת פינג בעולם. וואו. וואו, זה לא בונה לי אחי, לא קורה פה. אני צריך משהו שהוא מרסס כאילו פאמפ וטעג. אני צריך ככה, כן. זה לא יורה לי. מה תעשה עכשיו? אוקיי, זה שווה לך את זה? כן, זה שווה לו את זה.
Eliminations have really jumped them up, and look, it's all for everything, right? They have the car. for the rest of the Storms here. Chap has to just back off at this point, otherwise he'll start to lose his tournament opportunity here. Game 5 being very late into the day. These are the last chances to set yourselves up for points here, so you got to put your ego aside.
Well, you say Chap might need to back up, but with the way that Rise and Ages are closing in, Paper sure he's going to confirm that forecast for himself and Victor V, but at the same time, if they're not careful on the disembark from the forecast tower, Flaming Boost Tube could pose some issues. It seems like Rise and Ages were setting up in a position to try and protect it, try and maybe get a knock-on elimination for any teams looking to take it.
Now, all things considering, the point gap between 6 to top 20 is very, very close.
Yeah, they
start to jump up towards the top 5, so even a team like Paper and Victor V have a lot of opportunity here to really ramp up. Meanwhile, Thomas HD just giving us a show.
כי הוא לא טוב משעמולית צ'אט, הוא פשוט עם אינטרנט טוב.
He does it without the scope this time around, so all the more impressive.
That makes me sick to my stomach watching Thomas HD use any sort of sniper-esque weapon, you know? Even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time. He's just so pinpoint accurate. It's ridiculous, but Batman Bugha, Rapid, they're trying to get a little bit of an uprisal here. And Rapid, he's got visuals in his sights. Beautiful right side peek. Perfect moment to open up. But visuals immediately looking to retreat. And he's going to go side by side, hip to hip one more time with his duo.
Great tag there for Rapid to set them up. A big 108, but Visuals climbs his way back into a fighting stance here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this position here of the bunker. They back off. Bugha and Aiv, we get the early update with them for the first time to really see what is unfolding for Bugha. No shotgun. Oh wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. Aiv is well on the move right now.
It's a nice rotation so far off the launch pad from the peak of that mountain, but the main difference that I've noticed in Bugha and Aiv's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because Toyota and Mifali, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing, they're getting their loot and immediately looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving Bugha and Aiv anyone left nearby. They're having to forcibly create these storm surge situations, and it's not easy to acquire those tags by any means. You miss one shot.
אשכרה פה פיטרבוט מקום שני. תומאס מקום שלישי, פליקסי מקום ראשון.
Peterbot and Pollo just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you access to that modification bench to change your weapons, right? To get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Meanwhile, 8's Flixie and Ovation Vico back in the game, as healthy as ever when things were almost fading away for a moment there here in game number 5. But they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
And they're going straight back to home base. Little do they know, though, King Phaser could be a very problematic circumstance, depending on the approach there for Vico and Flixie, but still inside, deep, the Storm. Muzz and Epic Whale. Decent amount of material count, though, but it looks like Muzz is gonna have to lose at least one of these medkits along the way, fully intending to just locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe even make use of that weapon mods bench.
Back on over to the other draw spot, though, with Vico and Flixie here. It's the landing home. Let's see it, though. King and Phaser playing the low ground right now instead of opting for a little bit of a stronger position. So I'm almost calling bait here, but
לא יורה להם פי 5 תומר מהרגל. פשוט נראה לך ככה בגלל שיש דיליי או, נייס.
Biko and Flixie still on the pulse.
וואו, זה כזה קרוב.
Barely gets up to that next layer.
Every shot that Biko lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time, where can King and Phaser actually run to? They are trapped. Biko and Flixie, no reckless railways like the back of their hands. And sure, I'm aware that King and Phaser, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as Flixie and Biko, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to Biko in the player room was him saying, nobody plays reckless railways right. We are the only ones that understand this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Yeah, you saw he had every angle, he knew where to cut them off, basically within the building, the structure.
וואלה, לוינו יש איים מטורף. לוינו הוא אחד האיימרים הכי טובים שיש.
Happy with the damage. Meanwhile, Quezy and Veno, though, on the move here. Again, no strangers to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north to try to find some tags. Now they're looping their way, again, south and then into the new zone. Everything's starting to piece together. Meanwhile, the standings, one of our top 10 teams are down. Just for that update there, Malibuca and Merstash is that team. Look at this, though. Swizzy, Jacko, from a dub into a fight here, landing on visuals and braids now. Looking for the big shot, didn't quite get the maximum damage, but still gets the finish off visuals there. And all that material, they are right back into it.
The most important part as well for Swizzy and Yapko is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like Yuma in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though Yuma might even be in that solo situation, and when that's the case, you're always hoping that you can kind of just stumble upon an engagement already taking place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, an elimination, points, placements. It's really what everybody is after right now.
Thomas HD and Quezy, damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment.
אני אסביר לכם חבר'ה, אני אסביר לכם פעם אחת ואחרונות האמת לגבי הקטע הזה עם פיטרבוט. יש מצב מסוים שאתה נכנס אליו, שהיו שחקנים מאוד בודדים בהיסטוריה, שאתה נכנס למצב שאתה עם awareness ברמה של כמעט 100%. awareness על מה אתה צריך לעשות כדי לפגוע כל דבר או כדי לעשות כל דבר. ברגע שהכניסו את הכוונות למשחק, פיטרבוט התחיל להצליח, אין מה לעשות. וזה פחות להסתמך על מזל האם לפגוע או לא לפגוע, זה יותר להסתמך על באמת לפגוע אם אתה טוב או לא.
Tangled up a little bit here right now with Swizzy, but we've seen Swizzy already once today, MDF.
פיטרבוט יש לו 100% אקרסי, אין מה לעשות, הוא יודע לאיפה לכוון את הכוונת כל הזמן, כל פעם. יש לי חבר כזה שככה הוא משחק במשחקים שהם לא פורטנייט, אבל הוא כזה במשחקים אחרים. של איפה שהוא תמיד יודע לאיפה לכוון כדי לפגוע כמעט כל דבר. אני לפעמים מסתכל עליו ואני אומר, אחי, כמה זמן, כאילו הוא אומר, אני הרגשתי שאני יודע לעשות את זה, פשוט המשכתי להתאמן על זה והגעתי למצב שאני עושה את זה כל הזמן. וזה פיטרבוט.
Talk about that. It seems like Quezy rotates right into Bryce and Boltz, so not too much longer do they fall, but Peterbot and Pollo, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is solo. Storm Surge going to be giving them a big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and Pollo. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information, and in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and Pollo, it can be devastating for the rest of the lobby, but Cherry, he's managed to find an isolation moment. Worthy trying to do what he can, but the storm might take him out as is. Instead, Cherry diverts his attention to another Oshi player, and he is going to find Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks.
אין זהו, אלכס ואוסי כאילו הוכיחו שהם לא מספיק טובים בשביל להיות ברמה העולמית אף פעם.
Swizzy was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of Aiv here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations, so starting to really heat up now. Bugha and Aiv come to late half.
הוא לא רואה דרך בנייה, הוא מרגיש שזה... אני לא יודע איך להסביר לכם את זה, חבר'ה, אבל זה קיים. זה קיים, יש מלא אנשים, יש אנשים כאלה. יש לי חבר כזה, אני מדבר איתכם כאילו על משחק של לכוון בו, זה על גבול להיות צ'יטר, באמת. יכול להיות שאתם מכירים ויכול להיות שלא, משחק שקוראים לו וור תנדר. כדי לפגוע במטוס אחר, אתם עפים באוויר, כאילו אתם גם עפים באוויר, גם עוד מטוס אחר באוויר, אתם צריכים לכוון זווית ממרחק, אני לא יודע איך זה עובד, הוא עושה את זה והוא עושה את זה מושלם ומדויק ופוגע את הכל כמו צ'יטר. הבנתי שהוא כאילו מסתכל על קיר ויודע שיש שם מישהו. הוא לא עם צ'יטים, הוא לא יכול להיות עם צ'יטים ולהתחמק מזה ככה, הוא לא יכול.
More importantly still, all these other duos, all these other players that still remain, Monster, Scroll, Sky.
הוא בקדימה, הוא אשכרה בהכי קדימה.
Bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus for an open opportunity. Scroll can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses one moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down. The build count just not where it needs to be.
אני לא מדבר על אלה, אני מדבר על הרגילים. אני מדבר על הרגילים, לא על אלה שמתכוונים אוטומטי. לא אכפת לי מה אוטומטי. אלה שאתה ליטרלי צריך להיות גאון כדי לפגוע כל כדור כל הזמן.
Doesn't quite find a chance to find the tag there. Someone else snipes the elimination there too, and all focus starts to aim towards him, but 46 above here doesn't hold on long, and he just gets belted right out of the game. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual are down. Rapid and Batman Bugha don't survive the rotate, as you saw there, and so much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling. It's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1, given how close it's going to be point-wise. So we're going to see a lot of changes come that last round, but Veno and Clicks holding on by a sliver here.
This is too close for comfort, though. Clicks and Veno have practically no space to work with. They've got 2 separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that Peterbot and Pollo nearby, getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion, that's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again, Acorn, Cold, directly underneath where Clicks and Veno are currently at, and they are looking to be in a much more situated position here.
יאללה, תעלו לטופ 5, יאללה, תעלו לטופ 5.
High ground again. Flixie and Vico take the chance here while everyone's playing passively boxed up. They snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the marker set up for another high ground spot. And you can tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win condition setups. Meanwhile, Veno and Clicks struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health. And it's a very healthy Vico and Flixie above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
Veno knows
הם כדור אחד של שוטגן, ממש ככה, שתיים כדור אחד של שוטגן.
jump into just about anyone's box if they want to keep this game 5 run going strong, because a refresh is a necessity at this point. The material count entirely too low. They need heals as well, and they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, Vico catches a glimpse of Clicks, takes out a huge chunk of his HP, but at the same time, Clicks actually does wind up falling, and Veno meets a similar fate. Just no escape from the top end of the leaderboard.
And it just plays so smart. Vico and Flixie use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the Veno and Clicks there, and you know, it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're playing so well. It's hard to compete against that. And talking about that, Peterbot and Pollo continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here. While all of that was unfolding, they find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now, as we're almost to zone number 9. Big moves here for Peterbot. They're going to give up the high ground a little bit here to play the low front side. Very interesting strategy, given that they had mats to work with. But too many teams are alive for their liking, it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against their favor for the time being. They don't want to get caught off guard. much of a similar fashion, the way that they've been catching other teams off notice, but Thomas HD, Quezy, they can see all these teams sliding down the mountain.
זה ה-FNCS, הגלובל צ'מפיון של ה-FNCS. כל השחקנים הכי טובים מכל ה-FNCS שהיו לאחרונה.
Continue to pressure against his walls, but just behind, here about it, saw Victor V and Paper as well. Could be some big fights taking place soon in the low ground.
Let's not forget Kovacs and Huddy were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down the standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are, coming right back into things. Meanwhile, Quezy pushing their way through. Down goes Cooper, looking for the finish. He'll get it. Kanata forced to run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again. Coming into the final rounds here.
30 below. אחי, תן פעם אחד, סיימת את העבודה.
Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cole get chopped out by Flixie and Vico. They are just the talk of the town right now.
Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Pollo, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch-up. Chicho, Trulex, they caught wind of Epic Well, but Epic Well doing what he can. It's an even exchange, down to just Trulex versus Muzz. But the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs gonna opt to play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have Pollo and Peterbot still alive right now, still kicking here. This is the only competition besides Acorn and Cold who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for their money. Bryce and Boltz are setting up for the high ground win while Pollo, Peterbot, Vico, Flixie are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here in the moments to come as they're standing on opposite ends of the low ground position here. Pollo pressuring everyone nearby. Flixie down, Vico down as well. To the hands of the team on the other side as well. And look at this, the low ground spot for Peterbot and Pollo. Now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that exchange, Quezy, Thomas, Vico, Flixie, they all eliminate each other. So now it's just up to Pollo and Peterbot to see what they can do. Boltz and Bryce, though, firm grasp of the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Dukes scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood above his head, keep him safe for the time being. But at the same time, Peterbot and Pollo, they are titans on this low ground currently.
So Peterbot has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do something, but these teams are not making it easy. Meanwhile, Watson Pings are getting active for the low ground, though the shots are coming in. Peterbot and Pollo find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here, and Pollo wants them all. It's going to make a huge, huge difference here.
Wow.
Secures the material count as well. That's going to set Peterbot up for just enough. Boltz and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games in person on land. I called it before, this is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, Peterbot and Pollo just, I mean, they've been ahead of the pack so far.
But Peterbot and Pollo, they got the most recent refreshes. Granted, everyone's building, everyone's burning.
Oh!
Strikes first, Bryce is gonna fall. Peterbot understanding, it's all down to Boltz to try and clutch this one up, but it's Peterbot and Pollo after all.
Boltz has been here though, he knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal, you have to fight back. Armored walls come out, they have a little bit more map, but Peterbot has too much to work with. Another armored wall, Boltz has an angle. Can he get him? No!
אני בשוק.
Peterbot won't drop him twice.
Peterbot and Pollo strike yet again on the day. Match number 5, and the victory royale belongs to them. First place continuing to extend itself, and that is the real difference maker here today, MDF. We can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for Peterbot and Pollo!
Do you know what? I
I love those. I love those moments because this
כולם צועקים בוז.
to happen. Pollo, the Flowberry push there. You guys were low ground.
זה שחקו מעולה.
Talk us through the moment there and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
יאללה פיטרבוט, עכשיו תראו הוא יוציא משפט מטורף למה כי הוא מת בקריירת יוטיוב שלו. עכשיו תראו איך הוא יחזיר את הקריירת יוטיוב שלו.
Elimination wise as well, you guys are consistent there. Standings as well. Peterbot, how would exactly? I'm sure there's so many aspiring Fortnite players here as well. It's just constant for you
תראו
guys.
את זה.
What is the strategy, the secret sauce that is really making you guys, ensuring you get to these top spots right now?
Oh my god, אחי.
We have the mythic every season, you know what I'm saying? And me with the mythic, I'm just unstoppable, you know what I'm saying? I get so many eliminations and stuff, so yeah.
Dangerous out there. I'm going to talk about there being this experience right now.
זה ברור שישלוף איזשהו משפט.
A lot more over the course of this weekend. Pollo, what's it been like for you as well? You feel the crowd.
Every season.
One more time forward. Let them hear you guys. It's for you, buddy.
תשבו שזה לא אנשים שמשלמים להם חבר'ה. יש שם אנשים שנראה שאין להם קשר לענף.
Global championships. Feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Hey, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo. GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys crushed it. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
אין לי מה לומר לכם צ'אט, אין לי מה לומר לכם. אשכרה פיטרבוט ופויו במקום הראשון על 333 נקודות. ממוצע של 7 קילים למשחק ופלייסמנט של 8.6. וקליקס וונו ירדו למקום התשיעי. איי. וואי, מחר זה 6 נקודות לקיל. אתם מבינים שבתיאוריה, בשיא הכנות כאילו, בתיאוריה, באמת, קחו את זה, באמת, קחו את ה-6.8 average קיללים, 8, 3, 12, 1, 10, עכשיו תכפילו את זה ב-6, תאספו את כל הנקודות ביחד, כמה עכשיו זה נקודות לקיל? 4. כמה עשו נקודות מקילים? איפה רואים את הנקודות לקילים? לא רואים. במשחק רואים. זה מטורף, אחי. בוגה כן פה, איפה בוגה? בוגה ב-20 בערך. הנה, 16. בוגה ואביב במקום 16. כן, הם לא עשו כזה טוב. ממוצע מקום 20 וקילים 1.80 אחי, כאילו, זה לא משהו. קליקס ובנו 2.6. לא. קליקס ובנו 2.6 שזה ממוצע. ו-14.40. לא, זה מטורף צ'אט. זה מטורף. יאללה חבר'ה, כבר 1 בלילה, אין לכם בית ספר מחר?
Number 5.
Aiv goes to Peterbot and Pollo. My goodness, just so much went right for the duo in this last game, from the Rift Islands to the bunkers to just being stacked in a zone. And now, somehow, we've given them a victory royale. Who let that happen?
I mean, we kind of saw it happening a little bit in Game 3. We all thought that that game was going to go their way.
Yep.
Getting second place with double-digit eliminations was only the start for this duo, Peterbot and Pollo, showcasing once again why they are the demons of North America, chopping out Acorn and Cold right there, being able to chop out Height and then not even claim it as their own. I thought that was going to be the follow-up, but instead, staying on the low ground and then finding so much loot there, giving them the advantage in the final moments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is actually their 10th victory royale this entire chapter. The only duo to get double-digit victory royales this entire chapter. The way they went about it was really, really impressive. All of those refreshes, as you talked about, Kelly, was so vital. Using those armored walls to protect themselves, and even just keeping themselves using that Flowberry Fizz, ensuring that they keep that mobility, and that was crucial to this moment right here for Pollo. Popping that Flowberry Fizz to give him that little bit of extra mobility and jump height just allows them to close out the fight really well. I mean, Bryce and Boltz surely should close this one out here, but Peterbot and Pollo. Pollo in particular there, what a clutch.
I mean, typically when we see these low ground teams, they try and stay there as long as possible, and it's usually the high ground teams that have to drop down low to face them if they don't have the heal off potential.
יאללה ביי ארזים, שותק, תודה רבה שהיית. וואי, אני שוקל להפסיק לשדר עם המצלמה הזאת.
My gosh, I love too the fact that when Adam goes in for the
אני באמת שואל עכשיו, תענו לי בשיא הכנות. דקה.
The fact that Pollo had just these disgusting angles on these duos, and a lot of those circumstances, you're not thinking there's like a duo like in this weird angle. Pollo's just like, hello, here's my shotgun. I want a victory royale, please. My gosh, just so well done. And the fact that they also had the heals. If something crazy goes on, they're like, we got a couple med kits if we have to push it to that point. We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Look in front. You see that solo? We're just going left of him. Come. Come up. Come up. Low ground. Come.
I'm with you.
We're just a duo. Why don't we go back to our tarp then? Go back to our tarp.
Nice.
Just hang on each other.
I can go up.
Throw all the way up.
They don't know.
Get on me. Chill.
I've no growth.
Chill.
Look up.
100.
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Yo, take my kit.
He's dropping. 20, he took 20 balls.
Let's go! We're the best, baby!
That's like what,
Come
13?
On. Bro, we're the best, bro! Oh my god! Let's go!
אתם ראיתם את זה? למה אתם רואים את זה? זה מוזר.
Good job, bro! We're crazy, bro!
Yeah, I mean, they're super funny. I love to in that moment. Pollo's like, dude, 15, like, to him in that moment, he's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, it's all happening so fast. Just so well, expertly played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground just so well, like, if you said, yeah, they're a low ground team, I'd be like, yeah, but that's kind of not what they're about.
The thing is, they're an everything team, regardless of the situation, regardless of if they have the mats for high ground, or if they're going to stick to the low ground, they are going to come out on top. And look at that distance. We saw after game number 4 that it was Vico and Flixie in first place by just a few points. Now the lead stretching to 50 points for Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie were looking really good there as well going into that game. That end game was really solid for them, and just up until they went down there at that point. And of course, that just gave Peterbot and Pollo the green light to make sure they could make the most of that game. Even in that listening right there, they were saying, how many eliminations? Oh, 10? Yeah, it's okay. Most teams were like, we just got a 10 elimination victory. Oh, let's go crazy. But these guys, that's just another day at the office for them. Something else I'm noticing about this as well. Look at that, Boltz and Bryce moving up 19 places up there into 8th place. Huge performance from these guys. The way they held height was really good as well, using these armored walls to ensure that people couldn't chop them down as easily, and it's just this constant pressure. Look at Boltz's inventory. He's used
מצלמה טובה, אבל אני מרגיש שאני יכול כאילו ללייבים זה יהיה ככה.
And we also saw them on Rift Island as well with Peterbot and Pollo, but choosing not to engage in that.
למה זה פתח לי את
Using it as a little
הפורט?
bit of advantage, seeing where the rest of the lobby is landing, making sure that they're able to be put into an advantageous position, and that is what allowed them to grab this high ground. 8 eliminations before Bryce went down. Boltz, though, doing his best to try and fight him out, but when it's Peterbot and Pollo that you have to 1v2 against, there's not much you can do.
And it's nice to see them making these end games as well. At the beginning of the show, we were talking about this sort of contestation with Vico and Flixie on that side. How's things going to go there? What's going to happen? are they going to be? Is it going to be one of those teams making it to endgame and the other one maybe not? It seems like they both sort of found a way to play their own game. Of course, Flixie making that more north rotation, finding some other forecast towers if they need them, and then Bryce and Boltz are able to make these end games consistently as well. So it seems to be kind of working out for both duos right now, and if Bryce and Boltz can continue to do that, I expect them to finish in the top 10.
Fantastic stuff, and I love too, kind of what you called out, the fact that we're Rift Island, they kind of go up to fight. Whoa, Peterbot and Pollo, my bad. Peterbot and Pollo, then just like, they just blaze a trail, and they're like, hey, well, they've already done all the work. Cool, let's just follow them, right? And then they end in second place.
I mean, even if you aren't able to claim Rift Island, just by getting the material, there is also that weapon mod bench that's in there. And also, you get the great rotations from the static launch pads there, or the rifts from around you. Also, a lot of other teams are going to be using the rifts. So if you do need a few tags, well, guess what? A lot of players are going to be rifting around you, and you're going to be able to get those tags. Speaking of a great performance, Acorn and Cold just going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is really, really nice to see from these guys. A little bit of a better performance than we have seen in some of the games, but it's one of those where they tried to take that high ground, got chopped out. We saw Acorn going down right there, but it's all about Cold. I think Cold can clutch up in those situations. Didn't quite make it happen right there, but this is a team that won't let that affect them. It seems like Offspawn right now is being so much more of a breeze than we anticipated going into the show, so they're able to make these end games consistently. They're going into it with decent loot as well. Even playing for height there, didn't quite work out in the end, but this is a duo that I expect to see in more of these end games, even in day number 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting word. The last game of the day. I don't want it to be over, but we are prepared. It is time. After this game, we go into tomorrow's 6 and a 1.5 times multiplier. These duos need to do everything they can to solidify today. One last ride. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. They have to secure the lead now and or jump up, right, and have a chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, you always want to make sure that you finish strong on day 1, heading into that 1.5 times multiplier for day 2, MDF. But at the same time, you still know that you have 6 more games to work with, so it's not the end of the world by any means, just in case day 1 was a little bit more of a bust.
That's right, and there are teams now getting close to those back-to-backs on land. Talk about Peterbot and Pollo. Let's see it for the last game.
And just like that, we are back in it. Game number 6, day number 1. And Monster, we have seen some pretty crazy 50-50 off the drop. But again, taking a step back now, looking at a team like Pixie and Giannis landing at Redline Rig, and currently just fixated exclusively on trying to maintain the most optimal loop path possible.
You know, what I'm really excited about, or what I'm happy about watching play out today, is that all the rumors were true. Everyone who said, I'm landing on this team, I'm taking that fight, they meant it. And they're showing up just like Power Alex and Worthy here, who take down Merstash for his 2nd game now, back-to-back, and Malabuka left in the courtyard here to run for himself. Worthy doesn't want to peek as he's got low HP, but so does Malabuka. Alex says, screw it, I'm going for it. Finds one tag, can he get the 2nd? Of course, he can, and he secures the dub there. Back-to-back now on the drop.
Better late than never, after all. And as far as the Power Boys are concerned, Alex and Worthy have finally woken up when they needed to most, MDF, because at the end of the day, certainly. But to close out here, winning it out over the likes of Malabuka and Merstash of all teams, that's a huge confidence swing.
Very, very well played there, but hold up. I'm holding my breath for a second as Kovacs and Huddy have almost not learned any lessons as far as respecting Scroll and Sky are concerned. It seems like when they get the drop and they have the high ground, they are all action and no fear here.
וואו אחי, אשכרה ניצחו את זה, את ה-1v1 הזה.
Something good out of it, once again making it into the end game. It's very clear that if Huddy and Kovacs perform the same tomorrow, they're going to be up inside that top 10 with a very hefty chunk of money, given that there is $2 million+ of prizing available here in the tournament. So much more to play for than just the bragging rights, of course. 6th place now for Kovacs and Huddy as we get the standings update. And look, the game that Sky and Scroll survived, though, they made something great out of it too. So these are clearly 2 very good teams.
without a doubt. More on that later on, though, because right now it's all about Clicks and Veno. They have full-on trap Damo and Resigns inside of the tunnel now. Here next to Sandy steps, Resigns trying to do it again, but Veno is relentless with the pressure. Could eats way too much damage. That could be so problematic. Damo and Resigns, they're going to manage to escape because Clicks has to fall back. There is no other option. They cannot afford to fall here. They are still maintaining a position within the top 10, but the fact that they've managed to fluctuate outside of top 5, that's a position that can be really difficult to come back from, especially when you remember tomorrow's 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, very scary now as tags come in from the distance as well here. Damo and the Resigns are starting to
אני
surge
שונא אותם, מה אתם מחליטים ללחוץ עליהם, יא חארות?
Veno is there to defend. Now, Resigns looking back, not sure if there's a team potentially sneaking up behind them. You'd be right to assume so.
אני שונא אותו.
Can't let his guard down just yet. There is danger.
זה לא מעניין אותי אם אני...
It looks like it's about to go down there for Damo and Resigns at the hill, but
אם עכשיו וינו וקליקס דופקים ניצחון מקום ראשון עם 25 קילים, וואלה יכול להיות פה משהו מטורף.
This exchange has drawn out for far too long. The launchpad positioning that Veno and Clicks like to try and set up for height elevation, try and look for some surge tags. It's going to be cut short. It's going to be stretched out for far too long. And other teams are now having the opportunity to make their approach instead. Peterbot and Pollo already trying to converge onto this location. Forecast tower in sight as well, potentially. But Aspect, Quezy, they've got to be careful. Lingering around Snooty Station. They don't want to get caught off guard. And sure enough, Peterbot, Pollo, it's all about making it to the launchpad hill.
they're on the high ground right now. If they just peek over, they'll see that there's a lot of opportunity below them starting to develop, but Peterbot's got his attention on the far eastern team here. Glances over in Veno's direction, takes some tags, doesn't quite find them just yet. It's Gyros and Sherry, though, who's building up the high base here. There are roughly 6 teams in this area, all with sight lines on Veno and Clicks.
And it comes as no surprise considering that it's the forecast tower that everybody was hoping to potentially get their paws on, but instead we'll have to sit back and wait to see what happens next here as Clicks, Veno, again, they were just prevented from getting optimal positioning to set up for the forecast tower and launchpad plays, and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clicks and Veno to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto Damo and Resigns.
Yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively. Clicks doing
much
better job now as he's side by side his teammate Veno. The opponents, Damo on the run now. Built out to the side there. Clicks still curious to the fact that he owns some of the territory here. That's going to be a small victory for them in the time being. Up and over they go.
This is where they had initially trapped Resigns and Damo, but at the same time, Damo managing to sneak around out back, but because of the fact that Gyros, Sherry, they have moved in to the vicinity, and now Veno Clicks fully aware of the fact that there is just too many numbers surrounding them. It's too close for comfort. They've got to find another way to escape, and the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point for Clicks and Veno is the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them to make their way to those resources, but at the same time, how do you break through all these duos already surrounding you?
Yeah, and again, more points lost as well. It's not just, of course, the game starting to slow down for them. It's the points that they're not accruing because Gyros and Sherry have effectively taken those eliminations now. Even Aspect and Kaz are just off in the distance. They're listening to what's happening. Jumping on over to other very familiar teams here. XX's Ritual, Re as well. Kind of inside the Doomstat, but you have Muzz here waiting, almost combed up. Slips out the side there. He's very fast. It's not going to make it easy by any means. Out the wall he goes, but it's a 2v1. What can you do? Reek takes him down without a sweat.
I know it's really interesting to actually see Re and Ritual clashing this early on with Epic Well and Muzz. A passing comment that Reek made in the player room last night was you know, we missed out on a Cash Cup, most recent one. Epicwell and Muzz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies that he has to offer. And so, have to wonder now, you get a taste of that kind of power and you want to keep going back for it. So Epicwell and Muzz, that might be a fight that they find themselves caught up in for more than just today.
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? You get that false sense of security, like, oh, Cash Cup went great. Let's
well, it was uncontested, right?
do that again.
You're feeling good. And then Reed and Ritual, though, there to remind them, no, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
תשמעו, אין לי מה לומר,
Chicho and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to find their way up the standings here. They've really fought their way up the rankings almost unprecedentedly. No one saw it coming here. But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid ground, sometimes on the height. And all of a sudden now, they are just there.
Trulux and Chicho just have a way of kind of just going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early to mid to late game, and a big part of the reason for that is that they are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases, they go for the reliable surge tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map, because wherever they surge base at, you know it's going to be an position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well, just given to us from that update there. So you know exactly where they need to be, where the next zones are going to be. Moving towards Vico, pushing in on Virgo. Not looking to let them have this for free, but there's armored wall there, and oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact. And sure enough, just in case you thought they were done, Vico and Flixie, they're going to be pickaxing for a hot minute to get into this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here. And every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker
Holy
of
moly.
all its valuable resources. But this is about to be an all-out brawl here for Vico and Flixie.
Not looking good for Flixie. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. And another armored wall comes down. So those armored walls are instantaneously put at maximum HP. They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall, so it's a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one, but let your guard down, and now look, team is flying in very, very fast here. We'll get their names shortly. Flixie and Vico is in a world of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were just out of audio range to hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall,
yeah,
right?
It's
a two-way street there.
It is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from Vico and Flixie, because that fight back that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending their position inside of the bunker, despite the fact that it was Vico and Flixie, they did not care in the slightest. And I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah, they really have matured as players, but look at this. Vico and Flixie now find Jerome and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the hearts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of Fortnite. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Shadom there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show. Vico and Flixie's clearly coming out in spades here, as is Peterbot and Pollo. We all know they're guided by the same person.
But at the same time, you have such a strong day one performance. You got to be careful that you don't let that confidence transition into overconfidence. And Vico Flixie, I don't want to call it an overinvestment just yet, but they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position. They were trying to see if they could wait out Shadow and Virgo, but those two were not willing to budge in the slightest, and now Vico, Flixie, they didn't have any other options but to leave in a totally separate direction after acquiring nothing out of it as well. I mean, I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day 2.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, it's surely confidence, right? Pushing in like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu, or sorry, Rise and Yuma actually. Rise and Yuma, who started off so hot today, have just dropped their mid games for 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're gonna have to hit the drawing board big time now, as they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and that just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's gonna be the end of their day 1s.
Poor Boltz, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that Kramsu and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team that's also faced up on a hill behind him. Boltz, Bryce, they're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against Kramsu and Clone instead, but Kramsu, Clone, at least for the time being, they've got the health advantage.
Flixie, though, finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Gon and Quanti at the Railways are going to be meeting the team that is the king of the Railways at this point. This is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time, Flixie and Vico need the damage and the elims to go with it. Flixie gets shot first. Gon puts up a great tag there. But the edit comes through, and Vico is down at the bottom to catch him there. Fox running out, though, here. Can the make kid come in time? Sure can. So Flixie and Vico have a moment here to breathe.
But again, this all kind of stems back to that bunker fight for me, MDF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the midst of it. Because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out with even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as well. All the while, teams like Quezy, Thomas,
תראו, נראה לי זה FNCS הכי לא...
And that really shows you the
לא
significant
מרגש
difference
היה.
of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For Quezy and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to show past. Andalix and Sato here have had a very difficult day 1 up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them, and now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is Quezy and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, Quanti ultimately does end up falling here, but not before claiming Vico and earning some points.
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave Flixie and Vico sitting just underneath that storm damage threshold, if not even more so piling up against them. All the while, Peterbot continuing to claim as many eliminations as possible throughout the course of the day. These guys have been leading the charge here, and Peterbot goes for another one. It just doesn't seem like Andalix was prepared in the slightest.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now.
Wow.
Just take a look at that. And the first emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right, that we've seen.
Flixie trying to stock up as best he can. The Grand Rail Station, but couple of med kits. Still might not be enough to deal with this 2-tick zone. He's doing everything he can to make his way across.
No.
Boltz in a similar situation, but in fact, it's actually Veno and Clicks on the receiving end, and they're the ones under the most duress here. Veno, he's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the day is not going to pan out the way they were hoping. 9th place team in trouble.
Kind of crazy. Clicks and Veno fall. Bryce and Boltz jump up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards, on the standings. So a very, very critical set of eliminations for Bryce and Boltz, and now Veno and Clicks are set back home, basically having to think about today and figuring out how to patch up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Boltz and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought Bryce and Boltz had that in the bag, had it secured, but Pollo was just incredible with the angle finding. Hold up. Acorn and Cold now find Hiras and Shiri. They've almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging all the way here to the north side.
דיגניטס מחזיקים בכל השחקנים הטובים בפורטנייט.
Spinks, Dukes, just all a couple boxes away. Thought they were a little bit closer. It's actually going to be Batman, Bugha, and Rapid who are directly next to them. Siyun and Caddy, though, they don't waste any time. They immediately aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. Batman Bugha struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the medkit, but he won't get the chance. Taken down by the last surge tick.
The Elim credit is going to go to Boltz, given that he did the last bit of damage there, but in the end, now there's a lot to worry about here. Siyun and Kadu obviously looking to fight back because they need a little bit of damage as well. Kado's going to fall there. Siyun's going to fall as well. This is to the hands now of Dukes and Sphinx. Where did they come from? Dukes showing up here to jump into the fight out of nowhere.
It's incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves. They overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew that's their prime opportunity to strike. Boltz as well, finding Felixi, the dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet find themselves eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and Quezy, this could be a huge moment. I'd say everybody inside of the top 5 even. We're looking at Trulex and Chicho, Cold and Acorn. But again, all eyes on the Quezy and Thomas HD currently. They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these scenes.
All I can think about is that Peterbot and Pollo are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard. Second place is down and out. Quezy and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. Sphinx and Dukes from the back of the line, starting to skip and hop their way to the front here somehow. Boltz still getting active. Nicely done. Finds Zagu. A big elimination for him there.
Oh.
Armored Wall comes out to protect his flank there.
The problem, though, is that Boltz has likely been recognized as a solo. That reveal medallion definitely in range for Peterbot and Pollo, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind alongside Cooper and Kanata. Boltz, he was already running low on his material count, even transitioning to this point, and now his final 10 builds, hoping that he can scramble into something, anything. Finds a couple more just laying on the ground, but he's been marked yet again. The pressure just continues to bubble in to his builds.
That's the best part about it, is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
And everyone's like, oh, a solo. It's Boltz just trying to work his way through. Back to the armor walls he gets, though. Very nice here. And it's obviously Peterbot and Pollo. Like, they are just almost toying with him at this point. They could have pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loop that they are functioning with. Quezy as well. He's actually got no builds.
No build.
Quezy is just running it at this point. These walls might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position, trying to climb up over. See if he can find any kind of elimination. At this point, a refresh is the only option.
Quezy found one. Look, he picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate, but the shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn what little bit that he picked up just to stay alive right now, and they are nearing the top 15
15, the next threshold there. Down he goes all up to Thomas HD now to keep the dream alive, to earn as many points as possible here. But what is humanly possible when you barely have anything to work with?
He can just break into the top 10. I think Quezy and Thomas HD be very happy with the closure on their
Oh
day
my
one performance.
god.
Even more so still though, Thomas HD, he keeps looking every direction, every second. It's so difficult to maintain this level of composure, but even as a solo, Thomas HD might be able to make some magic happen.
Up above though, the scanner is still coming out for Peterbot and Pollo. They have all the information in the world, top 15 now. 28 below, down body there. Those could be maps, but no, he needs more than that. He needs to drop teams for placement at the very least, if nothing else.
Wow.
Honey falls there. That'll be full credits, I think, for him, but even if it's max there, some builds too. Gets up on the second layer, shots come in from everywhere, gets a couple more placement points, and it's something. But now look at this, Kanata Cooper in the end game, Trulex and Chicho once again here. Alive in
Peterbot מרוסס.
Even more importantly still, they're applying a little bit of pressure here onto Pollo and Peterbot. They are actually forced to just try and punch their way through the mid-ground. You can tell Pollo,
תשמעו, זה מטורף.
Peterbot,
אין לי מה לומר על זה, צ'אט. אין לי מה לומר על זה.
Azers and Rise currently in full control and continuing to ramp upwards. A couple of armored walls expended as well, just to ensure that it's not going to be easy for them to get chopped anytime soon. They've also got the Flowberry Fizz as that emergency exit plan, but Pollo, Peterbot across the way, spotting out Kanata and Cooper. The reveal medallion just doing so much as far as helping them to establish exactly which teams, which players they want to aggress.
They are strategically choosing who to target, given that they have all the information that they need. Meanwhile, Geras and Shari are saying, oh, we have a chance to win if we can get out high ground. And they look up. Peterbot spots out Kanata inside the zone, gets a little bit of damage, figures the zone will do the rest. Now focus comes in on the low ground, and it's so smart for them to be down here. They're just earning so many points now that they are jumping towards the 400-point threshold here.
Just in the eliminations alone, they've got 7 between the two of them. Geras as a solo, bound to be marked any second here if he hasn't been already. Pollo, not even gonna bother, instantly goes for the left side edit peak, gets all the credit onto that Geras elimination, and now just a raw 2 versus 2 up against the likes of Azers and Rise.
Peterbot and Pollo went from second to first, and now, at minimal, a second place, but Pollo is always the first to kick off the fight, and he does it in spectacular fashion. Now Peterbot steps up to the plate. Azers is hurt. One edit, it's all it's going to take here to put him down, but Armor Wall comes through to get his teammate the full reset here. He says, hey, let's not rush it. And then they shut him down. Focusing up to high ground here shortly. Give it a moment now. Peterbot and Pollo side by side here. Rise and Azers starting to fizzle it off. Pressure coming in from the low ground. They're running out of materials. Armor walls are done. They're depleted.
Still decent amount of space for Peterbot and Pollo to work with.
Oh my.
Keep in mind, Pollo also still has those 4 armored walls, but as far as the health bar is concerned, Peterbot, Pollo, they are fully in the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that Rise and Azers couldn't turn this one in their favor. They also need a massive game here to finish strong on the leaderboard.
Definitely, this is going to be a significant moment now. How do you close out day number 1? Second and first, very impactful differences here. Peterbot and Pollo start to swing their way up. They get the angle that they're looking for. Pollo, once again, doesn't quite find it. Peterbot's hurt, though. It's a low ground attack. Pollo by himself here, but the trade from Peterbot up top, he has done what he needed to, and Pollo takes down Azers and clutches out the win from the low ground with back-to-back dubs.
Pollo said it himself, I don't need to worry when I've got Peterbot next to me, and Peterbot could say the same fashion. As long as he's got his duo Pollo, these two can always try to reestablish control, and they took this last game by force.
One more time, back-to-back victory royales. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo! Fellas, I seem to chat to you a lot on this day one of this competition, and I'm loving it because what we're seeing out there, doesn't matter if it's high ground, low ground, mid, you guys are in control. Pollo, walk us through the last part of that game there. I mean, it just seemed that,
even though you were on the low, you managed to control things perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it was like last game too. We waited for old builds and then we went up. We were able to like crack them. Peter got a kill and then the other one just 50.
I mean, we celebrate. Well, there's people really screaming your name over that. Someone literally shouted Peter, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And rightly so, by the way. Obviously, Pollo as well. Let's get the credit where it's due. A teammate like Pollo, what's it been like competing in this year, in this competition? Give him his props. How great is this as a duo teammate?
I mean, he's the best teammate possible. I mean, he gets eliminations. He's like a good like IGL when I need it. You know, like we're kind of like, we both make calls and, you know, like we're like the best team.
We're looking ahead to tomorrow now. Today, I mean, you guys have cemented yourselves top of that leaderboard. It is looking mighty fine indeed. What do you do tonight? How do you guys kind of like regroup ahead of tomorrow? I mean, do you need to regroup at this point? Are you just going to play it exactly the same way? Pollo, how do things happen tonight? What happens tomorrow?
There's always room for improvement. We're going to look like games tonight and then see what we can do tomorrow.
And Peterbot, you are steps away. Tomorrow, someone's going to lift that trophy. How do you think it's going to be you guys? How close do you think you're going to come to it?
That'll be us. It won't be close. I mean, we're ahead by a lot, and tomorrow we're going to come out winning.
Fort Worth, do you think Peterbot and Pollo could go all the way? Could they go all the way? I think they think that you could. Look, congratulations again. Fantastic way. One more time. Our Game 6 winners, Peterbot and Pollo! What a way to wrap things up here on the main stage today. Back-to-back dubs for the guys here. Who knows who will get that tomorrow? We'll have to find out. For now, though, back to Zeke and the gang. What a day one.
Game 6. Peterbot, Pollo, win.
What's that, Zeke? Is it? What are you writing?
This is the global script right here. You can see that? Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah. No one's supposed to know that's a thing. I didn't write that. Guys, what have we done? How did we let this happen? How have we allowed Pollo, Peterbot to get a second place, 2 victory royales on the day in the situations that they have been? This reminds me of Major 2 when we set a 1,000 record, right? It went absolutely crazy for them. They went off, and now they're looking to do the same thing, but not only in just NA. No. They're looking to show up every other region.
You ask how we let this do it. No one can stop this from happening. This is what we've been talking about for the last year. Peterbot and Pollo have absolutely dominated. They have become the demons of North America. They have broken so many records this year, and they are here to finally put out all the doubt, to show everyone that we are the best. This isn't luck. This is ours, and we have deserved it.
And yet again, they're playing the end game so well. You saw Pollo talking about it right there. Another very similar end game to what we saw last time. Going into this, Peterbot and Pollo were the team that held hype for the longest out of any duo this chapter. It seems like they've changed things up a little bit here. They're more than happy to play those low ground layers, finding those eliminations. And I said it to you, Kelly, I was like, how are they always getting this medallion, this assault rifle? How are they getting every single game? They're making the most of it in day number 1 as well. It's all about day 2 now, though. Are they going to be contested for it? Is someone going to throw a spanner in the works? That's what it's saying.
Well, when you asked me, I was talking about Grim Gate, and when we saw Acorn and Cold, one of the best duos in the world, try and fight Peterbot and Pollo for that spot, and they lost and they left. Acorn and Cold, who is one of the best teams contested, left Peterbot and Pollo. No one is going to be fighting for this. We might see some things change for Major 2 or for Day 2, because anything can happen in the FNCS Day 2 competition, because it is that 1.5 times multiplier. But not just going for the coin, for the mythic weapon, not just going for the forecast towers, but also going for bunkers, going for the Rift Island time and time again, and sticking to the low ground so that they get those refreshes. They get all that loot, finding splashes. Zeke, I heard you losing your mind when they found those.
I can't. Like, you know, that's the second time now. The game before, they run it and they find the armored walls, and that was a difference maker. Here, they find the splash. We have a listen in from that game-winning moment. Take a look.
Spray this. Give me coin. No, I don't think we left for a kill. 120.
Ready? Body here,
I'm done. Chokes, get the chokes!
Where?
Chokes, chug us.
I have 6, bro, 6.
Nice.
I got ammo, I got ammo. Take.
Reload your guns and stuff.
80.
I'm dead, Fry. 100 on bolts! Both one! I'm not giving... One, spray up!
Dead,
Let's
bro,
go!
let's go, bro.
You're the best, baby! Let's go! We're the best players in the world, on my life! Let's go!
Man, just an unbelievable performance here in day number 1. And again, this isn't just like a major, and this isn't just a major self-contained to its own region. This is the peak of Fortnite. This is the toughest lobby we should see ever, right? 6 regions, the very best of all regions. And yet Peterbot and Pollo are performing like this. Mini Miner, I'm terrified going into day 2 and a 1.5 times multiplier.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who isn't terrified. Peterbot and Pollo.
Of course.
Right there in those comms. Just when you watch them play, it looks so hectic. It looks so crazy. It looks like they're having an absolute madness on the comms. We do a listening right there. Very, very calm. Pollo's doing such a great job at listening to Peterbot. You can tell he's sort of the more vocal player in the duo. And the comms are so precise. It's something we don't really get to talk to too much, or talk about too much, because...
וואו. טוב צ'אט, היה מדהים, היה ממש כיף. וואלה, אין לי מה לומר כל כך. באמת, זו השנה הכי טובה שהייתה להם בחיים, וכנראה השנה הכי טובה שתהיה להם בחיים. זו 6 ויקטורי קשקאפ, 6 קשקאפ כאילו לקחו מקום ראשון, הכי כאילו 6 קשקאפ מקום ראשון, FNCS, גלובל צ'אמפיון, הכי כאילו מה? אין לי מה לומר צ'אט, אין לי מה לומר. אין לי מה לומר. דקה אחת צ'אט, דקה. אז הנה זה. טוב, יש לי 63 אנשים עם קוד תומך בחנות. זה בין אני פיגי, אריק אני פיגי, RZMH, ווידלי, שמשון, פוקסי, אוקיי. טוב שזה כבר אתם תראו בדיסקורד את ההגרלה סגור, אני אגיד לסוסי שיעשה אותה. יאללה, אז הגרלה בדיסקורד, כנראה כבר מחר מישהו יקבל אותה. אז כן, שיהיה לכם לילה טוב צ'טוס.